Chapter 21. You want to refine your own face. In the restaurant's private room, Yun looked at Yun Nuoshing in surprise. Yes. Yun Nuoshing nodded helplessly and explained, the current situation isn't very good for me. Basically, every city has a missing person notice about me. I have to solve this problem first before I can go on my way with peace of mind. Right now, I can't eat or sleep in peace. Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily. Previously, he heard from the Fire God Shrine's disciple that there were people stationed in the other cities near Star Spirit City. Even if he didn't see anyone here, he still saw that evil bounty, which made him so angry that he wanted to stomp his feet. All right, Yun sighed. The current situation didn't allow them to delay. Although she didn't know why the people from the Fire God Shrine were looking for Yun Nuoshing, there were some things that should be avoided if possible. There was no need to find trouble for herself. The two of them didn't know the people from the Fire God Shrine. Prescription, ingredients, medicinal furnace, medicinal cauldron. Do you have them? Yun asked. Only the prescription. Yun Nuoshing smiled. He never thought that he would do these things one day, so he didn't prepare anything. The only prescription he had was from Muingzi's palace. Moreover, he had never heard of those ingredients. Let me see. Yun rolled her eyes and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue and took out an ancient sheepskin scroll from his pendant. He gently spread it on the table. The scroll was spread out very long, occupying the entire table. Yun looked at it carefully. There were many kinds of materials, adding up to no less than 70 kinds. She suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Her small mouth pulled into a long O shape, and she almost flipped the table. When she saw the 3 ingredients at the very front, she was so scared that she covered her mouth. Flame flower, 10,000-year green spiritual vine, snow crystal stone. Grade, fine. Don't you have anything lower? The last few herbs are easy to find, but the first 3 main herbs are basically hard to find. They might not even be sold at the auction house. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yun threw the scroll back on the table and leaned on the sofa. Her slender fingers tapped on the first 3 herbs as she sighed. Furthermore, how are you going to refine an exquisite prescription? Are you an alchemist? There's nothing else. I've been looking for it for so long, and I just happened to stumble upon it. This is my first time coming into contact with a prescription, and it has nothing to do with being an alchemist. Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and muttered. Being a pharmacist was a sacred profession that had nothing to do with her. Even if she had the prescription, she wouldn't be able to refine it. But if he were to find someone else to refine it for him, according to the unwritten rule, he would have to provide the ingredients for the formula. And in the end, the formula would belong to someone else. It didn't seem to be worth it. Yun rolled up the sheepskin scroll and gently patted it in her palm. She didn't say anything for a long time. Yun Nuoshing stared at her without blinking, waiting for her reaction. The scroll was hit hard on her palm, making a crisp sound. Yun threw the scroll back to Yun Nuoshing, stood up and stretched. She said, let's go and buy the 3 most important ingredients. If we can't buy them, we'll look for them. If we can't find them, we'll snatch them. If we can't snatch them, we'll steal them. What if we can't steal them? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled as he asked. Let's talk about it later if we can't steal them. An exquisite prescription is too advanced. However, we can use the glaze crystal to help, but we still have to get the herbs first. Yun muttered. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. In the afternoon, the two of them visited half of the city's medicinal shops and auction houses and successfully collected more than 60 kinds of materials. However, there was a slightly rare material that Yun chased and haggled for an entire street before she got it back from Profiteer at a suitable price. However, it was still ridiculously expensive. Regarding this, Yun Nuoshing couldn't say anything other than giving her a thumbs up. At the very least, he didn't have the patience to haggle for an entire street. Looking at his rapidly shrinking pouch, then looking at Yun's unsatisfied expression, Yun Nuoshing calculated with his fingers and shook his head. Muingzi had left him quite a bit of money in his lifetime collection. Although he had to spend a lot of money to buy these things, it was still within an acceptable range. As for the remaining 3 main ingredients, they didn't directly buy them, but they obtained some information indirectly. However, the places they had to go to weren't good places. Furthermore, they might not be able to get them back, even if they had to risk their lives. What about the most important guardian beast? The two of them sat on the Netherruin sword and flew towards the deep mountains and forests outside the city. Yuin asked a very important question. Generally speaking, rare medicinal ingredients were guarded by powerful exotic beasts, especially those rare medicinal ingredients. The guardian beasts were extraordinarily powerful, although the medicinal ingredients they needed weren't at such a level. At least with their current strength, they probably couldn't afford to provoke them. I have the light element. If we can't beat them, we'll run. Leave it to me then. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head. He was still very confident in his speed. Judging from the terrain of our current location, the 10,000-year green spiritual vine might be the easiest to find. The other two will require more effort. The flame flower grows in magma, and as for the snow crystal, doesn't seem to be any snow mountains here. We'll have to fly towards the north. Yin Nuoxing furrowed his brows and said while counting with his fingers. The 10,000-year green spiritual vine is formed from the condensation of pure wood elements. It has been condensed for thousands of years and grows in places with abundant wood elements. Speaking of wood elements, there are plenty in the forest below, but it shouldn't be enough here. We'll have to go to places with abundant wood elements. Furthermore, rather than saying that the 10,000-year green spiritual vine is a plant, it's more accurate to say that it's formed from energy. Yuin tapped her arm and said, "Looks like we'll have to go to places with lots of ancient trees. Ancient trees, deep mountains, and forests. I have a bad feeling." Yin Nuoxing muttered, "Don't say things that aren't necessary." Yuin gave him a knock on the head. In the sky, a purplish-black stream of light flashed past. Yin Nuoxing leaned over the sword and looked down. Rows of trees slowly receded in his line of sight. Because they were searching for something and weren't in a hurry, there was no need for them to be so fast. After flying like this for more than 10 minutes, Yin Nuoxing suddenly stopped. He steered the Netherworld ruins sword to a sudden stop in the sky, causing Yuin, who had lost her balance, to scream in shock. Her delicate body directly crashed into Yin Nuoxing in front of her. "What are you doing?" Yuin raised her head in annoyance and rubbed her flat nose. She looked at Yin Nuoxing, who had turned his head around, and couldn't help but grumble coquettishly. The sudden stop directly threw her out. If it weren't for Yin Nuoxing blocking in front of her, she would have definitely flown out. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed dryly. "How do we locate deep in the mountains and forests?" Yin's eyes widened. After a moment, she sighed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pity as she looked at him and said, "Fly to whichever tree is taller. Buzz." Even the Netherworld ruined sword was speechless. Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and knocked it. He hurriedly steered the sword forward. After flying forward for an unknown period of time, Yin Nuoxing shivered. He looked around. The green forest had transitioned into pitch-black trees in the blink of an eye. It was extremely strange. With the weak wood element in his body, he could sense that the wood element here carried a slight chill. Yin Nuoxing blinked and didn't pay much attention to it. He turned to look at Yuin. When he saw that she was concentrating on cultivating, he also closed his slightly open mouth. Achoo! After flying in this pitch-black forest for a long time, Yin Nuoxing suddenly shivered. He raised his nose and sneezed loudly. The loud sound caused Yuin, who had her eyes closed, to tremble. She quickly opened her eyes and looked at him in confusion. Seeing that Yuin had been awakened, Yin Nuoxing rubbed his nose and smiled apologetically. "Cough. Do you feel that the temperature has suddenly dropped a lot?" Yuin also noticed the situation around her. When she saw the pitch-black trees, she couldn't help but frown. Her expression was a little serious. She narrowed her eyes and carefully sized up the surroundings. Yin Nuoxing also noticed that the sky was pitch-black. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be dark yet. Moreover, he could clearly see two suns hanging in the sky like lights. However, it was very dark, as if the sunlight couldn't illuminate this place. "It's foggy. Su Ming, fly up." A gust of thick fog rushed toward them without any warning. The cold wind blew in their faces. Yin Nuashing shivered violently and sneezed again. Buzz. Hearing this, Su Ming trembled slightly. He opened a layer of energy barrier, cutting off the connection between the surrounding environment and the environment inside the barrier. Then, he slightly raised his head and quickly flew up into the sky. Sniffling, Yin Nuashing took out a scarf from the pendant and wrapped it around his neck. He turned his head and saw that Yin seemed to be fine, but her face was serious and pale. He couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did you think of something?" "This is the ghost Chi forest." Yin sighed. The color on her beautiful face slowly faded. Ghost Chi forest? Hearing this name, Yin Nuashing tilted his head. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, a passage suddenly replayed in his memory. It was the record of an ancient book he had read when he was still in the Qin family. The Ghost Chi Forest was one of the famous forbidden areas of the Sourcepeak domain. It was located in the northwest of the Sourcepeak domain. It was famous for its extremely bad weather, strange terrain, and intersecting space. It was said that the space here overlapped and became complicated. Any creature that came in would eventually lose their way and die inexplicably in the forest. Countless lives were harvested here every year. The Ghost Chi Forest was divided into 3 regions. The first region was characterized by a layer of cold fog all year round. That was the outer region of the Chill Chi Forest. The other 2 regions were the Soul Forest, the Fog Forest, and the Soul-Breaking Mountain Range located at the center of the Fog Forest. In the Ghost Chi Forest, there were countless rare and strange beasts. Among them, there were some that had been left behind from the ancient era. Any one of these beasts could make an ordinary cultivator suffer. These strange beasts had ancient bloodlines and were extremely powerful. Even a god couldn't guarantee that he would be able to come out unscathed if he entered the Ghost Chi Forest. Once, a first-rate force from the Sourcepeak domain had sent all of its elites to explore the Ghost Chi Forest. There were more than 1,000 people, and there were even a few high-level gods. The world thought that the mystery of the Ghost Chi Forest would be revealed. However, to everyone's surprise, the expedition, which was supposed to last a year, ended in less than 3 days. In the end, only 3 people came out alive. The other 1,000 people were completely annihilated, including the high-level gods. However, these 3 people died one after another after a few days. Their deaths were extremely strange. Moreover, some people discovered that the souls of these 3 people were also in a broken state and couldn't be transported to the underworld. The world found it hard to believe. This force belonged to the kind of colossus that could shake the entire Sourcepeak domain with a stomp of its foot. How could they be annihilated so easily? Not even dregs were left behind. As for this power itself, it also declined overnight. The remaining people all lived in seclusion in the mountains, no longer appearing in the world. Over time, the myriad god realm no longer had this power that once shook the world. And this also led to the ominous name of the Ghost Aura Forest. After Yin Nuashing finished her recollections, the first thing she did was to fiercely slap the Netherworld Ruin Sword and come to an emergency stop in the sky. Fortunately, Yin was mentally prepared this time and wasn't flung away. "Well, we can still get out, right?" Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. "How'd you get so dizzy and come to this damn place?" Chapter 22. Perhaps, Yin sighed. Her pretty face was a little gloomy. Her gaze fell on the black forest below, and a trace of despair flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. Even gods would die if they entered this place. How could 2 little cultivators like them possibly escape from this place? You don't have to be so desperate. Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to get out if we're lucky. Yin Nuashing was stunned when he saw her depressed mood. He smiled and comforted her. "Sat." Hearing this, Yin shook her head. She looked up at him and said, "If a professional came here, they might still be able to get out. Someone has researched a relatively safe path to get out of the Ghost Forest, but we don't know, right?" Yin Nuashing sighed heavily. He already knew what Yin wanted to say. They didn't know about this famous forbidden zone, so naturally didn't know about any special methods to get out. Moreover, Yin wasn't the only one who was afraid. Yin Nuashing was also very afraid. However, at this moment, he clenched his fists and didn't let himself show it. He brought Yuin in here, so he had to bring her out safely. If he gave up on that slim chance of survival because of fear, it would really be over. In the ghost forest, the light was dim. A light breeze brought with it a cold mist from afar. In the air, tiny water molecules constantly froze into ice, turning into ice crystals that fell to the ground. The two brilliant suns above their heads looked a little lazy at this moment, gradually disappearing into the clouds. In the forest, there were no roars of beasts, making this place seem very quiet and lifeless. A huge, pitch-black cloud hovered above their heads. The dark clouds were so low that they seemed to be able to touch it if they reached out their hands. They could even faintly hear the rumbling of thunder from within. It felt like the dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Yin Nuashing sighed and muttered in his heart. His gaze swept across the surroundings a few times and finally looked behind him. However, he didn't see the green grass that he hoped would appear. He didn't know how deep they were in the ghost forest. He nodded and patted the cold Netherworld ruin sword. Buzz! The Nether Void sword came to an understanding, and after a soft hum, it hurriedly turned around and made some adjustments. The energy barrier slowly opened up, and then it shot back in the direction it had come from at top speed. The entire sword transformed into a streak of purplish-black light that carried the two of them at full speed. It's useless, Yuin sighed when she saw the Netherruin sword's movements. She bent her slender legs and rested her thin chin on her knees. Her expression was gloomy as she said, "The greatest enemy of the Ghostwood Forest isn't the magical beasts or the cold mist that obstructs our vision. It's the overlapping spatial folds. If we don't have special powers." Before she could finish speaking, the Netherworld ruined sword, under Yu Yin's astonished gaze, carried the two of them and charged into the dark clouds in a soaring posture. Boom! As soon as they charged into the dark clouds, Yin Nuashing saw countless silver-blue dragons roaring and roaring in the clouds. The deafening sound waves caused Yin Nuashing and Yuin to cover their ears with all their might. The flashing lights in front of them also caused them to close their eyes tightly. In a world that was as bright as day, Yin Nuashing quietly opened his eyes. He seemed to see that the space around him was trembling because of the dancing silver dragons. Within the dark clouds, a streak of purplish-black light sped through the air. The occasional flash of lightning would shatter into specks of light when it collided with the seemingly thin but extremely sturdy energy barrier. Wherever the purplish-black light passed, the clouds would be viciously pierced through. Yin Nuashing, who was forcing himself to remain calm, suddenly felt something soft burrowing into his embrace. Startled, he hurriedly opened his eyes, only to discover that Yu Yin's beautiful face was slightly pale. Her lily-white hands were covering her ears with all her might. Mei Mao's eyes were tightly shut. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly. Every time the sound of thunder rang out, her delicate body would tremble slightly. Only then did Yin Nuashing remember that she was a little afraid of the deafening thunder, just like many other girls. At this moment, they were in the middle of the thunderclouds. Those furious lightning bolts seemed to be crashing into the energy barrier at every moment. No one could say for sure if the lightning would break through the barrier in the next moment. Sighing softly, Yin Nuashing put down the fingers that were calmly covering his ears. His palm gently overlapped with Yu Yin's lily-white hands and covered her ears. He raised his head to look at the lightning illuminated by the thick layers of clouds. His brows furrowed slightly. He then lowered his head to look at the person curled up in his embrace and let out a bitter laugh. "My ears are going to be damaged. It's so noisy." Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly in his heart. He wasn't afraid of the thunder. He just felt that it was very noisy. However, when he saw that Yuin seemed to be feeling a little better, her tensed-up beautiful face slightly relaxed, and he stopped thinking about withdrawing his hand. "Forget it." Bending down slightly, Yin Nuashing used his arms to forcefully hug Yuin. Leaning his head beside her, he softly murmured, "It's okay." PFFF. After an unknown amount of time, A purplish-black light broke through the layers of clouds in a soaring manner. A long trail was left behind between the dark clouds and the cold mist. The light flickered dazzlingly in the dark night sky. The noise in his ears suddenly disappeared. Yin Nuashing opened his eyes and couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. The surrounding space was still dark, but at least he could see things. The churning cold mist was flowing below, and it was extremely strange. However, what made Yin Nuashing feel strange was that in the sky, there was a huge energy whirlpool. The huge energy whirlpool occupied his entire line of sight. It expanded for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles, all the way to the end of his line of sight. This energy whirlpool was mixed with spots of pitch-black light that slowly rotated in the sky. With every rotation of the whirlpool, the entire sky slowly fluctuated, as if the sky was being sucked into the whirlpool. "What is this?" Yin Nuashing swallowed his saliva. His shocked gaze was fixed on the unbelievably huge energy whirlpool. After a moment, he finally calmed down. His gaze followed the edge of the whirlpool all the way to the center. However, the size of the whirlpool exceeded his expectations. In the center, where he couldn't see clearly, he seemed to be able to see a small turning point. At this moment, Yuyin also gently opened her eyes when she felt the surrounding calm. Mei Mao raised her head and saw the two's posture. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She quickly pulled away and frowned in confusion. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Yin Nuashing's gaze. She followed his gaze, and then her little mouth slowly opened. "What is this thing?" After a moment, Yuyin said the same thing as Yin Nuashing. Shock filled her pretty face, so much so that she forgot what she wanted to say. "This? I don't know either." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing sighed. It was his first time in the ghost aura forest. Naturally, he didn't know what this huge whirlpool was, or rather, what caused it. That's not right. Where are the spatial folds? Why can we come out?" Suddenly thinking of something, Yuyin was startled. She recalled the records in the ancient books. In the ghost aura forest, the space of an area was actually formed by overlapping multiple spaces. If they went forward, they might actually be going deeper. At this moment, they directly rushed out of the black clouds and into the sky. This made her a little confused. Could it be that it was just a rumor? Was it actually not as terrifying as the rumors said? This sword can easily break through space. The spatial folds have no effect on it at all. Yin Nuashing suddenly recalled what happened outside the ancient ruins. The Netherworld ruin sword directly broke through the barrier. He smiled and said, "The Netherworld ruin sword seemed to be very proud of itself as it emitted a burst of light. No wonder, no wonder. With this sword, we should be fine. As long as we don't encounter those troublesome strange beasts, we should be able to escape unscathed." Hearing this, Yu Yin's face, which was wrinkled like a bitter gourd, suddenly became as radiant as 100 flowers blooming. She heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "And let's go look for the 10,000-year wood vine now." Yin Nuashing nodded and grinned. He turned around on his sword again. "Oh, you, this place is not a good place. We have to be careful." Yuyin rolled her eyes at him. "What is the fog most afraid of?" Yin Nuashing stood up, patted his butt, and smiled mysteriously. "Ah, fog, it's afraid of fire." Yuyin was stunned. She didn't know why he asked this, but she still answered. "Correct." Yin Nuashing revealed his sparkling white teeth. With a clench of his right hand, a bright red flame suddenly spewed out from his palm, illuminating his crafty, handsome face. It danced lightly on his palm like a fairy. "Fire! You, little brat! You!" Yuyin sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped up in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. She always knew that Yin Nuashing had the light element, but at this moment, she saw him using another element. Innate dual elements could be said to be a sinful level of talent. No matter in which aspect, he would be a level higher than ordinary cultivators. Even his cultivation speed would be multiplied. Many people couldn't even imagine it. Of course, she only saw Yin Nuashing raising his hand to release the fire element. She didn't know that he actually had 4 elements. Yin Nuashing placed a slender finger on his lips, indicating for her to be quiet. Then he smiled and said, "You didn't see anything. This flame was lent to me by you. Tisk, it's not as pure as mine." Yu Yin's shock gradually subsided. Hearing this, she pursed her lips and carefully looked at the flame. She couldn't help but mutter when she realized that it wasn't as vigorous as the fire element she used. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue out of habit. Indeed, the purest element in his body was the light element. His fire element hadn't reached that level yet. With a wave of his hand, a golden light flashed behind Yin Nuoxing's back. An 8-meter-long golden bow appeared in his hand. His right hand, which was suffused with a ball of fire, lightly rested on the bowstring. That ball of fire also automatically condensed at the front, slowly extending into wisps of flames that curled around the bowstring. "You, don't tell me you want to blow up the cold air forest?" Seeing his actions, Yuan also understood what he wanted to do. Her eyebrows instantly twitched, and she couldn't help but ask. After seeing him nod, Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed and walked forward. Placing her 2 jade-white hands on his, she said, "Use my fire element. It's purer than yours." Yu Yin's figure was tall. Wearing high-heeled boots, she was only half a head shorter than Yin Nuoxing. The two bodies fit together very well. "Netherworld Ruin, lose your ability to break through space to me." Without thinking too much, Yin Nuoxing closed his eyes and murmured softly. In order to make this arrow explode at the right place and ensure that it wouldn't be teleported to a strange place, he needed the Netherworld Ruin Sword's ability to break through space. Hum! The Netherworld Ruin Sword hummed. Afterwards, a purplish-black light surged out of the sword like ripples of water, endlessly flowing into Yin Nuoxing's body. It then flowed through his meridians and gathered in his hand. Clang! Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and gently pulled the sun god bow open with 2 fingers. A fiery red arrow flashing with golden light slowly formed on the bowstring. Controlling the Netherworld Ruin Sword to rise into the air, Yin Nuoxing waited until nearly 50% of the energy in his body was consumed. Only then did he let out a low shout and suddenly release his fingers. "Burn!" Yin Nuoxing grinned as he watched the 1-meter-long fiery red arrow leave the bowstring. It instantly expanded to a length of 30 meters. The crimson gold energy tail stretched to a length of 1,000 meters, illuminating the surrounding space in a fiery red. The scorching temperature incinerated the cold mist nearby into nothingness. In just an instant, the arrow pierced through the thick black clouds below. Boom! The divine arrow pierced through space. Suddenly, silvery white barriers appeared in the void, but they were all pierced through by the divine arrow. In the end, the divine arrow plunged into the cold fog and exploded. It was as if a new sun was emitting a dazzling light. A huge firestorm poured down in torrents. Scalding energy meteors fell like rain. The scorching heat waves expelled the cold fog for tens of thousands of zhang. Vision instantly became clear. The strange black trees below also instantly burst into flames with a puff. The sea of fire quickly spread, illuminating the entire cold forest as if it was daytime. The scorching air made the world extremely dry. Heavens, what happened in the ghost forest? Such a huge sea of fire. Let's not go in. Our lives are more important. Yeah, let's not go in. Let's go. The people on the outskirts of the ghost forest saw the rapidly spreading flames and were so frightened that they sat down on the ground. They had entered and exited this place many times, but they had never seen such a huge commotion like today. They immediately dismissed the idea of going in. Heavens, little brat, that arrow of yours almost destroyed the entire cold forest. Yu Yin's rosy little mouth formed an O shape as she looked through the large hole in the black clouds and saw the burning forest below. Her face was filled with shock. Even Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood. All in all, he had only used 50% of his strength this time, but because his cultivation had increased, he had actually used more than 90% of his strength last time. Moreover, he had added the power of the Nether Void sword this time. Others might not know, but he knew very well that if he used the nether void sword at full strength, it might be easy to overturn the entire cold forest, because the cold air had been expelled far away, and because the monstrous sea of fire below contained the power of the nether void sword to break through space. They weren't afraid of being trapped for a short period of time. Thus, the two of them boldly descended, looking at the raging flames above and the extinguishing flames falling down from time to time. The atmosphere was very strange as they leisurely traveled through the burning forest. Chapter 23. Little brat, don't tell me you've burned all the magical beasts? After ensuring that no accidents would happen in the ghostly forest, Yun Nuashing and Yun Ruoyan descended from the sky and continued to search for the 10,000-year green spiritual vine in the pitch-black forest. Yu-In looked around in astonishment and couldn't help but ask as they shuttled through the fiery red forest. The surroundings were so quiet that there weren't any roars of magical beasts, only the crackling of the bright red flames. There shouldn't be any, right? We didn't hear any special roars of magical beasts when we came in. Yin Nuashing stared blankly and shook his head. When they first came in, the surroundings were so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. There aren't any traces of burning on the ground, so the flames shouldn't have descended. So, I think maybe it didn't burn the ground. Yin Nuashing looked at the ground and added with a guilty conscience. Who knew if there were magical beasts inside? Why are you so uncertain? Yuin rolled her eyes. There were too many uncertain words. Chill. Don't be noisy. Yin Nuashing's expression suddenly turned solemn. He stretched out a finger and pressed it against his temple. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. After a while, he suddenly said, "There's a rich aura of the wood element in front. I can feel it." Where? Yin carefully sensed for a while and looked in the direction he was pointing at for a long time. Then she asked suspiciously, "I sensed it with my soul energy." Yin Nuashing raised his eyebrows and snorted proudly. Then he pointed in front of him. He had indeed sensed it with his soul power, but that wasn't all. There was still a trace of wood element in his body. With the help of this trace of wood element, combined with the abundant wood element in this place, he was able to sense even the slightest movements in a large area. Little brat, don't tell me you still have the wood element in your body? After looking at him for a long time, Yu-In suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes into the shape of a crescent moon. She stared at Yin Nuashing without blinking and said in a gentle voice. She also knew how large the sensing range of the wood element in the forest was. Now that she saw how strong his sensing ability was, she naturally thought of this aspect. No. Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. She was so scared that her heart stopped for a moment. After a while, she hurriedly shook her head. Really? Yu Yin's red lips parted slightly, forming a charming arc. She looked deeply at him with a charming gaze, and that slight tremble was captured by her eyes without the slightest bit of error. Really? Yin Nuashing felt a little creeped out by Yu Yin's stare. She unnaturally averted her gaze and pretended to look around as if she was looking for something. At the same time, she quickly patted the Netherworld ruined sword to make it speed up. Yu-In pinched Yin Nuashing's face, and a crafty light flashed in her eyes as she said with a smile, "Actually, I'm a very kind person. Even if you want to hide something from me, I won't do anything. At most, I'll treat your beautiful face as a good drawing board and display my skills a little." Gulp. Yin Nuashing swallowed his saliva with difficulty. When he heard her say that, he only felt his entire body tremble nervously. He didn't even care that the cold sweat on his forehead had dripped into his eyes. Look, isn't that the 10,000 years green spiritual vine? After a while, Yin Nuashing pointed forward with a trembling hand. Seeing Yin Nuashing's stubborn look, Yu-In shook her head in amusement. When she heard his words, she could only look forward. In the distance, there was a vine that emitted a green light coiled around the trunk of a huge ancient tree. The vine was about 100 meters long, and it circled the ancient tree a few times like a huge green snake. A faint green fluorescent light danced around the ancient tree like a fairy. The emerald green branches grew on the entire vine, and as the breeze blew, it was full of vitality. Ah, it's really it. and it's such a big one. We've struck it rich this time. Yuan threw Yun Nuoxing's face away excitedly, and her jade-like hand quickly patted the Netherworld ruined sword. Seeing that his casual finger had really found what they needed, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but be stunned. He secretly glanced at the excited Yuan and hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and finally managed to save his face. Wait a minute. Generally, rare heavenly treasures will be guarded by powerful guardian beasts. This green spiritual vine is at least 10,000 years old, and it's in this kind of ghostly place. It's impossible that there isn't a guardian beast around. Be careful. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and slowed down. Finding it was one thing, and obtaining it was another. When they were searching for spiritual herbs in the mountains, they had encountered many powerful magical beasts. This precious herb should be no exception. After looking around for a while, Yun Nuoxing picked up a huge boulder that weighed 1,000 kilograms from the ground and weighed it in his hand. He stared at the green spiritual vine and nodded. Hey! With a soft shout, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and threw the boulder with force. The huge boulder that weighed 1,000 kilograms was thrown to the side of the big tree in just a few seconds. Boom! The huge boulder hit the side of the big tree heavily and scraped the ground for a few meters. It scraped the ground a few feet away, and the soil splattered to the side. After a series of earthquakes, the big tree's leaves fell, but the magical beast that they had imagined did not appear. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was still no beast that jumped out. They seemed to have been scared away by the sea of fire just now. Yun Nuoxing smiled optimistically and then waited for another 10 minutes before flying over slowly and cautiously. She approached bit by bit carefully. Yuan rolled her eyes at the way she was advancing step by step, but she didn't say anything. She was also vigilant of the changes in the surroundings. Could have really been scared away. Yun Nuoxing looked around suspiciously when she arrived at the huge boulder that was thrown just now. After confirming that there were no accidents, she suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. She reached out to touch the green vine that was exuding boundless vitality with excitement in her heart. Human, let go of your dirty hands. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to touch the 10,000 years wood vine, a sudden loud roar of a beast startled her. Her hand trembled, and she paused for a few seconds. When she finally reacted, a fist that was as tall as a person suddenly rushed out from behind the huge tree like lightning. The huge fist carried boundless power as it flew towards Yun Nuoxing. The air was compressed into a cannonball by that power, and with a bang, it shot towards Yun Nuoxing and the others. Sensing a sense of danger approaching rapidly, Yun Nuoxing's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole. She reacted almost instantly, and several golden chains shot out from her sleeves. Then, they quickly intertwined to form a chain barrier in front of her. Bang! A heavy crashing sound rang out. Just as the barrier formed by the chains was formed, the huge air cannon ferociously struck it. Yun Nuoxing, who was holding the barrier, was instantly sent flying. With one hand, he pushed Yuan, preventing her from being injured. Yun Nuoxing's figure flew hundreds of meters in the sky before she could barely stop herself. Her right hand was numb and powerless. Her left eye was tightly shut on her handsome face, and her slender eyelashes were trembling slightly due to the pain. After the two of them stabilized, a huge ape that was 10 meters tall and covered in black fur walked out from behind the huge tree. Every time its huge feet landed on the ground, the earth would shake. Its huge eyes were like two lanterns as it stared fixedly at Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. It didn't hide the killing intent in its eyes at all. Its entire body was surrounded by an ethereal and illusory aura, and boundless energy spread out like a storm. Yun Nuoxing's pupils shrank slightly. She recognized that ethereal energy. That was the energy that only immortal rank experts possessed. After every mortal rank cultivator advanced to the immortal rank, the energy in their body would transform into immortal chi, which contained even more powerful energy. Obviously, this huge ape was at the immortal rank. Moreover, Because it was a demonic beast, its strength was much stronger than human experts of the same rank. The mortal rank was divided into 12 levels, and each level was further divided into 12 small realms, which were 12 revolutions. After the mortal rank was the half-immortal rank, which was a total of 10 revolutions. Only after that was the immortal rank. Human, quickly retreat. Otherwise, die. The huge ape roared. Its bell-sized, blood-red pupils shrank slightly as it stared fiercely at Yun Nuashing. Its huge fists were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned. He really needed the 10,000 years green spiritual vine now. But looking at this huge ape, it wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had never encountered such a tough bone before. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and negotiated with a little hope. Well, Brother Ape, look at how long that green spiritual vine is. Give me some. Just a small section will do. What do you want? Let's exchange. As she spoke, she even gestured with her hands to show the length of the vine. Hearing this, Yun rolled her eyes and tugged at the corner of Yun Nuashing's clothes. She transmitted her voice. Impossible. This huge ape is too fierce. Roar. As expected, the huge ape ignored Yun Nuashing's goodwill and roared at the sky. Its huge fist, which was the size of a cattail hassock, directly smashed over from a distance of 100 meters. Wherever the fist passed, the air was expelled, forming a vacuum zone. Go! Seeing that the huge ape attacked without saying anything, Yun Nuashing frowned deeply. He wrapped the chain in his hand around Yu Yin's slender waist and hurriedly flung her out, pulling her into the sky. The Netherworld Ruin sword also quickly shrunk to its original size. He held it tightly in his hand, and the origin energy all over his body surged into the Netherworld Ruin sword. The divine light mirror appeared and released a golden light that enveloped him. Obviously, even he wasn't confident in his opponent this time, so he took out his strongest weapon right away. However, he didn't know why, but every time he used the power of these divine weapons, he felt a sense of blockage, so he couldn't use the power of these powerful weapons well. Roar! Yun Nuashing roared loudly. The veins on his arms bulged, and his eyes shone with a dazzling golden light. He raised the Netherworld Ruin sword high above his head and controlled the wind element to charge toward the huge ape. At the same time, he slashed down with all his strength. Boom! A purplish-black sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword, and a huge amount of energy collided with the giant fist. The impact of the collision overturned several nearby mountains, and a dozen or so cracks spread out on the ground, extending for dozens of meters. Only the ancient tree wasn't damaged. The green energy barrier blocked all of the destructive power. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden layer of light around his body shattered inch by inch, and his body flew back several hundred meters like a cannonball, smashing dozens of pitch-black trees along the way. Cough! This is the first time I've seen you send us flying with a single blow. Yun Nuashing climbed up from the ground with difficulty and looked at the Netherworld Ruin sword in front of his chest. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and laughed bitterly. You overestimate yourself. The huge ape also retreated dozens of meters. Then its huge body trembled and it stabilized in the air. It wasn't injured in the slightest. The strength of an immortal rank cultivator was evident. Moreover, it was a demonic beast, so its physical strength was naturally superior to cultivators of the same rank. Buzz! The Netherworld Ruin sword trembled and told him to hurry up and leave. Let me try again. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said. The pendant flashed, and a finger-sized 8-colored energy crystal appeared in front of him. Chapter 24. The 8-colored crystal was only the size of a thumb, but when it appeared, it caused the surrounding energy to surge like boiling water. Waves of invisible energy were attracted to the crystal. When the Ape King saw the movement, its pupils suddenly shrunk. It looked at the crystal that was extremely small in size, but gave it a dangerous feeling. Its raised hands and feet also slowly stopped. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. With a thought, the patterns on her back that looked like wings flickered with golden light. The patterns could be clearly seen through her black windbreaker. Then, with a flash of golden light, a huge divine bow appeared in her hands. Along with it was a golden-green arrow that was as long as her body. Without any hesitation, Yun Nuashing grabbed the celestial-grade, mysterious crystal and slapped it into the long arrow. Resplendent, 8-colored energy immediately filled the entire long arrow. Strands of energy overflowed from it. Lowering her head to look at the bright and colorful divine arrow in her hands, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened her eyes wide. She placed the arrow on the divine bow and used all her strength to pull the bowstring. At the same time, her yuan power surged out like a tidal wave, endlessly surging into the long arrow. Roar! Seeing the increasingly condensed energy, the hesitation in the Ape King's eyes immediately disappeared. Replacing it was a blood-red, murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. The Ape King opened its bloody mouth, and an ear-piercing roar that was enough to shatter huge rocks burst out. In the Ape King's loud roar, Yun Nuashing's body trembled. The rapidly condensing energy clearly paused for a moment. Just as she was paused by the roar, the Ape King's feet fiercely stomped on the ground. The entire mountain forest trembled at this moment. With the help of the powerful force, its body shot into the air like a black cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Yun Nuashing. It clenched its huge hand, and celestial chi rapidly condensed on its claw. In an instant, it formed a huge fist that was about 10 feet long. The giant energy fist danced and directly blasted towards Yun Nuashing. The fierce killing intent caused Yun Nuashing's eyes to tremble. There was no sparring at all, and it was completely a life and death battle that did not require any warm-up. Especially when Yun Nuashing was so much weaker than the ape, she had to throw out all her trump cards right from the start. As for the Ape King, it was also determined to kill her from start. The Ape King's huge body and his agility were completely out of Yun Nuashing's expectations. However, the latter didn't panic. In her surprise, the light essence in her body surged, and a dazzling golden light was emitted from her body, causing the Ape King to slightly narrow his eyes. Chi! The huge energy fist cut through the void, sweeping through the dissipating golden particles and crashing into the forest below. Almost all the trees along the way were cut in half. After being pushed back for dozens of meters, the huge fist slowly dissipated. Light essence. Looking at the gradually dissipating light particles, the Ape King's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. As a magical beast, although it couldn't control the power of the elements like humans, even if it hadn't eaten pork, it had seen pigs run. It was very clear how powerful the light essence was. The element that was known for its extreme speed was the easiest to catch people unprepared. Her body slowly appeared 100 meters away. The longbow in Yun Nuashing's hand was condensed with a considerable amount of energy. The arrowhead was even slightly vibrating, as if it had reached a critical value. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Don't turn the mountain range into an abyss." Roar! In the distance, the Ape King's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. He felt the terrifying energy condensed on the long arrow, causing all the hair on his body to stand up slightly. His huge fist pounded on his chest in frustration. He stepped forward with earth-shaking steps and turned into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Yun Nuashing. He raised his fist and smashed it towards him. Before the fist landed, the air compressed by the huge force turned into an invisible cannonball and shot towards Yun Nuashing. Wherever it passed, even the space trembled. "Brat, be careful." Yin, who was entangled by the golden chains and dragged away, saw this scene the moment she came back to her senses. Her pretty face immediately turned pale, and she hurriedly reminded Yun Nuashing. Her gaze was fixed on the compressed air that was rushing towards her. At the moment when her body was about to be hit, the light essence suddenly flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. Her body moved horizontally for hundreds of meters, narrowly avoiding the air cannonball. The bowstring in her hand couldn't be pulled back until 1/10 of the string was drawn. The entire golden arrow turned into 8 resplendent colors, and where the arrow tip pointed, a tiny ray of light appeared in the air. "Eat this arrow of mine." Yin Nuashing grinned as she aimed the arrow at the rapidly approaching giant ape. She used all her strength to pull back the bowstring to its maximum limit, then suddenly released the arrow. The arrow left the bowstring and turned into an extremely resplendent 8-colored energy beam. The golden tail dragged out for at least 100 meters as it rapidly traversed through space. In just a breath's time, it had rushed in front of the Ape King. Even though it could feel the energy shooting towards it, there was still nothing it could do. It could only watch as the long arrow rapidly approached it. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion instantly reverberated throughout the entire frost forest. The terrifying 8-colored energy storm spread out in all directions with an unstoppable force. Roar! The terrifying shockwave that came head-on directly sent the Ape King flying. It broke a bunch of trees in half and scraped a gully in the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Amidst the violent explosion, there was also a mournful roar. When it stabilized its body, the scene that appeared made Yin and Yin Nuashing suck in a breath of cold air. The Ape King's gigantic body lay beside a large hole that was constantly emitting smoke. The Ape King's gigantic left arm had disappeared without a trace. Dark red blood continuously seeped out from the Ape King's tan body, and then fell down like rain. The charred hair curled up, revealing a few clearly visible horrifying scars that almost covered his entire body. At a glance, one could even see the dense white bones of his body. Lunatic! You lunatic! A mere ordinary practitioner dares to use the power of a divine artifact. Bastard scoundrel! In the distance, the Ape King had finally regained consciousness. Feeling the heavy injuries in its body, its huge body trembled continuously as it cursed loudly. The Ape King clearly knew that if Yin Nuashing's strength had increased a little, or if she had used one more piece of mysterious crystal, it had no doubt that it would have been lying on the ground right now. Scoundrel, this king won't fight with a lunatic like you anymore. The Ape King looked at Yin Nuashing, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, in shock and anger. After letting out a strange cry, it hurriedly turned around and left. When it passed by the ancient tree, it forcefully pulled out the 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine. Its huge body turned into a flash of black lightning as it hurriedly flew towards the horizon. Its curses that were filled with lingering fear continuously reverberated in the sky. Ah, green spiritual vine. Seeing the Ape King escape with the 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, Yin hurriedly jumped down from the circular chain and ran to Yin Nuashing's side. She grabbed his shoulder and shook it continuously as she hurriedly said, "Little brat, get up quickly. The green spiritual vine has escaped. Get up quickly." Ah! After being shaken violently, Yin Nuashing, who was a little dazed due to exhaustion, came back to his senses a little. He looked at Yin in a daze, his eyes filled with laziness as he weakly muttered, "Let me sleep a little longer." After saying that, he ignored Yin's current expression. He closed his eyes and directly fell into her arms, causing her to stare at Mei Mao in shock. Damn! After a while, Yin finally reacted. She couldn't help but curse. Her jade-like hand patted the Netheruin sword, causing it to expand to about 10 feet in size. Then, she forcefully threw Yin Nuashing onto the Netheruin sword. After that, she jumped onto the Netheruin sword and patted it. She hurriedly said, "Netheruin, quickly chase after them." "Hum." Netheruin responded and turned into a purple-black blur as he chased after them. "Human, don't push your luck." The Netheruin sword had just flashed out, and in less than a minute, they saw the injured giant ape running away. At this time, the countless wounds on its body had all scabbed over. Dark red blood coagulated on the surface of its body, and its hair stuck together into clumps. However, the wound on its broken arm hadn't closed yet, and blood flowed all over the ground. When it saw the two people chasing after it, it couldn't help but roar loudly and hurriedly accelerated to escape. Stupid ape, stinky ape, put down the 10,000-year azure spiritual vine, and I'll let you go. Yuin was so anxious that she blurted out everything without thinking. She was so shocked that she almost scared herself to death. The Netheruin's sword also hurriedly sped up to chase after them. It also knew that Yun Nuashing was after the azure spiritual vine in its hand. Shameless human, if you have the ability, wait until I've recovered from my injuries before we fight. The giant ape turned around and cursed angrily. The majestic, murderous aura caused Yu Yin's delicate body to tremble. However, her feet didn't slow down at all. She dragged her heavily injured body and ran faster and faster. Idiot, do you know what it means to beat a drowning dog? No, a gorilla. Yuin gritted her teeth and slammed her jade palm into the void. A fiery red palm rushed out from the center of her palm. Blazing hot energy streaked across the air and rushed towards the Ape King. Buzz! When Yuin made her move, the Netheruin sword also released a sharp sword chi. It slashed horizontally, cutting down all the trees in its path, leaving behind piles of debris. Roar! The Ape King stomped on the ground, and a small hill suddenly rose from the ground behind it. It blocked the fiery red palm, but couldn't block the sharp sword chi. The moment the earth and rocks flew, the sword chi quickly caught up and cut into its shoulder, causing it to roar in pain. Its entire left shoulder was only connected by a bit of flesh, and it kept shaking nonstop. The human, the sword, and the ape chased for dozens of minutes. At this time, the already heavily injured giant ape had exhausted all of its energy. Its vitality was quickly fading away, but couldn't bear to let go of the azure spiritual vine wrapped around its arm. Damned humans, since you won't let go, I'll fight you to the death today. The giant ape stomped heavily on the ground, and its charging body suddenly stopped. It hurriedly turned around, and the impact caused the ground within 1,000 meters to collapse by several meters. Netheruin, I'll leave it to you. Yuin quickly jumped down from the Netheruin sword with Yin Nuashing in her arms. She stumbled a few steps on the ground before falling to the ground. Buzz! The Netheruin sword trembled slightly, and slashed vertically and quickly released dozens of sword chi. Bam! However, before the sword chi could hit the giant ape, and before the giant ape could counterattack, countless clouds of dust suddenly flew up from the ground. A black vine hundreds of meters thick broke out of the ground, and with a sweep, it dissolved all of the sword chi. Then it wrapped around the giant ape, lifted it up, and dragged it into the distance. Damn it, put me down. The giant ape used its remaining right hand to pull at the black vine wrapped around its body. Unfortunately, its size was nothing in front of the vine. No matter how it struggled, it could only feel the tighter and tighter pressure. Bam! While Yuin was still in a daze and didn't understand what was going on, a second vine rose from the ground and rushed toward her. Buzz! The Netheruin sword was anxious, and a sword chi swept out, enveloping Yuin and Yun Nuashing. Then, it turned into a purple-black shooting star and disappeared into the horizon. When the black vine saw this, it gave chase. It was as flexible as a python, and its speed wasn't much slower than theirs. Buzz! The Netheruin sword was also anxious. Brilliant purple light erupted from its body, and it increased its speed to the maximum, fleeing far away as if its life depended on it. When the vine saw that it couldn't catch up, it didn't waste any time and slowly retracted. What is that thing? The Nethervoid sword didn't stop even after escaping from the clutches of the unknown object. It continued to accelerate for another 10 minutes before coming to a stop. Yuin patted her heaving bosom as she murmured to herself, "What is that thing?" Buzz. The Netheruin sword indicated that it didn't know. Little brat, get up quickly. Why are you still sleeping? Yuin glanced at the half-dead Yin Nuashing lying on the sword and immediately scolded in annoyance. Chapter 25. The crimson moonlight poured down, dyeing the forest, which even sunlight couldn't reach, with a faint crimson hue. A gentle breeze blew, and the surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Nuan, his consciousness gathered in the motes of moonlight and slowly took shape. After a long time, Yin Oshing slowly woke up and opened his eyes in a daze. He looked at the bonfire not far away, then at the crimson moon hanging in the sky, then at Yin, who was sitting cross-legged beside the bonfire. His eyes were filled with confusion. Lowering his head, Yin Nuoshing saw the Netherworld ruin sword placed horizontally across his chest. A faint purple light swirled around the Netherworld ruin sword and flowed into his chest through the place where the two weapons touched, nourishing his almost exhausted soul. "Little brat, you're awake?" Mei Mao slowly opened her eyes. Hearing a slight sound, Yuan turned her head and saw that Yin Nuoshing was in a daze, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The Netherworld ruin sword also trembled slightly to express its joy. Shaking his aching head, Yin Nuoshing scanned his surroundings and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" "The outskirts of the ghost forest. The campsite set up by humans, demons, and beasts." Yuan waved her jade-like hand and wiped the space in front of her. After that, Yin Nuoshing saw that the space fluctuated slightly. On the flat ground that was originally empty, there were people coming and going. Not far away, there were also some buildings. "Green spiritual vine?" Yin Nuoshing tilted his head in confusion and asked weakly. His pitch-black eyes were a little dazed, and his eyelids almost couldn't help but close a few times. "Sigh." Yuan sighed and walked lightly to his side. She helped him lie down gently and said in a calm voice, "We lost it. That big ape was dragged away by an unknown object. Together with a green spiritual vine, we dragged you back with great difficulty." "Unknown object?" Yin Nuoshing raised his eyebrows when he thought of the huge ape size. How big did it have to be to drag it away? What was this unknown object? Yuan nodded. She raised her jade-like hand, and a memory slowly appeared in the void. After looking at it, Yin Nuoshing couldn't help but be stunned. Although his mind wasn't very clear, he could clearly see the black, unknown object. He felt that it was vaguely familiar. "This is..." Yin Nuoshing frowned. "You recognize this thing?" Seeing that he seemed to have a clue, Yin Nuoshing tested his eyes. At the same time, she muttered, "Yunzes, Yunzes, 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 Yunzes should come a S's." Yu Yin's eyes widened when she saw him take out a book that was a foot long and half a foot thick. She walked over and lifted the cover of the book to take a look. Then she said, "The Encyclopedia of Plants in the God Realm?" "Yes, Uncle Qin gave it to me when I was still in the Qin family. I haven't finished reading it yet." Yin Nuoshing nodded. Then he smiled bitterly. He held the cover and about 1/10 of the book between two fingers. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've only read this much." Yuan rolled her eyes when she heard that. "This book is a little too thick. Luckily, you still have the patience to read it. If it were me, I would have burned it long ago." Yin Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh when he saw her rolling her eyes. Her expression was exactly the same as his when he first saw this book. However, after a long time, he slowly read it. "Ah, I found it." After laughing for a while, the sound of flipping pages suddenly stopped. Yin Nuoshing gently smoothed out the page. Then, he stretched it between the two of them and started reading it with Yuan. The soul-devouring tree had a growth cycle of 100,000 years. Its seeds flowed into the depths of the earth's core along with the magma and grew in the blazing magma. It swam along the earth's veins and absorbed elemental energy. The elemental energy in its mature state was related to the elemental energy it absorbed during its growth. After 1,000,000 years of maturity, it would then float to the surface along the earth's veins. The soul-devouring tree in its infancy only used the fire energy and elemental energy in the earth's core or the original energy in the dragon's veins as raw materials to help it grow. However, once it matured and moved to the surface, its nourishment would change. It would no longer absorb pure energy. What it needed were living souls. The souls of all living things were its best food. Once this tree appeared, the area within a radius of 100 miles would become dead silent. Its roots could extend over 1,000,000 miles, and all living things in the area it covered would become its nourishment. The soul-devouring tree would extend its roots to capture prey and drag them into its trunk. Gradually, it would extract the prey's soul and then throw the cold corpse out. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, it covered almost 30% of the Ghost Chi forest. Until now, there had been no news of such a ferocious creature in the Ghost Chi forest, because those who saw this tree had already disappeared from the world and no longer existed. Then, is there no hope for the 10,000 years green spiritual vine? After reading, Yu-In sighed. Her jade-like hands were on her knees, and her chin was propped up. A trace of disappointment appeared on her pretty face. They had worked so hard to break into this broken place, and finally saw the 10,000 years green spiritual vine, but it was taken away by the soul-devouring tree. That might not be the case. Yin Nuashing shook his head and said, the 10,000 years green spiritual vine is also a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It might not be taken care of by the soul-devouring tree so quickly. During this period of time, let's see if we can think of a way to uproot it. Then we can take the green spiritual vine away. Uproot it. Yin's cheeks twitched. Her jade-like hand gave him a knock on the head and said, that's the soul-devouring tree. It takes 1,000,000 years to mature. Even a pig can become a super expert if given 1,000,000 years, let alone this kind of thing that is born from the spirit of heaven and earth. Playing with it, are you out of your mind? I'm just saying. I suggested a feasible method. Yin Nuashing rubbed his head in grievance. His eyes looked at her with hidden bitterness. You don't have to knock me even if I said something wrong, right? Then what else can we do? Give up on the green spiritual vine? It's not so easy to find this thing. It's not like it's a weed that grows on the ground. Let's rationally think of other ways. There's no need to rush over and fight to the death with a strange tree that controls a small part of the Ghost Chi forest. Moreover, it's a god-level tree. I can't think of that. You're brainless. And I can see that. You go out for a walk. Let me think. Yu-In helplessly pulled Yin Nuashing up, and with a gentle slap, she pushed him out of the room. So violent. I'm a patient. Looking at the space behind him that was slowly closing, Yin Nuashing muttered. He scratched his head and habitually took out his hat and put on his head. The moonlight at night was very bright. It was much brighter than the sun's rays. One could clearly see the surroundings on the streets without any lights. Among the people walking on the streets, many had the characteristics of magical beasts. They were obviously not humans. People of all shapes and sizes walked around. Most of the magical beasts could not transform into human form so easily. Thus, they still retained some of the characteristics of the magical beasts. It was the same for the magical beasts. The magical beasts were born as humans, but they retained a small part of the magical beast characteristics. The magical beasts, on the other hand, were magical beasts, especially those special magical beasts that could transform into human form. Both of them had a common characteristic. They were both evolving into humans. The only difference was that the former was more like humans, while the latter was more like beasts. There were more people from the magical beasts and magical beasts on the streets. After all, in this ancient forest, the proportion of humans was probably less than 1/10 of the population. However, all of them had a strong aura. When they stood on the streets, the majestic aura that leaked out made the people around them involuntarily stay away. That aura was oppressive and suffocating. Yin Nuashing walked on the streets with small steps. From time to time, he would lower the brim of his hat, afraid that someone would see him. Although it was called a campsite, it was actually a miniature version of a city. The streets were paved with gravel without floor tiles. The small stalls along the streets displayed a dazzling array of goods. Some of them even emitted a tempting glow that attracted the eyes. In this small city, there was a small restaurant, a 2-story hotel, and a few larger shops. Everything was available. The three races can get along peacefully, Yin Nuashing muttered in his heart. In his impression, the humans, the magical beasts, and the magical beasts were all at odds with each other. It was already very difficult for them not to fight each other when they met. Now, They were actually working together to build a stronghold. This made him a little puzzled. In the realm of the gods, there were actually not many magical beasts in the land occupied by the humans. There were large areas of barren land. In fact, there were many magical beasts and magical beasts lurking in the forests around the cities that had been inhabited for a long time. It was very dangerous. Yin Nuashing walked directly into a small, remote shop. There were rows of quaint cabinets in the shop. A faint medicinal fragrance leaked out from the cabinets. This seemed to be a pharmacy. There was only a young man in white sitting behind the counter with an ancient book in his hand. His expression was a little cold. The sound of light footsteps entered the ears of the young man in white, causing him to slowly raise his head. When he saw Yun Nuashing, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. After a while, the coldness on his face gradually disappeared. He casually closed the book and placed it on the counter. Then he walked up to Yin Nuashing and asked indifferently, "What do you need?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. He glanced at the young man and felt a little strange. The latter's tone did not sound like he was doing business. Information about this area. Yin Nuashing did not pay attention to the young man's strange tone. He took out a small bag of gold coins from his pendant and placed it in the young man's hand. Then he said in a hoarse voice. His hat was pulled down very low, so no one could see his face clearly. Casually putting away the money pouch, the young man nodded his head and said, "This campsite was once a desolate land left behind by the war. The ghastly forest has a strange energy that will assimilate the surrounding forest into a part of itself. However, the remnant energy of this battlefield has blocked the assimilation effect of the ghastly forest. This is the only pure land in the ghastly forest." The situation here was also brought out by the people who came in. Since it was discovered, there were people who took over this place. At first, it was only the human clan who took over. Over time, the Beast clan and the Demon clan were also jointly established by the human clan, the Demon clan, and the Beast clan. It became a resting place for many cultivators who entered the Ghost Chi Forest. The human clan's Liao clan is the ruler and has guarded this land for generations. Liao clan. Thousands of years ago, the human clan who created this land guarded the Liao clan of the Fallen Stars City. It's located at the eastern edge of the Ghost Chi Forest. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and secretly memorized this clan. Then, she asked, "Has there been anything special in the Ghost Chi Forest recently? Other than an inexplicable fire 3 days ago that burned a small part of the cold Chi Forest to ashes, there's nothing special." The young man in white stretched out his finger and tapped the counter with his fingernail. After thinking for a moment, he said, Hearing this, Yin Nuashing's cheeks couldn't help but tremble. Other than that, the Ape King in the cold Chi Forest seems to have disappeared. Someone said that they saw it fighting with 2 people and escaping with injuries. The maze of the 3rd layer of the fog forest seems to have been accidentally activated by someone. Now, it's impossible to enter and leave that place. The young man in white nodded and continued speaking. His voice was still calm. "If there's something big, I think everyone knows about it. The guardian of the Ghost Chi Forest seems to have awakened. As for what this guardian is," the young man shook his head. He didn't seem to know what it was. "Guardian?" Yin Nuashing frowned. However, when she saw that the young man didn't know, she could only sigh. After casually chatting for a while, Yin Nuashing thanked the young man and walked toward the door of the store. The young man also sat down behind the counter again. His eyes were fixed on Yin Nuashing. When the former walked out of the store, a hint of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment before his eyes became calm again. After leaving the somewhat strange pharmacy, Yin Nuashing wandered around the streets for a while. She didn't hurry to return to Yu Yin's place. Instead, she found a passable restaurant. The so-called guardian made her very curious. As soon as she stepped into the restaurant, many people looked at her in unison. When they saw that Yin Nuashing was wearing a strange hat, they revealed strange expressions. However, they didn't say anything. After all, most of the people who could come here weren't simple. Ignoring the gazes, Yin Nuashing casually found a seat by the window on the 2nd floor and sat down. Her soul quietly merged into the void and covered the entire restaurant. Who is that person? What a strange outfit. Is he also a human? He can't be a demon, right? Could he be a beast? When she heard a group of voices that were suspecting her identity, Yin Nuoxing's hand that was holding the teacup trembled unconsciously. She frowned. She didn't like hearing these voices. Letting out a sigh, Yin Nuoxing shook his head. Taking a sip of tea, his soul perception quietly spread out. Following that, the feedback he received was the soft whispers of many people. However, there was no topic that he wanted to hear. Furthermore, the topic had not moved away from him. Everyone was still trying to guess his identity. After a while, the topic finally shifted away from her. Everyone was talking about the 3 things that happened in the ghost forest. The forest was burned, the Ape King was defeated and fled, and the formation of the dense fog forest was opened. 2 of the things that happened were caused by Yin Nuoxing. She felt a little uneasy when she heard it, but she didn't show it. It said that the Ape King was defeated by a young girl. At that time, someone happened to see the young girl with a huge bow and arrow. She broke the Ape King's arm with a single arrow. Hiss! What level of bow and arrow is that? It has to be at least a magic tool of the magic level to be able to do such a thing. Moreover, according to the Ape King, the element that the young girl controls is the light element. It can't be. The rarest element in the world actually appeared in a place like this. It said that the young girl was dressed in black. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her appearance was devastatingly beautiful. Her charm was unparalleled. She immediately charmed everyone who saw her and said that they would marry no one but her. I wonder where the beauty is now. Crack! Yin Nuoxing's hands were trembling, and the teacup made a slight cracking sound. Her eyes were about to spit fire, and her silver-white teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. Damn it! Everyone is calling her a young girl. Are you kidding me? I'm a man. Damn it! Moreover, when she heard that sentence, she couldn't help but imagine herself being hugged by a man. Just thinking about it gave her a few layers of goosebumps. That scene was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to look at it directly. Dressed in black? Everyone was stunned and seemed to have thought of something. Their gazes all turned to Yin Nuoxing, who was by the window on the 2nd floor, and carefully sized her up. Crack! Feeling a group of gazes shifting over, Yin Nuoxing's face flushed red. She slightly exerted some force in her palm, and the teacup shattered faster. At the same time, her mentality began to collapse. She looked a little like her. Someone clapped and said, "Damn you!" Yin Nuoxing roared in his heart. Her skin is like congealed fat, and her body is graceful. That hat accentuates her mystery, and one can't help but want to explore further. Damn you! Yin Nuoxing roared in his heart, and his mentality was collapsing faster. Her aura is delicate, and her charm is unparalleled. I dare to say that even if she isn't that girl, she is still a beauty. Damn you! Yin Nuoxing wanted to cry. What do you mean by her aura is delicate? I'm just a little exhausted. He wanted to die now because he felt that almost everyone in the restaurant was looking at him, and he couldn't wait to leave immediately. Of course, if he left now, something would definitely happen. He could only endure it and not think about anything. At the same time, he poured out some essence force to stick the teacup that was about to shatter, so that he wouldn't crush it. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself. Now, he needed to do something and say something to calm himself down. Chapter 26. Even though she had caused some commotion in the restaurant, no one dared to act recklessly. Those who were able to come here were all people with some skill and wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. In this place where crooks mixed in with the honest folk, everyone was on guard against each other, especially when they saw that sweet and graceful figure who seemed to be the girl who possessed the light element, according to rumors. Such a person couldn't be provoked. She was a powerhouse who could even beat the Ape King of the immortal stage into fleeing. If they went over, wouldn't they be sticking their faces out for her to slap? Of course, Yin Nuoxing forced himself not to think too much about it. But from time to time, he would hear the words, "young lady," which made him want to reincarnate immediately. But he strangled it in the cradle. Although he could choose to leave immediately, he still wanted to listen to the information about the guardian of the ghastly forest. After all, asking the two of them to destroy the infamous soul-devouring tree with a single sword strike was not appropriate no matter how he thought about it. Maybe they wouldn't even be able to move a leaf, and the two of them would die in body and soul, and then become another nourishment for the tree. Yin Nuoxing didn't know how powerful the Netherworld Ruin Sword was. The power of this great figure who ranked first in the divine weapon ranking. Divine sword record was also a thing of the past. Muingzi said that it was already useless and could only use less than 1/1000th of its energy. Using it to deal with the soul-devouring tree didn't seem to work. Although he wanted to find help, this idea was rejected by Yin Nuoxing before it rose to his head. After all, without some relationship or benefit, who would risk their lives to help you for no reason? People who had reached that level of strength, their lives were precious. Among the people that Yin Nuoxing knew, there was no one who was that strong. Although it was cruel, it was the truth. So, if he couldn't find the person, then he should be able to find the object, right? He didn't think that the guardian would be a person. Since it was also in the ghastly forest, it was most likely a heaven and earth wonder that had lived for an unknown period of time. Maybe it had even evolved its own intelligence. If he could get its help, it wouldn't be difficult to eradicate the soul-devouring tree. As a public nuisance of the forest, many creatures probably wanted to get rid of it, and they could also get the 10,000 years green spiritual vine, killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. The only pity was that Yin Nuoxing now only knew that the guardian had been revived, but she didn't know where it was. Even so, it was impossible to find it. It would take at least a decade or so to search the entire ghost forest. And by that time, the 10,000-year green spiritual vine would have been completely digested. If he made such a choice, then he might as well directly guard the auction house. Moreover, if he really overturned the Goski forest, then it was inevitable that he would come into contact with the soul-devouring tree. At that time, the lightest consequence would be being captured. The lightest consequence would be to flee with heavy injuries, and the most severe consequence would be to directly have his soul dispersed. No matter which choice it was very cruel. Yin Nuoxing had what element in her body, but it wasn't pure enough and couldn't be of much use. Furthermore, the evil spirit eye and soul detection were greatly restricted by the natural terrain here. Although they could be of some help, they weren't of much use. To be able to sense the green spiritual vine was a miracle. Sigh, how annoying. Yin Nuoxing sighed. No matter how he thought about it, he was still missing a coordinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here to torture his ears and mind. Suddenly, the restaurant became a lot quieter. Yin Nuoxing was taken aback for a moment. Thinking back, he could not help but turn pale. He had subconsciously used a female voice to sigh. That was the voice he used to deal with Shinran back in Fire Cloud Palace. What was her evaluation again? It was like the sound of nature. When he reacted, he looked downstairs in surprise and could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He never expected that a gentle sigh would attract attention. Sigh, she's looking over. What beautiful eyes. They're like the stars in the sky. Her side profile is also beautiful. I wonder how devastatingly beautiful she would be if you were to look at her from the front. Brother, why don't you go up and have a chat with the beauty? Who knows, you might even get intimate with her. You're asking for a beating. Sigh, brothers, don't be smitten. I'm a man. No matter how much I want to get intimate with her, I won't get intimate with you. Yin Nuoxing grumbled inwardly. He did not dare make a sound. Yin Nuoxing sighed once again. He propped up his chin with one hand and looked out the window in boredom. He held a teacup in his hand and gently swirled it. He was determined not to leave until he heard the news. Everything else had nothing to do with him. This beautiful fairy, could it be that you have something on your mind? Can you tell me so that I can help you resolve your worries? Just as he said that everything had nothing to do with him, someone came. Yin Nuoxing nearly suffocated to death. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and did not move. He glanced sideways and used his evil spirit eye to silently circulate. Through the brim of his hat, he looked at the person standing in front of him. It was a man. However, it was to be expected. He looked very young, around 20 years old. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an elegant and unrestrained feeling. The man in white was very handsome, but there was also a hint of femininity in his handsomeness. His thin lips had always been hanging in a beautiful arc, and his warm smile was like the spring breeze, which had a lot of lethality to some inexperienced girls. Of course, the most shocking thing was not the man's appearance, but his chest. There was a large Liao character drawn on his white clothes. It clearly showed his identity and made him seem more powerful. Could that person be the Liao family's young master, Liao Ming? The Liao family is so assured to put him in such a dangerous place. Aren't they afraid that something will happen to him? It's rumored that Liao Ming's talent is monstrous. He's not even 20 years old, and his cultivation has already reached the second extreme of the mortal stage. His future achievements are limitless. Although his cultivation is not bad, in front of this fairy who injured the Ape King with a single arrow, he still has to fall. It seemed like there were already people who thought that Yun Nuoxing was the one who injured the Ape King. Although that was the truth, could it really be her? It's hard to say. It's said that the young girl used a very powerful weapon. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Ape King. Yun Nuoxing was indifferent. She didn't want to talk, so she directly ignored him. After 5 minutes, she still didn't see Liao Ming retreat. Only then did she secretly sigh and gently open her red lips. Her ethereal voice made everyone present intoxicated. No need. Liao Ming was very embarrassed. It was probably the first time in his life that he was rejected by a young girl. He was suddenly at a loss. I already said that this brat can't do it. His strength is passable, but the fairy doesn't even put him in her eyes. He's really asking for a snub. Just looking at his gigolo face makes me unhappy. He deserves to be rejected. In the restaurant, when they saw this result, everyone rejoiced in his misfortune and laughed while holding their stomachs. Fairy, if you have any difficulties, you can tell us. All of us can help you solve it. Liao Ming calmed down the awkwardness in his heart and continued to speak without giving up, dragging everyone into it. Yun Nuoxing was still looking out the window. She looked unmoved, causing the laughter in the restaurant to become even louder. This idiot, Yun Nuoxing muttered in her heart and rolled her eyes. However, on second thought, she felt that this idiot had some value. As the young master of the guardian family of the camp, he might know some secret information. Therefore, after leaving Liao Ming out for another 5 minutes, Yun Nuoxing waited until he couldn't maintain a smile, then slowly opened her mouth. Her words were limited, and her words were short. It felt like she cherished her words like gold. Guardian. Hearing these 3 words, the hall immediately quieted down. Everyone was a little restless in their hearts. No one knew what they were thinking. The man in white was also stunned. It seemed like what the young man said was true. Almost everyone knew about this matter recently. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a reaction. Swirling the teacup in her hand, Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Liao Ming indifferently with her dark eyes. Then, she slowly lowered her head, took another sip of tea, and sighed. After a long time, Liao Ming frowned and said, "Rumor has it that the guardian of the ghost forest is actually a tree king that has lived for God knows how many years. It takes root in the very center of the chill forest, and its branches extend hundreds of thousands of miles. Endless clear air circulates, and its vitality is limitless." After Liao Ming finished speaking, he looked at Yun Nuoxing with a hopeful expression. Actually, this ancient tree is going to wake up soon. It once fell into a deep sleep. It seems like something appeared in the forest, forcing it to temporarily hide and store its energy. Now that it's awake, it's probably going to get rid of that thing. After Liao Ming finished speaking, his eyes were filled with hope as he looked at Yun Nuoxing with a fawning look. After hearing this, everyone in the restaurant clicked their tongues in amazement. They didn't expect that the legendary guardian was actually a tree. Then, they were a little shocked. To be able to make this divine tree that controlled the entire ghastly forest retreat, just how terrifying was this thing? Yun Nuoxing was silent. This was exactly what she thought. Thinking about it, The only thing that can make the guardian retreat is that soul-devouring tree. I'm so excited about the competition between the two ancient trees. Where? Yin Nuashing continued to use a female voice. She was still as taciturn as before. The first level of the ghost forest, in the very center of the chill forest. It's roughly northeast of the campsite, Liao Ming said gently. Soul-devouring tree. Yin Nuashing asked another question. Liao Ming's answer was similar to what she remembered. However, it was much more ferocious than what she remembered. It seemed that there was a person at the god and underworld level who was killed. The soul-devouring tree also left behind a remnant soul of the soul that was devoured and evolved into the second level, the soul forest. There were many wandering souls that evolved into evil spirits and resentful spirits because of the resentment they had when they were alive. They indiscriminately attacked any living being that entered. Although there were some discrepancies with what she saw, Yin Nuashing wasn't too surprised. It wasn't a big deal for some strange changes to the living beings of heaven and earth. If there were no accidents on this trip, she should be able to solve the problem and get the 10,000-year green spiritual vine. However, how could she make the ancient tree attack the soul-devouring tree on its own? Unless it had its own spiritual intelligence, there was no way to communicate with it. It wasn't enough to just have an autonomous defense function. If she chose to let the soul-devouring tree attack the ancient tree and then activate its defense, it seemed impossible. She reckoned that it would be killed as soon as it got close. I'll think about it slowly on the way. Yin Nuashing sighed in her heart. She pressed down on her hat and got up to leave. When she passed by Liao Ming, she said softly, "Thank you." Liao Ming was so mesmerized by this voice that he lost his soul. It was as if his brain was flooded with water. Without thinking, he directly reached out and grabbed Yin Nuashing's arm, murmuring, "This fairy." When he reacted, he saw that his sinful right hand was tightly holding Yin Nuashing's white wrist, and the latter had stopped. He suddenly screamed in his heart, "It's over." Yin Nuashing stopped and slowly turned her head. On her calm face, there was suddenly an incomparably beautiful smile that stunned everyone at this moment. Liao Ming's face turned red with a swoosh, and his heart suddenly accelerated. Before everyone could react, that sunny face turned as black as coal in an instant. That smile with a little bit of darkness made Liao Ming, who was the first to recover, tremble. Boom! A bright golden light suddenly bloomed and turned into a golden palm. The dazzling golden light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. That palm sent Liao Ming flying like a fly, leaving a human-shaped hole in the roof of the restaurant. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. "Are you looking for a beating?" Yin Nuashing was angry and left behind a sentence that was still very crisp. She patted her arm, and then her figure trembled and disappeared, leaving behind a group of stunned people. "Light? I saw light. That's the most mysterious light element. It's really that girl. Heavens, she's only 14 or 15 years old, and she's already at the peak of the mortal level. Her talent is almost abnormal. Poor Liao family's young master. She didn't even like him, but he was still anxious. Serves him right, serves him right. She probably just wanted to get the information. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered to deal with him." Sigh. Women changed their faces like flipping a book. In the restaurant, everyone was staring at each other. That glimpse just now allowed them to get a lot of information. They couldn't help but be shocked. The fairy was actually looking for the guardian of the ghost forest. It seemed like there would be a good show to watch in the next few days. After a long while, Liao Ming, who had been slapped away, staggered back. His robe was in tatters, and his handsome face was bleeding from his nose. There were bruises all over his face, and there was a big bump on his forehead. He looked completely disfigured. The gentle and elegant aura had disappeared, and he looked like a homeless man who had been beaten up. "Where's that fairy?" Although he was in a very sorry state and was seriously injured, Liao Ming still tried his best to ask in a warm voice. His voice was trembling, and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. It was unknown what kind of heavy blow he had suffered. Everyone in the restaurant rolled their eyes at him and ignored him. They thought that he had blasphemed the fairy in their hearts and were very unhappy. "She's gone. She just sent you flying with a slap. However, someone still said it, and his voice was full of complaints. Liao Ming patted his face and couldn't help but touch his palm with his fingers. He smiled foolishly and looked very happy. He murmured, soft as if it's boneless, nice to the touch. Hearing this, everyone in the restaurant frowned. After a while, their faces were gloomy with a hint of viciousness. Damn it, let's go and kill this gigolo. Oh, gigolo, you're very arrogant. Damn it, don't even think about walking out of here today. Yes, I'll let you walk out holding the wall. I'm from the Liao family, stop. No, don't hit my face. No, please. Please don't hit my face. Don't hit him too hard. At this time, Yin Nuoxing, who was watching from 100 meters away, couldn't help but send a message. Everyone was stunned. They put away their weapons unhappily and kicked him angrily. They also knew who the voice belonged to. Liao Ming, who was suddenly rescued, had an intoxicated look on his face, as if he had no regrets in this life. However, before Liao Ming could make a sound of praise, Yin Nuoxing said with a smile, "Keep him alive. I don't know anything else. Oh, I don't like that face of his. Help me hit him a few times." The restaurant was stunned for a moment. Everyone looked at their weapons and then looked at Liao Ming. Suddenly, a murderous aura burst out. Liao Ming sensed the dangerous aura, and his face suddenly turned pale. "Let's go, continue to hit him. Kill this gigolo. Leave a spot on his face. Let me do it. Kill you, you bastard. On my face." Liao Ming screamed. "Am I too bad?" Yin Nuoxing, who was a distance away, touched her neck and muttered to herself when she heard the fierce fighting. "Who cares?" Yin Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Then, she skipped toward Yuan. She looked exactly like a little girl, and the people on the street were dumbfounded. As soon as he returned to the barrier, he saw Yuan lying on the ground and hammering the ground with her lily-white hands. She was laughing so hard that her body was trembling and tears were flowing out of her eyes. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. However, before he could say anything, Yuan said something that made his face turn ashen. "Little brat, you still dare to say, you're not a little girl. Aha, you're a black-bellied little witch. Aha, you're even happier than Shinron." Yin Nuoxing's face darkened, and she hit her head hard. Chapter 27. Aha, little sister Uxin, how's being a girl? Is it fun? Yuan laughed as she jumped up. She pulled Yin Nuoxing over, took off his hat, and rubbed his head with her jade-like hands. "Not good." Yin Nuoxing gritted his teeth and shook off that slender hand unhappily. "But I can see that you're enjoying it. I'm forced by the situation and can't help it." Yin Nuoxing broke down and roared out crazily. "Really?" Yuan pinched his cheeks with a smile and asked. Yin Nuoxing was so angry that his entire body trembled. He rolled his eyes, and his teeth kept chattering, but he didn't say anything for a long time. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing that Yin Nuoxing was flustered and exasperated, Yuan let go of him in satisfaction and asked, "How was it? Did you hear any important news?" "Guardians, ancient trees, northeast of the camp," Yin Nuoxing said fiercely. However, he didn't change his state of being a man of few words, which made Yuan burst into laughter again. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her. He didn't have the energy to refute anything. He ignored that pleasant laughter and continued to tell her the news that he had just heard. "Oh, Guardian's ancient trees. It should be a spectacular sight to see two big trees fighting." Hearing Yin Nuoxing's report, Yu Yin's eyes flashed with surprise. Then she smiled faintly. Her excited look made Yin Nuoxing sigh directly. But the problem is how to get the Guardians to help. Moreover, it said that it's currently awakening and hasn't fully awakened. We might not be able to see it even if we go." Yin Nuoxing nodded and said weakly, "There will be a way when the time comes." Yuan stuck out her chest and placed her hands on her slender waist. She smiled and said, "Moreover, how do you know that the big ancient tree is really currently awakening? Did the person who told you this see it with his own eyes?" I don't know." Yin Nuoxing shook his head. "That's right. Let's rest for the night. Tomorrow?" Yin Nuoxing quickly asked when she stopped talking. "Let's go shopping and eat." Yuin snorted, and then Yin Nuoxing's face twitched as she continued to ask. We'll talk about it later. When Yin Nuoxing returned to Yu Yin's place, the news of the light elemental goddess appearance in the camp spread. At the same time, the news of the Liao family's young master being beaten up also spread. Everyone was shocked. This was the camp under the control of the Liao family. In this place, no matter if it was the human race, the monster race, or the beast race, they would all restrain themselves a lot. To be able to manage a pure land in this dreaded place, it was enough to see their strength. However, there were still people who dared to find trouble with them. This was simply inconceivable. However, when they heard the whole story, they observed 3 seconds of silence for Liao Ming. Encountering such a powerhouse, he could only blame himself for being impulsive. Who told him to be stupid? Even the Liao family didn't want to provoke a powerhouse who could seriously injure the Ape King in one strike. Therefore, this time, they could only let Liao Ming swallow the bitter fruit. At the same time, everyone was preparing, hoping to follow in the footsteps of the goddess and see if they could get any benefits from the protector tree at this time. Many people were also looking for the figure of the girl, hoping to catch a glimpse of her appearance. Not long after everyone's anticipation, the main character appeared. She was dressed in black. Half of her immortal face was covered by a playful black hat. Her soft black hair stretched past her delicate butt and hung down to her legs. Swaying in the wind, she was mysterious and beautiful, and beside her, there was an additional fiery red figure that was equally stunning. Her body was tall, and her body was graceful. Anna's figure swayed under the sun with youthful vitality. Her skin was like autumn water, and her bones were like jade. Her face was lively and cheerful, forming a sharp contrast with the mysterious Yun Nuoxing beside her. The immortal has come out. But who is that girl next to her? She's also very beautiful. Cough, love-struck fool. Stop looking. No matter how much you look, she won't even glance at you. Even so, it's still nice to look at. I wonder if she came out this time to look for the tree of God. Although the discussion was very soft, it was still clearly heard by Yun Nuoxing. He immediately sighed helplessly. Their mouths were on other people's faces. He could not stop them. Little brat, don't you want to clarify? Yuin covered her mouth and laughed. Let everything go with the wind. Yun Nuoxing sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're addicted to being a girl. Yuin nodded. Everything is fine. Yun Nuoxing murmured to herself as she patted her chest angrily. The two of them found a random restaurant to settle their stomachs before hurriedly leaving. Even Yuin couldn't stand the gazes that followed them. She didn't think that this little brat would be so popular that he would have so many pairs of eyes following him like a shadow. Of course, there were also many pairs of eyes staring at her. The two of them ran out of the campsite as if they were fleeing for their lives. They hurriedly took out the nether void sword, stepped onto it, and sped off into the distance. I finally know why your face turned green. Yuin wiped the cold sweat off her forehead as she said with some trepidation. The gazes that followed her made her feel uncomfortable all over. Everything is fine. Yun Nuoxing was still patting her chest, and she also heaved a huge sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other and smiled silently. Next, follow the northwest direction and find that legendary divine tree. Yun Nuoxing patted the nether void sword and said softly. He was worried that the soul-devouring tree would digest the azure spiritual vine if they stayed too long. Yuin nodded and tidied up her hair that was messed up by the wind. She didn't object. In a lush green world, an enormous ancient tree stood tall on the green ground. Its branches were as thick as an arm and hung down from the tree crown. They took root in the ground and formed small emerald trees. A thin layer of green mist floated in the air within 1,000 meters of the tree. It contained endless vitality. Just a whiff of it would drive away all the exhaustion in one's body. The only strange thing was that this green mist seemed to be mixed with some extremely faint black energy. The shade of the ancient tree was a gorgeous emerald green. Its branches were like jade, and one could faintly see pure emerald energy flowing within them. A gentle breeze blew, full of vitality, under the huge tree a white-haired old man sat upright on a tree root that protruded from the ground. The old man was dressed in an emerald green robe, and his slender white eyebrows hung down to his cheeks. His green eyes stared at the huge tree that reached the sky, and his gaze was somewhat stupefied. The old man sat quietly for a long time. Suddenly, he sensed something. A wisp of vitality surged in his empty eyes. Then, he hurriedly looked to the southwest. There, an extremely familiar aura was rapidly approaching. His wrinkled lips curled up slightly. His snow-white eyebrows trembled as he said to himself with a nostalgic smile, "Old man, it's been so long. Are you here again? I've been waiting for you in this lonely place for a long time." Turning his head, the old man tidied up his slightly messy hair. He looked at the large tree and smiled slightly. It had to be said that the ghost Chi forest covered an extremely large area. It was only the first level, the cold Chi forest, but Yin Nuashing and the others had to fly for a full 3 months to get close to the center. Along the way, they saw the forest change from silver to black, and then from black to silver. It was extremely strange. The 3 months of travel were peaceful. The two of them were cultivating to pass the time. Otherwise, they would have been bored to death on such a long journey. And in these 3 months, Yu-In had successfully leaped from the late stage of the Myriad God Realm to the first transition of the mortal realm. This made Yin Nuashing recall Liao Ming, who was sent flying by his palm. Liao Ming's cultivation was only at the second level of the mortal realm, right? And he was a few years older than Yu-In. From this, it seemed that Yu-Yin's talent was actually quite high. According to her, she was just too lazy in the past. Yin Nuashing shook his head and sighed. If she had been more diligent in the past, her strength might have been about the same as his. Moreover, the fire element she controlled was very pure. At least, it was much purer than the fire element out of the 4 elements he controlled. It was probably about the same purity as the light element. He even felt that it was purer than the light element. That level of fire element surprised him. Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing clenched his fists. He didn't know if it was because he had leveled up too quickly, but he didn't break through to the mortal realm in these 3 months. He was still standing at the peak of the quasi-mortal realm. He didn't even take half a step forward. Who asked you to level up so quickly? You're stuck in the realm. Yu-In wrinkled her nose smugly and teased him. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. He was already frantically suppressing it. It was none of his business if he wanted to level up. That kind of feeling came whenever he wanted, and he couldn't stop it at all. You should condense the elemental energy in your body first. Don't let it leak out. Yu-In gave him advice like a senior and patted his head while she was at it. Empty? Yin Nuashing blinked and looked inside himself. He discovered that the cube of energy circulating in his lower abdomen already had a crystal-like luster. There was more gold in it, followed by red and silver and only a little bit of green. Then, what does the elemental energy in your body look like? Yin Nuashing silently recited the word crystal before asking. It's in a gaseous state and red in color. Yu-In curled her lips and said, "At first, it's a thin mist. After that, it will condense into a complete airflow. After that, it will be gaseous, liquid, ocean, semi-liquid, semi-solid, solid. When it's solid, it doesn't have any luster, just like a stone. Only when it condenses into a crystal will it show the color of its elemental energy. It's brilliant and beautiful. However, this doesn't mean that the higher one's cultivation, the more solid their elemental energy will be. These are all effects that can only be achieved through hard work. Some people with very high cultivation might only be able to condense their elemental energy to the ocean level. Their strength can't be compared to people with lower cultivation who can condense their elemental energy to the semi-solid state. After all, before one's cultivation increases, the amount of energy that one's body can contain is limited. The more solid one's elemental energy is, the more energy one can store when one's cultivation is at the same level. Yu-In waved her small fist at Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing widened his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. He then lowered his head and looked at his lower abdomen. Finally, he waved at Yu-In and pointed at his lower abdomen. Yu-In blinked her beautiful eyes and walked over suspiciously. She placed her jade-like hand on his lower abdomen and sent a trace of divine sense into his body. After a long while, a shrill scream pierced through the sky. Yuin continuously retreated as if she had seen a ghost. Her jade-like hand pointed at Yun Nuoxing, and her beautiful face was filled with horror. Her rosy little mouth opened wide, and after a long while, she spat out 3 words with difficulty. "Pervert! Little brat! How did you do it? Tell me quickly, tell me." After coming back to his senses, Yuin suddenly rushed up and grabbed his shoulder with her jade-like hand. She shook him with all her might, and he almost fainted. "I don't know either. It's like this on its own." Yun Nuoxing was shaken until his head swayed, and he couldn't speak clearly. He almost bit his tongue. "Then I understand why you haven't been able to advance for so long." Yuin calmed down after being shocked for a while. Her slender finger gently flicked his forehead, and she said helplessly, "The energy you need is too large. Otherwise, you won't be able to completely transform it into a crystal. So, in other words, I have to go through a long period of accumulation before I can level up?" Yun Nuoxing continued. "That's right." Yuin nodded and looked at Yun Nuoxing with eyes full of envy and curiosity. The energy contained in a crystal was about 10 times that of a solid. In other words, it required 10 times more energy to condense. There was also a difference of several times below that. Yun Nuoxing was only at the quasi-mortal level, but he had already reached the level of a crystal. "Do you suddenly feel very cold?" Yun Nuoxing suddenly straightened his collar and looked around strangely. "No." Yuin shook her head and said with a smile, "Little brat, you must be thinking too much. There's no cold mist here, so why would you suddenly feel cold? That shouldn't be the case. I suddenly feel very cold. Your body is made up of pure fire elements, so you naturally can't feel normal cold." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said. Then he looked around and slowly turned around. Then he felt very unwell. Yuin looked at his deathly pale face and also turned around abruptly. When she saw it clearly, her beautiful face was suddenly covered by a layer of white. A pitch-black tree root that was several thousand feet wide was dancing in the sky like a wild black dragon. Strange black air currents filled the sky, and when Yun Nuoxing and the others turned around, it suddenly swept toward them quickly. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the silence of the sky. "Wow!" Yun Nuoxing was so scared that his tongue hung out of his mouth. The golden chain wrapped around Yu Yin's slender waist and lifted her up into the air. The tree root swept past the Netherworld ruin sword and broke through the sound barrier with a series of sonic booms. Then it twisted like a python and came to a sudden stop. It then continued to swing toward Yun Nuoxing and the others who had jumped into the air. "Su! Ming!" Yuin gripped the golden chains tightly, dragging out her voice as she screamed. Whoosh! The Netherworld ruin sword trembled slightly and disappeared on the spot. It passed through the chain and forced the 2 of them to turn around and rush down the black tree root. Faint cold air passed through the tree root and into Yun Nuoxing's body, causing him to shudder violently. The space behind him suddenly collapsed, and the pitch-black void was like a sinister, grinning mouth. Whoosh! The Netherworld ruin sword stabilized the 2 of them. A dazzling purplish-black light erupted from its scabbard and transformed into a streak of light that shot into the sky with a series of sharp sonic booms. Seeing that they had escaped, the tree root suddenly paused. It didn't chase after them. Instead, it slowly retreated and buried itself under the ground. "It didn't chase after us." Yun Nuoxing patted his heaving chest and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he looked at the tree root that had retreated back into the ground. He had been scared out of his wits just now. I'm so dizzy," Yuin mumbled as she shook her dizzy head and wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. Bam! Before the 2 of them could catch their breath, a giant black pillar rose from the ground in front of them. Dust flew into the air as cold air filled the air. It was at least 1,000 feet wide and crashed toward Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing like a mountain range. "At least, let me catch my breath." The Netherworld ruined sword didn't panic in the face of the sudden attack. It carried the two of them and dodged nimbly, flying along the mountain range. Yin Nuashing hurriedly pulled out the 8-meter-long sun god bow and threw an 8-colored immortal-grade crystal the size of a fist into the bow. BZZZ. The Netherworld ruined sword transferred purplish-black energy into the bow. Then, it accelerated again, creating a series of sonic booms as it fled. However, this time, the soul-devouring tree seemed determined to catch them. The giant black tree root pierced through space and instantly crossed 1,000 meters to catch up with Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing. Yuin. Sacrificial fire. Yin Nuashing quickly knocked the divine arrow on the bow. 3 types of energy surged out of his body. The dazzling colors spun in the air and surged into the divine arrow. When the divine arrow received this energy, it became even more radiant. The fluctuating energy made even Yin Nuashing's heart skip a beat. Damn it, this is playing with fire. If this energy explodes, the first one to die will be me. Yin Nuashing fiercely swallowed his saliva. At this critical moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He used all his trump cards. However, he didn't use the wood element because the soul-devouring tree itself was wood. It might backfire. Yuin was horrified to see the silver-white elements rushing out of his body and pouring into the divine arrow. Although she wanted to say something, at this critical moment, she couldn't care less. She directly bit her slender finger, and a drop of bright red blood appeared on her slender finger. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, it turned into a demonic blood-red flame. It burned fiercely, and the temperature it emitted made Yin Nuashing, who was a distance away, feel the heat wave on his face. The natal elemental fire could only be activated by using the origin elemental power and even life force. Although it was powerful, it would reduce the purity of the elements. It might even consume a large amount of life force. It might take a long time to recover. But now, the consequences aside, it was more important to stay alive. The moment the blood-red flame appeared, Yu Yin's delicate body immediately tottered. Her face was pale as she waved her hand and transformed into a red beam that shot into the divine arrow. Immediately, the entire golden arrow turned a resplendent bright red. Torrential, fiery red energy surged out of the void. With a thought from Yin Nuashing, a few arrays suddenly rushed out from the top of his head and began spinning around them. These were the elemental conversion arrays that Yin Nuashing had secretly learned in Fire Cloud Palace. With the appearance of these arrays, the energy in the entire sky was converted to fire elemental. It was like a sea of flames was burning as it surged into the arrow. Wherever the arrowhead pointed, there would be minute spatial fluctuations. Su Ming cast aside, widen the distance. Feeling the energy in his body recede like a tide, the corners of Yin Nuashing's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but roar. The blood on his handsome face gradually faded as his hand that was holding the arrow trembled incessantly. Sweat flowed down his forehead like a stream. His vision was constantly wavering, making it impossible for him to locate the arrow. Upon hearing this, the Su Ming sword flashed left and right in an attempt to shake off the tree root. However, the latter was like a maggot that clung to a bone. It couldn't be shaken off at all. It was as large as a mountain. Every time it twisted, it would tear through space. It chased after them at a speed that didn't match its size. There were a few times when it even knocked them down. Motherf asterisk her. Feeling the cold wind sweep past him once again, Yin Nuashing shuddered violently. He roared in exasperation as his arm couldn't hold on any longer. Yuin struggled to walk over, her jade-like hands trembling as she lifted his arm. Boom! Suddenly, from another piece of land, a jade-green tree root rushed into the sky. Like another mountain range, it wrapped around the Black Mountain Range and forcefully pulled in place. Guardian. Chapter 28. Yin Nuashing was overjoyed by the sudden turn of events. He didn't think too much about it as he opened his evil spirit eye and aimed the arrow at the roots of the soul-devouring tree that was connected to the ground. He roared into the sky and released the divine arrow. Clang! The surrounding space trembled slightly as the divine arrow turned into a dazzling 8-colored shooting star, leaving an 8-colored trail behind it. In an instant, it was as if space had been teleported, directly appearing on the ground and shooting towards the roots of the Black Mountain Range. The Green Mountain Range left streaks of green runes on the roots of the black tree, completely sealing off the surrounding space. Then, it turned around and fled back into the ground. At this moment, the Nether Void Sword also sped up and fled with all its might. Boom! The power of the arrow spread out in the form of an explosion. A storm of flames thousands of feet wide connected the heavens and the earth like a miracle at this moment. It was as if 1,000 suns had exploded on the ground, turning everything within 10,000 miles into a barren land. An unparalleled storm of energy swept out, flipping the earth upside down. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the earth was shaved dozens of meters deep. Abyssal cracks that were hundreds of meters wide extended to the end of one's line of sight like a spiderweb. Booms that sounded like waves and thunder reverberated between heaven and earth. The violent energy swept out for more than 10 minutes, and the tiny cracks in space began to heal. The storm of energy gradually dissipated, revealing the devastated earth. A bottomless pit thousands of feet wide was revealed, as if it led straight to the core of the earth. Wong! The Nether Void Sword hurriedly trembled because above the pit there was a huge black dragon that was connected to the earth. It was as huge as a mountain range, and it didn't fall, cough. Wah! Yin Nuashing sat limply on the Nether Void Sword, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. His dark eyes trembled, and his pitch-black hair faded to a snow-white color. His handsome face was full of decadence. Did I cross too many realms? It actually didn't move in the slightest. Yin Nuashing muttered. He was confident that if an enormous ape was struck by this attack, then it would definitely be obliterated. However, he never imagined that it would actually be completely ineffective against a mere root of the Soul Eater tree. Little brat. Yu Yin staggered and fell to the ground. Yin Nuashing hurriedly reached out to support her and held her in her arms. With trembling hands, she took out a pill and stuffed it into Yu Yin's little mouth. She also quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. Su Ming, run, run, run. Yin Nuashing shouted herself hoarse. She had to muster every ounce of strength in her body to utter those words. When a Nether Void Sword heard this, it hurriedly swung its sword. However, it had expended too much energy and couldn't maintain its speed. It wobbled into the distance. Why didn't it catch up? Yin Nuashing looked at the motionless, soul-devouring tree in astonishment. She was a little confused. Boom! The ground beneath him suddenly burst open, and a jade-green tree root rushed into the sky like a giant dragon. It wrapped around the unmoving black tree root and twisted with force. Bam! Jade-green runes quickly lit up on the surface of the gigantic black tree root. Then, the entire tree root was instantly reduced to ashes. Not even a scrap was left behind. The jade-green mountain range that had taken care of the soul-devouring tree circled in front of Yin Nuashing and pointed in a direction. It seemed to be pointing somewhere, and then it retreated back into the ground. Yin Nuashing looked in that direction and shook his head. He forced himself to be alert and flew over with difficulty on the Nether Void Sword. He had to find a safe place before he fainted. The surrounding cold mist gradually thinned, and the temperature slowly rose. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding trees were all green. Moreover, the further they went, the darker the green became. It was slowly turning into a jade-green color. The air was overflowing with vitality, and even the air seemed to be very lively. In the horizon of this jade-green world, a streak of light suddenly flashed as fast as lightning and fell to the ground. The two people on the sword also fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Just as his body came into contact with the jade-green ground, Yin Nuashing's eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly felt the feeling of powerlessness in his body rapidly recede. In its place was an indescribable feeling of strength, and he jumped up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Yin Nuashing looked at the jade-green ground in disbelief. The rich vitality flowed into his body from the soles of his feet. His snow-white hair slowly returned to its original ink-black color. The feeling of fatigue was swept away, and when his hair completely returned to its original black color, the feeling of powerlessness also completely disappeared. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath of the vitality and spread his arms out in a slightly intoxicated manner. The cells in his body greedily breathed in, and even the wood element in his body became active. He could faintly feel that it seemed to have become a little denser. The Netherworld ruin sword emitted a faint light, and the rich energy poured into it like a cyclone. In just a moment, the Netherworld ruin sword emitted a powerful aura, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have returned to its normal state. However, what made Yin Nuashing speechless was that as soon as the Netherworld ruin sword returned to its normal state, it directly entered his right forearm. His arm also emitted a faint light, and in just a moment, a lifelike sword pattern appeared on his forearm. Yin Nuashing opened his mouth and looked at the pattern. His cheeks trembled, and in the end, he could only helplessly laugh bitterly. Forget it. He was already used to it. He wasn't the first one. Suddenly thinking of something, Yin Nuashing hurriedly took 2 steps back and turned around. He saw that Yin was still lying on the ground, but the paleness on her beautiful face had receded. It seemed that she was slowly recovering, but she was still unconscious. Using the origin elemental energy had caused her a lot of damage. Rubbing his head, Yin Nuashing helped her up. With a wave of his hand, he condensed the vitality in the surroundings into a thumb-sized jade green pearl and stuffed it into her mouth. The jade green pearl turned into a boundless energy, nourishing her body. The rich vitality turned into a layer of jade green energy that enveloped Yin, and in just a moment, it completely merged into her body. Slowly waking up, Yin and Mei Mao were a little dazed. Looking at the person in front of her, who was gradually becoming clearer, she was a little stunned. When she saw that it was Yin Nuashing, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Yin Nuashing rubbed her hair and said with a smile, "I'm fine." Yin mimicked him and tilted her head. After a moment, she helped him stand up, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" "The territory of the Tree of God, I guess," Yin Nuashing said as he looked at the depths of this green world. The surroundings were filled with emerald green. The dense energy had turned into a mist that floated in the air. The surrounding emerald green branches were covered with emerald green leaves that hung down from the sky and took root on the ground. It was like a small tree, but these seemed to be just the branches of a giant tree. "The tree in the middle," Yin said slowly as she stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. Although her body had recovered a little, it wasn't that easy to recover the vitality and origin elemental energy that she had expended. Even though her body was filled with vitality, she still felt a little weak. In the direction that Yin pointed, her gaze passed through the numerous small trees, all the way to the innermost part. There was a huge tree of unknown size. Wisps of green mist flowed and covered that area, making it look very mysterious. Yin Nuashing nodded and reached out to grab her wrist. Golden light surged from the soles of their feet, and the two of them turned into shadows and rushed over. They landed lightly a few hundred meters away from the roots of the huge tree. Yin Nuashing looked at the tiny green balls of light that filled the sky and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. With his soul strength, he could naturally sense that those floating green balls of light weren't insects, but life energy that had been condensed to the extreme. Tens of thousands of life energy balls were suspended in the air, slowly circling around the huge tree in the middle that seemed to be supporting the heavens and earth. The tree's shade covered the sky and covered the sun. Because it blocked the sun, the place that should have been pitch black was lit up as if it was daytime by the huge tree. Emerald light sprinkled down from the gaps in the tree's shade, and the light, rays visible to the naked eye, formed a curtain of light. This scene was gorgeous and sacred. After being a little absent-minded, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and hurriedly pulled himself together. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence in his heart. He walked side by side with Yin and carefully walked towards the roots of the tree. His pitch-black eyes carried a trace of vigilance as he looked around. Although his soul didn't give him any warning of danger, there was nothing wrong with being a little careful. It only took a few minutes for Yin Nuashing and Yi Ci to cross the distance of a few hundred meters to the bottom of the huge tree. They were less than 10 meters away, and they could even see some of the marks on the emerald tree trunk. When they observed this huge object at such a close distance, the reverence in their hearts couldn't help but become stronger. "Old fellow, long time no see." Just as Yin Nuashing and Yi Ci were staring at the big tree in a daze, a faint laughter filled with the vicissitudes of life came from the side. The voice seemed to come from above their heads, and the nostalgia in it was extremely heavy. The sudden laughter caused Yin Nuashing and Yi Ci to instantly pull their minds back. Then, they turned to the direction of the voice in surprise. They never thought that there would actually be someone here. An old man dressed in emerald green robes slowly descended from the sky and landed on the roots that protruded from the ground. Then, his body gently leaped from the roots and landed lightly in front of Yin Nuashing and Yi Ci. His green eyes locked onto Yin Nuashing. When he saw that incomparably familiar face, a warm current slowly warmed his heart. His heart that had been silent for thousands of years seemed to slowly and rhythmically beat at this moment. Yin Nuashing's expression changed, and he was stunned for a moment. He took a step forward and stood in front of Yin. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly. His voice was respectful as he said, "This junior accidentally entered this place. If I have disturbed old mister, I hope senior will forgive me." It wasn't Yin Nuashing's fault. In his perception, this person and his position didn't seem to exist at all. He was certain that this was definitely the most terrifying person he had ever seen. However, a moment later, he seemed to have thought of something and suppressed the shock in his heart. His eyes swept over Yin Nuashing's body inch by inch. His brows were tightly knitted together, and his shriveled hand gently stroked his beard. A moment later, he paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly raised his head. There was some anger in his old eyes, and his face was tense. Seeing that the old man suddenly became angry, Yin Nuashing was also stunned. He hurriedly pushed Yin back with one hand. He didn't know what to do. Hence, after hesitating for a moment, he glanced at Yin, who was also bowing behind him. He still stood at the same spot, and his posture didn't change, trembling. The old man sighed. The anger on his face slowly receded. In a few seconds, he regained his composure, after which he pulled a kind smile and waved at Yin Nuashing. He smiled and said, "Little fellow, come here." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing and Yin looked at each other, after which they turned their heads and nodded at the old man. They slowly walked over. They didn't think too much. A person of this level could probably kill them with a wave of his hand. Hence, they weren't worried about what this old man wanted to do. If he wanted to kill them, he would have died a few minutes ago. Light flowed in his green eyes. He carefully glanced at Yin Nuashing's face, after which he raised his shriveled arm and gently pressed his finger on his wrist. A dense green energy came out of his fingertip and directly surged into Yin Nuashing's body, who was still in a daze. The green energy only circled around Yin Nuashing's body once before returning to the old man's body. The old man then gently let go of his hand. He glanced at him again and couldn't help but sigh. Things are the same, people are different. He sighed heavily in his heart. A trace of sadness flashed across the old man's green eyes. "Forget it. The way you are now is actually quite good." After silently muttering in his heart, the old man composed himself. He looked at Yin Nuashing, who was tilting his head and couldn't help but be stunned. After which, he smiled and said, "Little fellow, what are you doing here?" Hearing the old man's words, Yin Nuashing quivered. He looked at the old man in front of him and hesitantly told him about the situation. "Oh, so it's like this." After hearing what he said, the old man nodded. He looked at the giant tree root behind him with some disappointment. He then turned his head and looked at Yin Nuashing. His old voice carried a trace of vitality and banter as he said, "That's right. The guardian tree you mentioned is this Glory's will tree, and I am the incarnation of this tree." Incarnation. Yin Nuashing opened his mouth in shock. He didn't say anything for a long time. Although he guessed that these spirit creatures would most likely give birth to their own intelligence, he didn't expect that they would give birth to an incarnation. All spirit creatures had their own consciousness. When their consciousness was strengthened, they would gather intelligence and give birth to their own intelligence. Once they gave birth to their own intelligence, they could cultivate like humans. They could use their own consciousness and continuously temper it. One day, they would be able to condense an incarnation. As long as the original body wasn't destroyed, the incarnation wouldn't be destroyed. However, once the incarnation died, it would return to the original body and cultivate another incarnation. "Senior, can you do me a favor?" Yin Nuashing cupped his hands and asked with some hope. "I know what you want to say. Actually, I will have to solve this matter sooner or later." Chapter 29. The Soul-Devouring Tree. It has a long history, but it actually dares to extend its limbs to my side. The old man patted his robes as his green eyes looked towards the southeast. A chill flashed through his eyes as he sneered. "You're really seeking your own death." Seeing the old man suddenly emit a domineering aura, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. However, due to the other party's strength, she couldn't say anything. "I used to be too lazy to care about you, but now you've barged into my territory." The old man's mouth curled into a cold arc as he gently raised his arm. Under the curious gazes of Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing, he gently clenched his hand in the direction of the entrance. Bang! Following the clenching of his hand, mud and sand suddenly splashed in all directions 100 meters in front of the three people. A huge pitch-black tree branch broke out of the ground. At the same time, dozens of emerald tree roots sprang out from the surrounding ground and tightly wrapped around it. The moment the black tree root was entangled, it began to struggle violently. Waves of dense black gas erupted from it. An aura that was so dense that it was filled with death energy swiftly spread out, causing the light in this jade-green world to dim a little. However, without waiting for the black fog to completely spread out, the lumps of life around the Glories will tree all rushed towards the black fog as if they had been guided. Just as the balls of life rushed into the black fog, a strong suction force erupted and sucked the strange black fog into the balls of light. Tens of thousands of balls of light worked fiercely at the same time. In just a few blinks of an eye, the spreading black fog had completely disappeared. After absorbing so much black chi, the green color of the balls of life didn't decrease in the slightest. They made a circle in the sky, and countless balls of life revolved around the soul, devouring trees' roots like a green vortex. As for the pitch-black tree root, it seemed to have sensed something and began to violently tremble. The jade-green tree root that was binding it also began to tremble slightly. In fact, as the two of them tugged at each other, the latter was even pulled out of the ground a little. The green balls of light also collided with the soul-devouring tree while it was struggling. Every place that the balls of light touched would leave a small green mark, as if the pitch-black tree had been assimilated. Although a single ball of life didn't have much effect, if there were tens of thousands of balls of life, then no matter how big the pitch-black tree root was, it was only a matter of time before it was completely corroded. Break! Seeing that the tree root had been dyed green in a short moment, the old man softly spat out a word. Then, the dozens of emerald tree roots that were entangled around it with force. Boom! The black tree root that had turned into a green color couldn't withstand such a huge force and immediately shattered into pieces, disappearing with the wind. Following the shattering of the pitch-black soul-devouring tree's roots, a long stretch of dust that was 100 feet high suddenly appeared on the green ground. Then, under the astonished gazes of Yin Nuashing and Mu Yuchen, it extended towards the southeast. Suddenly, a cloud of dust flew out from the green area, and spread across the chilling forest. Along the way, it destroyed countless icy trees and some pitch-black trees. The entire ghost forest was like an earthquake. Even the people far away in the camp could feel the tremors. One by one, they flew up to the eaves. They seemed to feel that a huge amount of energy was slowly brewing. The pitch-black energy vortex spiraled in the sky and covered the entire sky. At the bottom of the vortex, a huge black tree suddenly appeared. If Yin Nuashing was present, he would realize that this vortex was the one he saw in the sky when he first entered the ghastly forest. The vortex in the sky slowly rotated. Every time it rotated, it would cause the space to slightly fluctuate. Faintly, there was an unusually pure spiritual energy that spread out. Boom! The tremors that had spread through half of the ghastly forest finally reached the soul-devouring tree. The flying dust stopped a few dozen meters in front of the soul-devouring tree and suddenly exploded. Then, balls of green light filled with vitality directly rushed towards the soul-devouring tree. Buzz! The soul-devouring tree, which was suddenly attacked, was caught off guard as it hurriedly spat out black chi from its trunk and shade in all directions, blocking the rapidly approaching clusters of life light. On the ground, several hundred meters thick pitch-black tree roots suddenly broke out of the ground and soared into the sky. Countless amounts of sand fell from the sky. The black tree roots waved a few times in the sky, sending the green light clusters that were charging overflying, after which the clusters shrank and covered the enormous body of the soul-devouring tree. At the same time, a layer of black-colored energy barrier suddenly spread out, blocking the seemingly endless jade-green light clusters that were charging over. Facing the glorious tree, the true overlord of the forest, there was still a big gap between it and the soul-devouring tree. Although it had been a little tyrannical and unbridled because the former did not pay attention to it, now that the master of the ghastly forest had awakened, it would not have good days ahead. The green balls of light collided with the black barrier and could only leave a faint green mark. Then, smoke rose and the thick wisp of vitality evaporated in an instant, not leaving a trace. Seeing that the corrosion was ineffective, the dark green ball of light turned around and no longer pounced on the energy shield. Instead, it quickly gathered 100 meters above the soul-devouring tree and slowly drew out a mysterious array that covered the entire black land. Buzz! As soon as the array appeared, a terrifying energy with endless vitality spread out in this area. The energy vortex in the sky was also drawn in. The end connected to the soul-devouring tree was actually cut off by the array. The endless energy contained in it was drawn into the array. The surrounding plants seemed to have sensed the overlord of the ghastly forest. The glorious tree's actions were somewhat restless. Emotions that humans could not feel intertwined together, as if they were negotiating something. A moment later, in the huge, ghastly forest, almost all the plants gradually emitted balls of various colors of energy. Some were big and some were small. Some were rich, and some were shallow. As soon as the numerous balls of energy appeared, they paused in the sky for a moment before converging towards the huge emerald green array in the sky. An endless stream of balls of light connected together, like a huge vortex formed by thousands of energy threads. What followed was an almost limitless amount of energy. With such a huge amount of energy being poured in, the emerald light on the array gradually turned into a gorgeous multicolored color. The energy contained in it caused the sky and earth to tremble. From the looks of it, it seemed that the entire ghastly forest subconsciously wanted to eradicate the notorious soul-devouring tree. The huge colorful array hung above the soul-devouring tree. Feeling the energy contained in it, the entire soul-devouring tree couldn't help but tremble. Then, a thick black light emitted from the soul-devouring tree and gathered on the layer of energy barrier, causing the blackness within to become even deeper and more bizarre. Destroy. After the rainbow-colored array in the sky condensed for a moment, a voice that seemed to come from the entire forest slowly descended from the sky. Shortly after, the rainbow-colored array violently trembled, and a rainbow-colored pillar of light that seemed to encompass an area of 100,000 feet in radius blasted into the ground below with the power to destroy the world. Boom! The colorful pillar of light shot straight into the sky, as if it was a trial, dyeing the entire sky in a gorgeous color. The enormous wind pressure exploded, and the sky within a radius of 5,000 kilometers was instantly cleared, leaving not even a trace of a cloud behind. At the same time that the light pillar exploded, almost everyone in the camp at the border of the ghastly forest turned their heads to the northeast. Looking at the light pillar that shot into the sky, a feeling of fear spread through their bodies. Even their souls trembled at this moment. What is that? Rumor has it that the guardian of the ghastly forest is about to awaken. So it's true. I didn't expect it to make such a big move as soon as it woke up. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Even if a high-level god enters, I reckon they will only end up with their body and soul destroyed. There was a lot of discussion in the camp. Some people even boldly flew towards that place, wanted to go over and take a look. Outside the ghastly forest, Liao family. At this moment, the Liao family's head also looked at the energy pillar that shot into the sky. His old face was filled with a dignified expression. The energy contained in the light pillar made even him feel a kind of heartfelt fear. There aren't many things in the ghastly forest that have the ability to produce such a huge amount of energy. Could it be that the Gloriesville tree has come alive? After thinking for a moment, he bitterly smiled and shook his head. Then he sighed in his heart. I hope nothing big will happen. After pacing back and forth in the same place for a moment, the Liao family's head, who couldn't sit still, finally stomped his feet and flew towards the light pillar. The energy light pillar lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. Although the momentum was great, the situation below was not as terrifying as it looked on the surface. At this moment, the black land where the soul-devouring tree once stood had become a gorgeous color. The soul-devouring tree that stood between heaven and earth had disappeared without a trace. On the ground, a group of birds and beasts were lying together with a group of people. Moreover, there was also a huge ape. It was the ape king that was dragged away by the soul-devouring tree that day. However, from the looks of it, it seemed to have been released and had only fainted. Following the disappearance of the soul-devouring tree, all the creatures within it fell out. Not long after they were exposed, a gentle breeze blew past and directly turned them into flying ashes, dissipating into the world. It seemed that their life force and soul had been sucked dry, leaving behind only empty shells. Not far from this group of creatures, an emerald green energy circle spun a few times. The space fluctuated slightly and then dissipated, revealing Yin Nuoxing and the other two. Looking at this colorful place, Yin Nuoxing couldn't see the slightest trace of the soul-devouring tree. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing sucked in a breath of cold air. It's that! Looking up and seeing the huge whirlpool, Yin Nuoxing suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He clearly saw the huge energy whirlpool that day. He didn't expect it to be caused by the soul-devouring tree. 10,000 years green spiritual vine. However, Yin Nuoxing only glanced at the whirlpool in the sky and ignored it. He lowered his head and saw the black giant unconscious on the ground. He also saw the emerald green vine in the latter's hand. He immediately cried out in joy and hurriedly ran over. Little brat, slow down, Yuan helplessly reminded him. Seeing that he was as excited as a child, she couldn't help but smile. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Little girl, wait. The old man, or rather the tree spirit, stroked his beard and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Then, he gently called out to Yuan. Senior, is there anything I can help you with? Yuan turned around and asked curiously. The old man smiled and waved his sleeves gently. A dense emerald green energy emerged from his body and enveloped Yuan. Then, the latter felt that the elemental fire that she had lost was gradually recovering. In just a few seconds, she had returned to her previous state and was even stronger than before. Yuin was stunned. Feeling the burning flames in her body, she smiled happily and cupped her hands at the old man. She smiled and said, "Thank you, sir." The old man smiled and shook his head. He waved his sleeves again, and 5 9-meter-long emerald-like branches flew into Yu Yin's hand. He smiled and said, "Give this to him." Hearing this, Yu Yin nodded and solemnly kept the branches. The old man stared at Yin Nuoxing for a while, then smiled and turned his gaze to Yu Yin. He smiled and said, "All right, I hope you can always accompany him in the future." After saying this, he didn't care about Yu Yin, who had a strange expression on her face because of his words, and slowly walked to the side. Seeing that the old man had said something out of the blue and then ignored them, Yu Yin muttered in her heart. She held a branch with her hands behind her back and slowly walked to Yin Nuoxing. Quietly walking to the side, the old man looked up at the whirlpool in the sky and started walking again. When he reached the bottom of the whirlpool, he lowered his head and squatted down. Then, he used his withered hands to gently dig at the ground. After digging a few centimeters into the ground, the old man came into contact with a hard object. He raised his eyebrows and let out a strange laugh. He took out the object and placed it in his palm. After staring at it for a long time, he sighed and disappeared in a flash. At this time, the huge whirlpool in the sky gradually dissipated. After forcibly pulling the 10,000 years green spiritual vine from the arm of the giant ape, Yin Nuoxing turned his head to look at Yu Yin, who was slowly walking over. He looked around, and when he didn't see the old man who claimed to be the Glorious tree, he couldn't help but ask, "Where's the old man?" Tilting her head, a strand of her long black hair floated down. Yu Yin copied him and shrugged her shoulders. Then, under his helpless gaze, she walked to his side and sat down gently. She took out the emerald branch from her back and placed it in his hand. "This is?" After receiving the branch, Yin Nuoxing was slightly surprised. He felt the wood element in his body become active and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a rich wood element energy! It might be able to increase the purity of the wood element in my body." However, the last sentence was said as softly as a mosquito. Little brat, what did you say?" Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by Yu Yin. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at Yin Nuoxing's silly smile. She immediately moved her but closer to him and whispered with a smirk, "Nothing." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her. He guiltily turned his head away and put away the branch. "Little brat." Yu Yin smiled and put her red lips on his ear. Her lily-white hand gently caressed his handsome face. Her voice was charming and moving as she said with a smirk, "Tell big sister, how many elements do you have in your body?" I'll tell you, okay. It's too close." Yin Nuoxing's body trembled as a warm and fragrant wind blew past his ear. His handsome face flushed red as he clawed at the floor with both hands. He hurriedly retreated a few meters away before shouting, "3, just 3. Yin Nuoxing stretched out 3 trembling fingers and forced a grin. Yu Yin smiled and raised her eyebrows. Her eyes narrowed as she continued to smile. "Which element doesn't count? The wood element isn't very pure, so..." Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and thought as he spoke. Before he could finish, he suddenly screamed. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked. You. Yin Nuoxing's face flushed red as he pointed at Yu Yin in anger and embarrassment. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't say anything for a long time. Little brat, you're really a little brat." Yu Yin helplessly held her forehead. She didn't think that it would be so easy to trick him. She walked a few steps closer and pulled him up from the ground. She said with a bit of displeasure, "Why didn't you tell me? Do you think I'm an outsider?" "About that." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks trembled, and he was so anxious that he broke out in cold sweat. After a moment, he had a flash of inspiration and said with a smile, "I was afraid that it would hurt you if I told you." "Screw you. I won't be hurt by you. I'm a demon." Yu Yin pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at him. "Demon-level talent. You were just a little lazy in the past." Yin Nuoxing helped her say this sentence that he had said countless times before. "Little brat, how dare you steal my lines? You're revolting." Yu Yin heard this and gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand unrestrainedly pinched his face and ravaged it with all her might. I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your lines. I let down my sister and the country. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly as his face hurt from being pinched. TSK. While Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing were fooling around, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon and attracted their attention. When they saw a large group of people rushing over, Yun Nuashing's face instantly turned pale while Yin looked at him strangely. That's a fairy. Oh my god. This was where the soul-devouring tree used to be. Why is it gone? Could have been killed. What? The soul-devouring tree was killed? A fairy? How is that possible? Could it be that she did it? Oh, fairy, I finally see you again. I won't marry anyone but you in this life. Let's cultivate our relationship. Let's grow the purest flowers. Suddenly, a wolf howl came from the horizon, causing everyone to be stunned. They all turned their gazes and saw a young man rushing over from afar in a hurry. This person was the one who was shouting that he would not marry anyone who was not from Yunnuo planet. I won't give up. However, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by the angry crowd and an embarrassed Yun Nuashing. Instantly, they saw a shooting star quickly disappear into the horizon. Oh no, someone is coming. Yun Nuashing's face was ashen. She hurriedly took out a hat and put it on her head. Then, she pulled Yuan and turned to leave. Fairy, please wait, Seeing that they were about to leave, Liao Ming, who was heavily injured and wrapped in bandages, immediately panicked. He stretched out his right hand that could only move on the back of a golden rock and hurriedly shouted. Pervert! Hearing the shout, Yun Nuashing turned around instinctively. When she saw that the person who shouted was Liao Ming, whom she had seen the other day, her face turned even more green. She cursed in a coquettish female voice. Then, she pulled Yuan. With a flash of the light element, the two of them turned into a bright beam of light and rushed into the horizon, leaving behind a group of dazed people. That's the light element. What a fast speed. It's impossible for anyone who isn't a god level to catch up. That's not speed. The fastest speed is infinitely close to the speed of light. Once you reach the god level and become a god, you can break the rules and surpass the speed of light easily. Hiss, surpass the speed of light? At that time, you'll be able to reverse time and space. Seeing Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing leave, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never seen the light element in their lives. It was the rarest element in the world. On the golden rock, the old man standing at the front looked at Liao Ming and shook his head helplessly. Ming, you were rejected. Very thoroughly, without the slightest hesitation. No, father, I believe I still have a chance. Liao Ming clenched his fists and looked at the beautiful figure in the distance with a grin. However, he accidentally pulled on his wound and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. If Yun Nuashing and the others heard this, they would probably receive a golden slap, and Yuan would probably roll on the ground laughing. In passing, she would say, "You're a girl." Chapter 30. News of what happened in the Ghost Forest spread to the outside world within a day. Regardless of whether it was the human race, the demon race, or the beast race, everyone was paying attention to this matter. A heaven-defying goddess had appeared in the human race, and she possessed the legendary light element, defeating the Ape King, destroying the Forbidden Area, and exterminating the soul-devouring tree. The reputation of the dignified Forbidden Area had weakened quite a bit within a day. And the third piece of news also made everyone apprehensive. So it turned out that there was such a dangerous existence in the mysterious Ghost Forest. In this way, the whereabouts of the numerous experts who had mysteriously disappeared had been found. And this also gave a reasonable explanation for the various strange phenomena in the Ghost Forest. Everything was set up by the soul-devouring tree, and it was simply impossible for ordinary people to break through. This time, if it wasn't for Yun Nuashing coincidentally using the Netherworld ruins sword to destroy the spatial folds in the Ghost Forest, the soul-devouring tree probably wouldn't have been awakened, and there wouldn't have been any later events. Moreover, that was a living creature that had inherited the spirituality of heaven and earth. Although it was notorious, it was also protected by the power of heaven and earth. Even if it was a god, they wouldn't dare to casually destroy it, as it would harm the harmony of heaven and earth. Only living creatures of the same level could destroy it without any misgivings. The truth of what happened that day was also understood by everyone, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because the soul-devouring tree was exterminated by the glories will tree, but what made everyone exclaim in surprise wasn't the destruction of the soul-devouring tree, but rather another tree. The glories will tree that was ranked third on the treasure of heaven and earth ranking. Legend has it that a drop of its juice could revive the dead and prolong their life. It was said that it could even save a person's last breath. A leaf could condense one's own energy and increase the purity of the wood element. A branch could go against heaven and earth and change the rules of heaven and earth. Tree roots could replace meridians. Tree rings could see past and present lives. Tree bark was the hardest material. Tree core could replace the heart, and a fruit could defy the heavens and change one's fate, resurrect the dead, awaken a sleeping soul, and even reform a scattered soul, calling it back from the underworld, and so on. In short, it was a treasure tree that was full of treasures. All the experts in the divine world, especially those who were nearing the end of their lifespans, were doing their utmost to find a way to extend their lifespans. The grand elders of the major forces were no exception. They would all risk their lives to find a way to extend their lifespans. Naturally, this tree was also the target of countless people. Unfortunately, many people had spent their entire lives trying to find a way to obtain it, but they were still unable to find a trace of it. To this creature that was almost as old as heaven and earth, the soul-devouring tree was probably no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. The former had existed for an immeasurable amount of time, and people guessed that its strength should not be inferior to a rebirth realm expert. Even so, on the day the news spread, there were still experts who rushed to the Ghost Chi Forest in search of this legendary tree. Although they all knew that they might not be able to survive if they went, they still rushed over like moths to a flame. But the strange thing was that on the day the glories will tree was exposed, it disappeared without a trace. Even Yin Nuashing was unable to find it before she left. The original emerald green land had already transformed into an ordinary earthy yellow color, and the vigorous vitality that pervaded the land had also disappeared. The land within a radius of 10,000 li had become a flat land, as if the glories will tree had never existed. If it wasn't for the emerald leaf on the ground and the 5-9-meter-long branches in Yun Nuashing's pendant, he might have really thought it was just a dream. On the leaf that fell to the ground, there were 4 words written lightly: "We will meet again." Looking at the leaf lying quietly in the palm of her hand, Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin both had strange expressions on their faces. Countless people had turned the Ghost Chi Forest upside down. Now that the soul-devouring tree was gone, the Ghost Chi Forest was no longer dangerous and mysterious in everyone's eyes. Naturally, there wasn't that much fear. However, after everyone searched for close to 2 months without any results, the disturbance gradually subsided. At this time, the ghostly forest had already changed beyond recognition. A dignified, forbidden area of a generation had been stripped to the point that its skin was split open and its flesh was exposed. It was almost naked, and it made people sigh. Only the Death Soul mountain range in the center had not been trampled by people. It was said that a god at the level of a god carelessly stepped into this area, but as soon as he entered, he was blasted into ashes by an indescribable energy. After hearing this news, the impudent people became much more restrained and no longer dared to casually wander around the Ghost Chi Forest. They were afraid that disaster would descend and they would end up with their souls scattered. Only after half a year had passed did the disturbance completely calm down. However, the outside world did not calm down with it. Unable to find the glories will tree, the people who were unwilling to be left out began to search for the legendary goddess. They wanted to see if her valiance was real or not. Of course, there were also many young men who wanted to try their luck and see if they could get close to her. Among them, there were naturally people who wanted to compete and test their own cultivation. Even the vast region could not stop the spread of the news. One person spread to 10, and 10 to 100. In less than half a year, even the other three origin regions, as well as the central divine province, knew that there was such a person in the Sourcepeak region. The people of the Fire God Shrine, Lightning God Shrine, and Xian family all confirmed that this woman was the vague acquaintance they had painstakingly searched for. However, they did not spread the news. They also strictly ordered all the disciples not to say a single word and continue to use that vague side profile as a missing person notice. This was because they knew that if the news were spread, it would bring about serious trouble to the goddess. They were not unscrupulous people and would not provoke a person for no reason. Even so, there were still many people who could tell that the person on the missing person notice was the currently famous Sourcepeak goddess. Immediately, those experts who had nothing better to do became spirited. Every day, in the heavens and the earth, there was no one who did not want to capture the goddess. If they could capture the goddess, they could also make friends with the three major forces. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Since they were recognized, the Fire God Shrine and Lightning God Shrine did not deliberately hide it. They only jointly warned the world that if they hurt even a strand of her hair, it was equivalent to becoming their enemy. It had to be said that the joint name of the two major forces was still very intimidating. At the very least, it intimidated many people who wanted to use unscrupulous means. Although the prize was good, one had to be alive to enjoy it. No one dared to question the strength of the two major temples. However, to everyone's surprise, it didn't take long before the other 7 temples of the 9 Elements Temple announced that they would join the search. Especially the appearance of the Light Temple. It scared the entire divine world to the point that it trembled. The Light God Shrine was the strongest temple of the 9 elemental temples. However, they were very few in number. It was said that they only had less than 100 people. There were only a few elders, but all of them were famous figures in the cultivation world. Everyone in the Light God Shrine possessed the light element. Those 100 or so members were probably the only ones who possessed the light element in the divine world. And their return this time was also very obvious because of the news that the goddess possessed the light element. The 9 elemental temples were originally on good terms. Their ancestors had even gone through life and death together, so they naturally wouldn't be at odds with each other. This time, the Fire God Shrine and Lightning God Shrine had something to do. Even if they didn't ask for help, they would do it themselves. The Xian family also had a good relationship with the 9 elemental temples. Helping them to search for the missing person was an easy task. And the Qin family, who was also one of the 8 great ancient families, also inexplicably joined the search. They said to the outside world, as one of the 8 great ancient families, they should help each other. Actually, only a portion of the Qin family had a good relationship with the Xian family. Furthermore, according to the insider, it was a certain higher-up of the Qin family who wanted to search for the goddess. The world was shocked. The 9 elemental temples and the 2 great ancient families formed a super luxurious lineup. What did they not find? They could practically flip the entire Sourcepeak region upside down, right? And when the outside world was in an uproar, the main character of the storm, the goddess, Yin had disappeared from everyone's sight. No one could find her, including the luxurious 11 Search Alliance. In a tranquil mountainous region, towering trees were swaying in the wind, releasing a refreshing aura, making the scorching hot weather a bit cooler. There was a lake at the top of the mountain. A gentle breeze blew past, and the calm surface of the lake made this place a bit more tranquil. Behind the wooden house next to the lake, a huge dark green cocoon of light was suspended a foot above the ground. The dark green threads connected the surrounding ancient trees, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It was emitting a faint light, pulsing rhythmically with its heartbeat. If one looked carefully inside, one could see a slender body quietly sleeping. Its aura was also becoming more and more powerful with the passage of time. On the edge of the cliff, the Netherworld sword, divine mirror of light, divine sunbow, and golden chain each occupied a position, sealing the mountaintop in a barrier. Using 3 high-grade divine tools, and one godly weapon to set up a formation. Even a high-level god might not be able to see through it. It could be said to be impregnable. On the edge of the cliff in the distance, the space fluctuated slightly. After a moment, the space slowly split open, and the graceful figure of Yin walked in gently. She was still wearing a bright red dress, and her beautiful face was slightly flushed. She looked very attractive. After Yin walked in, the crack behind her slowly closed, and the space became as smooth as a mirror again. Looking up at the calm sky, Yin walked to the back of the wooden house with light steps. Looking at the huge, dark green cocoon of light, she couldn't help but sigh. It had already been 5 months, and Yin Nuoshing had been sleeping all this time. Ever since Yin and the others found this place that day, Yin Nuoshing had forcibly broken a third of a heavenly spirit branch, as well as half of the spirit leaves on this branch, and stuffed them into her hands. She took this branch that was 6 meters long and didn't have many leaves left, and went into seclusion to preserve the rest. Because it was the purest wood element, its effect on Yin was not as great as it was on Yin Nuoshing. However, because it had the effect of condensing energy, after Yin refined those few leaves, the energy in the form of an airflow was immediately condensed into a solid state. In her lower abdomen, a hard rock-like object was spinning, and it was even a little bit turning into a crystal. The fiery red color was very dazzling, and within this fiery red, there were traces of dark green. That was the wood element, and it was extremely pure and surging with boundless vitality. In other words, she was the first to step into the dual element domain, and her cultivation had also soared from quasi-mortal rank 1 to mortal rank 8. Regarding this, other than being speechless, Yin was also a little happy. Who would be happy to see their strength increase? However, the increase was too fast. It was an entire realm and a half. This speed was simply enough to scare people to death. How was this sitting on a plane? This was simply flying a rocket. Although it was said that the faster one crossed the mortal rank, the better, this was too fast. However, Yin was a little regretful. If she could refine it into a pill, the effect would be multiplied. Moreover, using such precious things on them was simply a waste of God's gifts. Fortunately, she left behind a few dozen pieces and didn't use all of them. Are you still not awake? Walking to the side of the cocoon of light, Yin stretched out her jade hand and lightly patted it. She couldn't help but sigh, and her tone was a little lonely and bored. Do you know that the outside world is talking about you, the goddess? Many large forces are looking for you. Every day, many people pass by here, but they can't see through the barrier here. Liao family's head is also sending people out, saying that he wants to find a daughter-in-law for their young master, Liao Ming. Looks like he has suffered quite a blow and is relying on you. When you wake up, we'll go and take care of him together. Everyone says that you definitely reincarnated wrongly and gave birth to a boy. The outside world is saying that you're a young lady, and there isn't a boy called Yin Nuoshing. Little wimp, quickly wake up. Big sister is so bored. Didn't you want to rush to the central divine continent? How can you stop here? Little wimp, I know you can hear me. Can you give me a reply? Big sister is afraid of being lonely, ah. Little star, answer me, ah. Every day, Yin would stay beside the cocoon of light for a long time, softly whispering. She was happy, excited, and also tired until night fell, and it was another purple full moon night. A mysterious purple light descended on the earth, covering everything in a gorgeous purple glow. The night was hazy, and it was quiet and peaceful. The purple light sprinkled down, reflecting on the person and the cocoon below. The faint light woke the person who had unknowingly fallen asleep. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes against the moonlight. Yin blankly looked at the dim surroundings, then looked at the light cocoon again. She sadly stood up, and her delicate hand somewhat bitterly stroked the light cocoon that alternated between dark green and purple. Looks like there won't be any results today. Sighing, Yin turned around with a bitter smile. Just as she was about to enter the small house, the emerald light cocoon suddenly emitted a gentle light. A soft laughter made her suddenly stop in her tracks. I heard you, oh. Chapter 31. I heard it. I heard it very clearly. You called my name. It's been so long, but this is the first time I've heard it. I've heard it every day. I want to respond to you immediately, but I can't make a sound. Sister Yueen, thank you for your company. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yin Nuashing said gently from within the cocoon. At this moment, he let himself play the role of a good younger brother and comforted Yueen gently because he felt ashamed and touched. This was the first time he spoke so gently to Yueen. Brat, you're finally awake. Yueen froze for a moment, then suddenly became excited. Although there was a faint complaint in her voice, there was more joy than anything else. After all, the two of them had ventured into the god realm together and left home. They were the closest people to each other. Now, one was sleeping, and the other was so bored that he was almost moldy. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yin Nuashing transmitted in a gentle voice from within the cocoon. There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. It's good that you're awake. I want you to go shopping with me. Let's eat together. Play with me until I go crazy. Walk with me in the starry sky. Yueen used her excited voice to hide her feelings of wanting to cry, but Mei Mao failed to live up to her expectations and condensed mist. All right, you could do whatever you want. Yin Nuashing agreed, then hurriedly transmitted, back off first. I'm about to break through. Something seems to be happening. Let the netherworld sword and the others expand the barrier to its greatest extent. All right. Although Yueen was a little confused, she still retreated. She came to the netherworld sword at the edge of the cliff and hurriedly said a few words. Buzz. The netherworld ruins sword responded, and a long sword glowed faintly. 3 purplish-black rays of light shot out from its body, connecting the divine mirror of light, the divine sun bow, and the golden chains together. After the rays of light were connected, the boundary slowly expanded under Yu Yin's gaze and finally enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. Be careful, Yin Nuashing reminded Yueen. Then, many complicated runes suddenly appeared on the dark green light cocoon. The energy quickly surged, and a vast amount of energy of heaven and earth was drawn, like a wave. It let out a walala sound and surged into the light cocoon. Boom! The surroundings suddenly darkened. There was no light in the world. In the sky, a huge dark cloud had gathered. Light blue lightning danced like wild dragons. At the same time, there were also golden, red, metallic, and dark green lightning. The dark cloud was dyed into a gorgeous 5-colored thundercloud. Heavenly tribulation? Yu Yin's cherry lips gaped open, her pretty face filled with disbelief. Normally, heavenly tribulation would only descend when a strange energy was born. For example, when one's cultivation attained a certain realm, or when one created a new high-grade secret technique, or when one was born into a divine rank weapon, or when one was formed into a high-grade formation. All of these would cause heavenly tribulation that possessed destructive energy to descend, of course. There was also the most special kind. Due to one's own special constitution or special energy, it wasn't uncommon for heavenly tribulation to descend when one was advancing. Just like Yin Nuashing now, possessing 4 elements, advancing to the ordinary rank was a qualitative leap. It was really inexcusable if one didn't get struck by lightning. Little star, be careful. Yueen thought it through and felt relieved. Then, she hurriedly reminded Yin Nuashing. However, although heavenly tribulation was difficult to overcome, there were endless benefits once one overcame it. Heavenly tribulation was one of the best ways to temper one's body. Being struck by lightning more often would increase one's physical strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to be able to withstand it. If one's body and soul were destroyed by lightning, it would be useless no matter how much one broke through chi. As the thunderclouds churned, they suddenly shrank. A golden lightning bolt descended first. Like a giant python, it burst out from the clouds and pierced through the sky. With terrifying crackling sounds, it fiercely pounced on the cocoon formed by Yin Nuashing. The light cocoon trembled lightly a few times. A wisp of green light rapidly flowed within the cocoon and broke free from the threads. Then, it floated above the valley and took the initiative to welcome the heavenly tribulation. Golden light flowed on the surface of the light cocoon. The dark green runes suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force. The golden lightning that danced on the surface of the light cocoon dimmed in an instant and finally disappeared. Boom! Boom! The dazzling thunderbolts were like giant dragons roaring in the sky as they danced wildly in the sky. They were accompanied by resplendent thunderbolts as they swept down from all directions. Finally, they bombarded the glowing cocoon that was emitting a fluorescent light in the air. The lightning bolts ruthlessly landed on the light cocoon. Gorgeous rainbow-colored lightning overflowed and turned into countless tiny lightning snakes. They endlessly burrowed into the light cocoon and surged into Yun Nuoxing's body. From afar, the light cocoon looked like it was filled with lightning. After a long time, the thunderclouds seemed to know that a single golden, heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to do anything to Yun Nuoxing. A moment later, golden, red, silver-white, light blue, and dark green lightning bolts came crashing down from the sky and fiercely bombarded the dark green light cocoon. A vast amount of energy streaked across the sky, and the overflowing energy caused the valley to tremble slightly. The earth-shattering sound of the thunderstorm caused Yuan to quickly cover her ears. She felt as if her eardrums were about to be pierced. Boom! Kacha! 5 types of lightning intertwined and continuously bombarded the light cocoon. The dark green runes ruthlessly refined all of them and poured them into the light cocoon. However, because there were too many of them, it couldn't completely refine all of them. Some of the powerful destructive energy passed through the runes and seeped into the light cocoon. Immediately, a crisp cracking sound could be heard. The changes in the light cocoon made Yun Nuoxing's brows twitch. However, he didn't panic. It should be said that he couldn't panic even if he wanted to. He didn't know how this light cocoon was formed, but it restricted his movements. When the heavenly tribulation arrived, he could only passively endure it. Little star, Yun's pretty face was pale. She wanted to go over and help, but she also knew that the power of the heavenly tribulation would multiply if there were many people. Therefore, she didn't act rashly. She could only watch anxiously from aside. Her white teeth gently bit her red lips. She didn't know what to do. I'm fine. Don't worry. Yun Nuoxing comforted her from within the cocoon. In the sky, thunder rumbled endlessly. The churning 5-colored thunderclouds constantly spewed out bolts of increasingly powerful lightning. Then they all struck the light cocoon. Every time they struck, the cracks on the surface of the light cocoon would widen a little. Yun Nuoxing and Yuan felt their hearts palpitate. After more than half an hour, the thunderclouds seemed to become a little angry after failing to take down the light cocoon for a long time. The 5 thunderclouds guarding a corner suddenly rubbed together and slowly fused together. In just a moment, a 5-colored thundercloud that covered an area of 1,000 miles was gradually born. Every inch of the 5-colored thundercloud was surging with 5-colored lightning. The crackling sounds were terrifying. A huge black hole appeared in the center of the clouds. The 5-colored lightning that was 1,000 feet wide crossed the space and came crashing down in an earth-shattering manner. When it landed in midair, it suddenly changed direction and pointed at the light cocoon in midair. Crack! Hundreds of bolts of lightning that contained terrifying power poured down on the light cocoon like a rainstorm. Immediately, a series of crisp cracking sounds resounded in the sky. Crack! Crack! Under the violent bombardment of the lightning, the light cocoon continued to fall. Cracks appeared on its surface, and the surrounding space began to fluctuate under the bombardment of the lightning. Suddenly, a row of scarlet runes appeared on the surface of the light cocoon. They began to revolve around the light cocoon. The complexity of the runes wasn't inferior to the original runes on the light cocoon. Could it be that the heavenly tribulation isn't as powerful as I imagined? Yu-Een had a strange expression on her face as she looked at the light cocoon that was still intact after the heavenly tribulation. However, when she saw the space trembling slightly, this thought disappeared. Furthermore, she could sense that the energy contained in the light cocoon was becoming more and more majestic under the bombardment of the lightning. The beautiful thunderbolts that kept falling made Yin Nuashing, who was in the light cocoon, a little worried. As more and more thunderbolts surged into the light cocoon, he could feel that the two talismans were operating at their maximum efficiency. Even the two talismans had some cracks, as if they could not withstand the increasingly powerful thunderbolts. The five-colored thundercloud was ruthless. The lightning bolts seemed to be free as they turned into a pool of lightning that came crashing down. It was no longer a single five-colored lightning bolt, but a large pool of five-colored lightning. The overflowing energy made Yin Nuashing, who was in the middle of the bombardment, break out in cold sweat. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the overflowing energy made Yu-Een shudder. She really didn't know what it would be like to be in the middle of it. Crack! Crack! The speed at which the light cocoon fell off increased. At this moment, only half of Yin Nuashing was covered. The other half was only covered by a thin layer of membrane. It looked fragile, but it didn't immediately shatter. Boom! The five-colored heavenly tribulation was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. The torrential thunderbolts continued for half an hour. After this hellish half an hour, the sky was ravaged by the gorgeous thunderbolts. Even the boundary was slightly damaged. Boom! The remaining light cocoon was blasted to the ground, creating a pit that was dozens of feet wide. The ground sank a few meters, and dust flew everywhere. Little star, Yu-Een hurriedly ran over when she saw that the heavenly tribulation had dissipated. She had resisted for so long. Could it be that she had failed at the last moment? I'm fine. In the dust, Yin Nuashing's faint laughter came out, making Yu-Een immediately put down the huge stone hanging in her heart. She waved her sleeves and suppressed the dust in the sky, revealing the light cocoon in the center. At this moment, only a thin layer of crystal membrane was left. Green and red runes appeared on the surface of the light cocoon. Five-colored energy flowed rapidly into the runes, feeding the energy back to Yin Nuashing. Cracks quickly appeared on the crystal membrane, and a green light illuminated the entire valley. It was as if there were thousands of rays of light dancing. The green and purple light intertwined, and it was hazy and dreamy. The person in the light cocoon slowly stood up. His slender body slowly stretched out. He was wrapped in black clothes, and the wide black windbreaker was folded around his body like a screen. His soft, ink-black hair fell behind him, past his hips, and fell between his thighs. His handsome face was crystal clear, and it was as if he was carved from jade. One could not help but want to touch him. His pitch-black eyes were dyed with a faint golden light, revealing some innocence and playfulness. His slender eyebrows and eyes were naturally curved into crescents, and his red lips were raised at an angle, making him seem more amiable and approachable. The light gradually dissipated, and 6 black wings that were 20 feet long appeared on his back. The feathers were gently stretched and swayed with the breeze. Under the purple moonlight, he gave off a mysterious, sacred, and inviolable feeling. Yin Nuashing stretched and took a deep breath. His face, which was still 14 or 15 years old, was filled with intoxication. I'm finally out. After sleeping for 5 months, I almost became stupid, Yin Nuashing said in a low voice. He narrowed his eyes, raised his head, and took a deep breath. He looked like he was enjoying himself. PFFF. When Yu-Een heard this, she could not help but laugh. She walked over to his side and reached out to touch his head. She smiled gently and said, "Little star, you're finally awake." Then, she reached out to touch the wings behind him. The soft feeling of the feathers coming from her fingertips made Yu-Een feel a little intoxicated. So beautiful. Yin Nuashing scratched his head and looked back at the wide wings with a strange expression. He did not know how he had grown a pair of wings after sleeping. With a smile, the huge wings folded and wrapped around Yu-Een. Yin Nuashing turned to look at her and said with a smile, I thought you would say that I turned into a birdman. Yin rolled her eyes at him and moved her hand from the wings to his handsome face. Then she pinched him a few times. Brat, you made me wait for so long. You actually heartlessly left me to sleep for 5 months. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? I was wrong. I shouldn't have slept for 5 months. No, I shouldn't have slept for 5 months. I've let down the country and my sister. I was wrong. Yin Nuashing endured the pain from his face and grinned. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, PFFF. Then the two of them laughed together. This kind of banter and heartless greeting was still more suitable for them. What level are you at now? After laughing for a while, Yin pulled back a strand of hair that fell in front of her forehead and asked, I'm probably at mortal rank 6. I can't suppress my realm. It's too early to use this kind of thing to increase my strength. The energy can't be fully used, and a lot of it has dissipated into the world. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and said with uncertainty. There was a hint of regret in his voice. Indeed, the age of the glorious tree was comparable to the age of heaven and earth. The energy it contained was shocking. Even though Yin Nuashing tried his best to suppress it, his cultivation still crossed over half a realm. This was also because the spirit energy in his body had condensed into a crystal. If his spirit energy was in the form of a gas, it would not be a problem for him to reach mortal rank 4 in one step. Too fast. However, your cultivation is finally lower than mine, Yin said with a frown. Suddenly, she laughed happily. After all, your talent is monstrous. I can't compare to you. Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue and covered his mouth. He said the words that he always said and then ran away. Little brat, how dare you laugh at me? Stop right there. Yin stomped her feet in anger and embarrassment. She moved and turned into a streak of light to chase after him. Aha! Come on, chase me. Stop right there. Chapter 32. Yin Nuashing had successfully broken out of seclusion, but the two of them were not in a hurry to leave this place. This place naturally condensed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. They planned to completely control this level of energy before leaving. According to Yin, he was now being watched by the world. There would definitely be many people who would persevere in searching for him, wanting to capture him and bring him to the Fire God Shrine to receive the award. This made his face turn ashen, and at the same time, he was confused. He did not know why those people were looking for him. Although he was depressed, he calmed down and thought about it carefully. Unless there was something special that drew the attention of others away from Yin Nuashing, he really could only live in seclusion in the mountains. The low-key little star is being watched by the world. She's about to be plucked from the starry sky. Yin covered her mouth and laughed. Yin Nuashing looked at her with hidden bitterness, of course. The two of them had rejected the idea of going down the path of an ascetic monk from the beginning. Then, they would have to show their faces in the secular world. Since that was the case, they had to hide their tracks. The production of the snow flame facial skin had to be sped up. We've already gotten the 10,000 years green spiritual vine. Now we still have the flame flower. We haven't found the ice crystal yet, Yin said as she counted. Little star, why don't you just get married? There are many people in the outside world who want to marry you. Among them, there are many superpowers. Once you marry into a rich family, there won't be any problems with any materials, Yin teased. Then why are we looking for these things? Yin Nuashing looked at her with hidden bitterness. Since they had already walked right into the trap, there was no need for these things, right? Seriously, a group of people are all blind. Do they really not see clearly, or are they doing it on purpose? I'm a man. Yin Nuashing could not help but nag. Every time she received news, it was about a girl, but the main point was that he was a man. I feel like I'm treating you as Princess Taiping because your face really doesn't look like it's on a boy's body. Moreover, you don't have an Adam's apple, Yin said seriously as she sized him up. Yin Nuashing was stunned as she touched her throat. Then, her gaze became even more bitter. Since Little Star doesn't want to be taken away and doesn't want to get married, then let's hurry up and find those two damn materials. Yin Nuashing gritted her teeth. and spoke first. Hearing this, Yuen smiled and shook her head. Her delicate hands excitedly grabbed Yin Nuashing. Under his surprised gaze, she smiled and said, "Let's go eat, drink, and play." After saying that, without waiting for the stunned Yin Nuashing to react, he directly lifted the shocked and pale Yin Nuashing with one hand and jumped off the cliff while laughing. Don't. Ah! A mournful wail echoed through the mountain range. The bustling city was dyed with the unique aura of the mortal world. Loud shouts could be heard in the streets and alleys, making Yin Nuashing, who was far away, feel nostalgic. Living in this world, it was inevitable that people would be tainted by smoke and fire. If you don't stand tall, you'll be like shaking your clothes in the dust or standing in the mud. How can you surpass yourself? If you don't take a step back, you'll be like a moth flying toward a candle or a sheep touching the fences. How can you be happy? In a room in a restaurant, Yin Nuashing stood on the balcony and raised a cup of tea to the sky. He sighed heavily and slowly drank it with a strange expression. "Little star, why you look so sad? Are you not happy coming out to play?" Yuen walked to Yin Nuashing's side with a cup of fragrant wine and smiled as she rubbed his head. "No, I'm quite happy. Yes, I'm very happy. I'm so happy that I want to ask you something. Is it really okay for us to walk around in such a dignified manner without hiding anything?" Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. In a situation where he was being watched from all sides, he wished that he could fly into the sky and disappear from everyone's sight. Yuen, on the other hand, swaggered into the restaurant with him. "Well, it's okay. We'll enjoy ourselves, and they'll find him. As long as no one is blind enough to cause trouble, everything will be fine. It's not too late to run away if something happens." Yuen smiled as she patted his head and said with a smile, "Besides, who can recognize you now?" Hearing this, Yin Nuashing's handsome face turned as black as charcoal. He patted the red robe he had temporarily changed into, and his body couldn't help but tremble with shame and anger. That was Yu Yin's robe, and it still had a faint fragrance. The signature clothes of the goddess were a large black windbreaker and a black hat. So before entering the city, Yuen had dressed him up well. He originally looked like a girl, but now he looked like a young girl with a bitter face. His slender hair was pinned into a phoenix crown with a jade hairpin, and a lotus flower was inserted into his hair. When Mei Mao raised her head, it made people's hearts beat faster. Of course, although Yuen said that she was taking him out to have fun, she was actually looking for medicinal herbs and information. The flame flower and the ice crystal were not ordinary materials. The Taiyuan region was unimaginably vast, and it was a complete accident that they were able to find the 10,000 years green spiritual vine. As for the remaining two, it seemed that they couldn't completely rely on their illusory and unreliable luck. After stuffing herself with food and drinks, Yuen burped in satisfaction, then dragged Yin Nuashing, who had a bitter look on his face, towards the biggest inn in the city. "Wait for me." On the street, Yin Nuashing was panting as he supported Yuen. At this time, he was wearing some high-heel boots, and he staggered to catch up with Yuen. The shoes on his feet made him feel really uncomfortable, but Yuen seemed to be deliberately walking very fast, making it difficult for him to move. "Come on. You look exactly like a delicate girl. It seems that my skills are quite good. Retract your chin a little more." Seeing Yin Nuashing's embarrassed appearance, Yuen nodded with satisfaction. She reached out to hold Yin Nuashing's hand and said while holding back her laughter, "I can feel you laughing. I can hear you laughing." Yin Nuashing blushed. He had never seen a man dressed as a woman so well. "Okay." After finding a good place to sleep in the hotel, Yuen left Yin Nuashing in the hotel and went out alone. The latter only had time to remind her to be careful and threw the netherworld ruins toward her. Then he saw a red whirlwind fly away, leaving a trail of dust behind. The door creaked as it swayed, so energetic that it gives me a headache. Watching Yuen leave, Yin Nuashing shook his head with a smile. He didn't have that much energy. He sighed and walked to the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. "I really look good." Yin Nuashing lifted the hem of his clothes and turned around. He tried to smile sweetly, but when he saw his face, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After sitting in the hotel for a long time, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but look at himself in the mirror again. After making sure that even he couldn't recognize himself, he walked straight out. When he arrived at a restaurant, Yun Nuashing sat down by the window on the second floor, as usual. When he heard the exclamations of amazement and admiration, he felt both angry and helpless. At the same time, he praised Yun in his heart. Places like restaurants were always the best way to obtain information. There were many people, and the flow of information was very fast. Constellation City's auction, which is held once every 100 years, is about to begin. It is said that even the experts of the older generation have been alarmed this time. The 9 great elemental temples, the 8 great ancient families, these colossal forces stationed in the Taiyuan region are about to take action. They have been preparing for this auction for a long time. An auction that spans 100 years. An ordinary person can only participate in it 4 or 5 times in their lifetime. I wonder if this auction will be as intense as the previous one. It is said that there is a mid-level divine weapon in this auction. That is a divine weapon. They are actually willing to put it up for auction? Sigh, a divine weapon can't be used just because you have it. If the divine weapon is not compatible with your element, its power will be damaged. It will be far less powerful than a person with the same element. I guess the people of Constellation Pavilion have some plans, so they put it up for auction. Do you guys think those big shots will come in person? That's not very likely. Those old monsters won't be interested in auctions of this level. They are already giving enough face by sending their subordinate forces to participate. But the Taiyuan goddess is here. She might even come to the Constellation Pavilion's auction. Aren't those 11 forces very interested in her? Goddess, huh? It is said that the heaven-defying senior of the Divination Pavilion forcefully calculated her location and calculated that she would come to Constellation City. I wonder if she really came. What kind of person is she that these 11 transcendental forces are willing to spend so much effort to find her? The 9 great temples said that she looks like an acquaintance, but who knows what they are thinking. They put out a reward for finding her, but the prerequisite is that she can't be harmed. Do they think she is stupid? Just stand there and let you catch her? If it were you, would you do that? Then, can't they seal her and take her away? The goddess has a divine weapon. Even the heaven-defying senior had to use almost all of his strength to calculate her location. That divine weapon must be a top-level one. It might even be a sealing one. What kind of seal do you think can seal her? Moreover, don't forget that she worked with the Glories Will tree to eradicate the soul-devouring tree. Now, no one knows her relationship with the Glories Will tree. If something happens to her, the Glories Will tree will go crazy and unleash its unparalleled power. The 11 forces will be destroyed. Is it that terrifying? The Glories Will tree was born from heaven and earth. It is a divine item that has existed for dozens of eras. Who can stop it? Speaking of the Glories Will tree, why did it suddenly disappear from the ghost forest? Why didn't it leave even trace? Heaven and earth treasures have the instinct to take advantage of good fortune and avoid calamity. After living for dozens of eras, it has already given birth to its own spiritual wisdom. Maybe its incarnation has already walked in the fish world. Maybe it felt something and hid its body. Gee, it's really hard for the people of the 9 temples. They used such a large force to find it, but in the end, they didn't even find a hair. Shoo! The people of the Temple of Elements are coming. The sound of flying around in the restaurant came to an abrupt end. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and suddenly fell silent, causing Yin Nuashing to be startled. He slightly raised his gaze and looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. The bright and beautiful sunlight was projected at the entrance of the restaurant. 8 figures slowly walked into the restaurant. Their shadows were long and slender. The 8 people who walked in were 4 men and 4 women. The men were free and easy, and the women were beautiful. They had quite the taste of a talented man and a beautiful woman. The auras of the 8 of them were long and drawn as they slowly walked into the restaurant. They brought with them a faintly discernible pressure. Their auras were so powerful that the crowd didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Moreover, They had the most distinct symbols of the various divine halls on their bodies. Their multicolored robes were very recognizable. The red fire god temple, the green wood god temple, the ice blue water god temple, the silver blue thunder god temple, and so on. Yin Nuoxing carefully looked at them. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. These 8 people walking together looked quite funny. She almost laughed out loud. She took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. She couldn't help but whisper in a low voice, "Radish, green vegetables, chicken stew." Although the voice was almost inaudible, it did not escape the ears of the 8 people. This somewhat unpleasant description caused the 8 people to immediately turn their gazes towards the second floor. The hall suddenly became dead quiet. It seemed that more than 8 people had heard her whisper. Everyone trembled fiercely. Who was so bold that they dared to laugh at the people of the 9 great temples in public? Yin Nuoxing had already turned her gaze to the window before they looked over. Her jade-like palm was supporting her cheek. She looked as if she had nothing to do with it. But in her heart, she was constantly muttering, "Can't see me, can't see me." So sharp. You can even hear me whispering to myself. Yin Nuoxing shook his face and let the cold sweat slide down. He laughed dryly in his heart. Hiss. These 8 people can't be the 8 people of the Temple of Elements, right? The next divine king of a younger generation of the Temple of Elements? No wonder they're so young, but their strength is so great. Hey, the people of the 8 great ancient clans haven't come yet. I wonder where the most outstanding youth of the world will come from. It seems that the people sent by the 9 great temples are them. However, it seems that no one from the Light Temple has come. Could it be that they are not interested? The sudden resurgence of discussion made the 8 pairs of eyes lose their target. They frowned, but didn't say anything. They just found a place to sit down. Although there were only 8 people, 9 seats were occupied. There was a cup of hot tea in the empty seat. It was a good indication that there were people here. Huh? The girl dressed in a bright red robe suddenly exclaimed. Mei Mao stared blankly at Yin Nuoxing, who had been looking out of the window. There was a trace of puzzlement in her eyes. Sister Huiji, what's wrong? Beside him, a woman in green robes with an otherworldly appearance asked with a faint smile. She had a charming look on her face. That person is so strange, the girl called Huiji frowned. She was only 17 or 18 years old, but there was a trace of bone-piercing coldness on her face. She was very different from the fiery impression of Huiji. It seemed that she didn't like to talk much. Hearing this, the other 7 people also turned their eyes suspiciously. When they looked carefully, they were all stunned. Huh? The woman in the green robe and the man in the silver robe both exclaimed softly. Obviously, they both found that something was wrong. The 8 people retracted their gazes and looked at each other. Then, they inexplicably turned their gazes away. When the people in the hall saw this, they also followed their gazes and looked at Yin Nuoxing. They were all curious about what they were looking at. At this time, Yin Nuoxing was still staring out of the window, but his heart was as uneasy as ants on a hot pan. He kept saying, "Oh my God, why are you looking at me? I'm not a peerless beauty. It's useless to look at me." However, he forgot that after being dressed up by Yuan, he really did look like a peerless beauty. Although it was strange, the 8 people didn't do anything. They looked away after a few more glances. They quietly drank their tea and glanced at the empty seat from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Yin Nuoxing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 8 people still glanced at him from time to time, at least they didn't make trouble for him. However, he wasn't worried that they would do anything to him. After all, the 11 alliances had said that they would find him without any harm. They were the people of the 9 temples. Naturally, they wouldn't trouble him for no reason. The premise was that he had to report his identity. But then, he would be caught. After a while, 8 figures came in from the door. They inadvertently glanced at the 8 people of the Temple of Elements. Then, 4 of them didn't change their expressions while the other 4 frowned. The 8 people of the Temple of Elements also glanced at them. 16 pairs of eyes met each other in the air. The sharp people seemed to have smelled the smell of gunpowder. However, to everyone's disappointment, none of the dozen people said anything. The 8 people of the Temple of Elements just looked at them and walked toward the table. They were a little far away from them. Everyone also looked at the 8 people. They didn't find any obvious characteristics, so they retracted their gazes. The information is accurate. There is indeed that thing in this auction. Yin Nuashing didn't know how long he had been sitting. Just as he was about to fall asleep, an amiable voice sounded without warning. He was about to close his eyes when he opened them again. He looked downstairs. "Brother, can you change the way you appear? It's so scary every time." Even a man in the silver-blue robe was startled. His entire body trembled, and then he sighed. He looked at the seat that had been empty for a long time and grumbled. That's right. Nobody knew when a person had appeared on the seat. His snow-white robe didn't seem to be stained with a trace of smoke. His bright white hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were also bright white. His slightly squinted eyes and the corner of his mouth had a faint smile. It gave him a gentle and refined taste. His face could be regarded as delicate and pretty. Although he wasn't the kind of handsome, the more you looked at him, the more you would be fascinated by him. Light element. Yunuashing slowly narrowed his eyes as he felt the aura coming out of his body. Chapter 33. Is it confirmed? Is the news wrong? The woman in green took a sip of tea and looked at the man in white. It's confirmed. The Divine King and the others also said that we should try our best to get that thing. Then if we can't win the bid, can we? The man in the silver-blue robe grinned and said meaningfully, Lei Ming, we're not here to fight this time. Everything depends on strength. The man in white raised his eyebrows and reminded him. Then he said, well, if we can't get in the end, we can also consider it, but it's not our turn to fight. We'll just stand aside and watch the show. In the end, Big Brother, that's what you were thinking. The man in the silver-blue robe, called Lei Ming, muttered. Well, Wood Spirit, did I say something? The man in white took a sip of tea and pretended to be puzzled as he asked the woman in green. I don't want to talk to you. The woman called Wood Spirit rolled her eyes at him, turned her head, and said angrily, However, isn't it a little too early for us to participate in an auction of this level? Even the Divine King and the others are paying attention. Wood Spirit played with a strand of black hair in boredom and said, Indeed, it has nothing to do with us. The Divine King just brought us here to broaden our horizons. The man in white smiled. I seem to have heard you say that there's a strange person. Putting down the teacup, the man looked at Huiji and said, Look up there. Huiji muttered and pointed to the second floor with her fiery red eyes. Yin Nuashing had never seen them before. The man in white followed her line of sight and stared at Yin Nuashing until she felt a little scared. His silver-white eyes swept over her body inch by inch. After a long time, he said indifferently, very strong. The admiration in his voice made Huiji and the others widen their eyes and look at him in astonishment. They couldn't understand why this big brother of the Light Temple would say that. They had never heard him praise others like this. At least, the 8 of you are no match for him. The man in white said again, If Big Brother fights with that person, what's the result? Huiji frowned, curled her lips, and asked indifferently, I'm not sure, what? The 8 of them were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. After a while, Lei Ming opened his dry mouth and said, Big Brother, are you kidding? The light element isn't the strongest either. It depends on who is using it. The white-clothed man narrowed his eyes even more and stared at Yin Nuashing without blinking. A faint golden light flashed through his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head. The 8 of them looked at Yin Nuashing with increasingly strange expressions, muttering inwardly. Clearly, they didn't believe the white-clothed man's words. Could it be that he also had the light element? The white-robed man gently stood up and stared at Yin Nuashing. With a very gentle voice, he said softly, May I know your name, fellow Taoist? The people in the hall were confused. They didn't know what this hero of the Light Temple was doing. Did he have a grudge against this person? Yin Nuashing, who had almost fallen asleep, was stunned for a moment. He could tell that the voice was directed at him. After thinking for a while, without turning his face, he said in a hoarse voice, I'm just a nameless cultivator. It's not worth mentioning. The white-clothed man smiled and personally poured a cup of water. A faint golden light appeared in his hand, enveloping the cup of tea. With a wave of his hand, the golden light sent the cup of tea to the table in front of Yin Nuashing. He said with a smile, "With tea in place of wine, I propose a toast to fellow Taoist." Yin Nuashing frowned, confused. He still didn't turn his face. His hand was hidden in his red robe. He took the cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. After all, he didn't want to cause any trouble, so he had no reason to refuse. After thinking for a while, Yin Nuashing also poured a cup of tea in this posture and threw it back. During this process, Yin Nuashing didn't get up. His body was completely curled up in his red robe. No one could tell whether he was a man or a woman. How arrogant! Lei Ming frowned and was about to flare up, but he was stopped by the white-clothed man. Lei Ming immediately transmitted his voice. "Big brother, he doesn't respect you at all. It's fine. I'm toasting him, but I didn't say that he has to toast me." The white-clothed man shook his head. He still had a warm smile on his face. He took the teacup floating in front of him, raised his head, and drank it in one gulp. "Fellow Taoist, what's outside the window?" The white-clothed man thought for a while and asked in a seemingly casual manner. However, he didn't use a voice transmission to deliberately attract the attention of the surrounding people. "Flowers." Yin Nuashing frowned. He didn't know why the white-clothed man was pestering him. Hearing the extremely cold voice, the white-clothed man shook his head helplessly and sat down. It seemed that the conversation couldn't continue. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Mu Ling transmitted her voice in confusion. "Nothing. I'm very curious about this person's identity. Just treat it as a whim." The white-clothed man smiled silently and explained. The good show that they were looking forward to didn't happen. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment and then went back to talking about their own matters. Yin Nuashing now felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He didn't reveal his identity and appearance just now because of his mentality. Of course, he couldn't do it now. He wanted to wait for the people from the 9 great temples to leave before immediately returning. However, they didn't leave even after a long time, as if they wanted to stay here. "Motherf asterisk cur, Motherf asterisk cur, Motherf asterisk cur, you bastard, you pervert." Yin Nuashing cursed the white-clothed man in his heart. It had been half a day since then, and his neck was aching. If the latter hadn't casually talked to him, he wouldn't have to turn his neck so sadly. "Motherf asterisk cur, grave egg, duck egg, dragon egg." Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth. At the same time, he wailed and begged in his heart, "Big sister Yuin, come save me. I can't hold on any longer." Night fell. The ice-blue crescent moon hung in the sky and poured its cold moonlight onto the earth, causing the temperature of the world to drop slightly. There was a saying that went, "Only appear when you're called out 1,000 times." After crying in his heart for a long time, Yuin finally appeared at the entrance of the tavern as if she had sensed something. When she saw Yin Nuashing on the second floor, she almost screamed. However, when she sensed the strange atmosphere around her, she restrained herself. "Big sister, save me. That pervert has his eyes on me." Yin Nuashing naturally sensed Yu Yin's arrival and immediately transmitted his voice with his soul power. This way, as long as the soul power didn't surpass his, it would be impossible to stop him. After refining the heavenly spirit branch, his soul had also been strengthened to a terrifying extent. Yuin twirled Mei Mao around and glanced at the people from the 9 great temples. Then, she casually walked up to the second floor. When she passed by the table of people from the 9 great temples, the 9 of them glanced at Yuin before retracting their gazes. Yuin stroked the shrunken netherworld ruin sword that was hidden in her sleeve. When she passed by Yin Nuashing, the netherworld ruin sword suddenly trembled and emitted a purplish black light. It expanded at an astonishing speed and instantly enveloped a few meters around the 2 of them. Then, the 2 of them instantly disappeared without a trace under everyone's astonished gazes. They actually escaped. The white-robed man stared in astonishment. For the first time, his eyes widened. "It's a barrier. I sense the fluctuations of a barrier. It's at least an immortal-grade barrier." The woman in the ice-blue robe, who had been silent all this time, spoke in astonishment. She was very sensitive to the activation of barriers and formations. "Aya, I miscalculated. I didn't expect that girl to be her companion. Forget it. Let's ignore her. Let's go and rest for the night. We'll go to the auction tomorrow." The white-robed man scratched his head and chuckled. The 8 of them rolled their eyes at him. They didn't know what he was up to. However, they didn't say anything. They nodded, got up, and left. The white-robed man sighed and watched the 8 of them leave the restaurant. Then, he got up and walked straight to where Yunuashing was sitting. He lowered his head and looked at the table. His body instantly stiffened. There were 2 big words written on the table. "Pervert. Did I do something wrong?" The white-robed man shuddered when he sensed the strong resentment in those 2 words. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shaking his head, his body trembled, and he disappeared on the spot. In the hotel, the space suddenly trembled slightly. A purplish-black barrier slowly appeared and dispersed. Yin Nuashing and Yu Yin's figures appeared. "Damn it! That damned white-robed *TCH. Don't let me see him again." As soon as she came out of the barrier, Yin Nuashing sat on the bed with a belly full of anger. She hammered the bed unhappily and cursed continuously. "Little Star is so angry." Yu Yin covered her mouth with her lily-white hand. She laughed so hard that her delicate body was trembling. Yin Nuashing pouted and stared at her resentfully. All right. Let's stop fooling around. I just received information about the flame flower." Yu Yin smiled and patted her face. "Where is it?" Yin Nuashing's spirit was slightly lifted, and he looked at her with shining eyes. "The auction." Yin Nuashing lowered her head when she heard that. She stared at Yu Yin strangely. "It's the once-in-a-century auction in Constellation City." Yu Yin was stunned when she saw Yin Nuashing's dazed look. "Everyone in the city knows about this. You've been sitting in the restaurant for half a day. You should have heard about it, right?" Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly when he heard that. "I know, but why there?" "I collected some information and went to the auction house on the way. I found traces of the flame flower. Rather than go through the trouble of looking for it myself, I might as well buy it directly." Yu Yin pursed her lips and raised her chin. "What's wrong?" Yu Yin was a little stunned when she saw Yin Nuashing's liver-colored face. Yin Nuashing nodded bitterly and told her what happened in the hotel just now. "Wait!" Yu Yin suddenly stopped him. She raised her lily-white hand and energy surged. The faces of 8 people appeared, and she asked, "The 8 people who came in later, are they these 8 people?" Do you know them?" Yin Nuashing nodded and asked. "I don't." Yu Yin shook her head and said faintly, "Do you know where these 8 people came from?" Yin Nuashing shook his head and said, "I haven't talked to them before. I don't know." Yu Yin sighed and said, "They're from the 8 ancient families. The people who came this time aren't just the young experts. Some of the elders from their forces came with them. It seems like there's something that they're envious of and want to get their hands on. Little Star, if you're exposed this time, your situation will be very serious." Yu Yin's face was solemn, which was rare for her. Everyone in the world knew that the 11 forces were searching for Yin Nuashing. Although they didn't know what they were looking for, if they found Yin Nuashing, she wouldn't be safe. Who knew if they wanted Yin Nuashing to do something strange? Do you mean that I don't have to go?" Yin Nuashing scratched her head. "No, you should go. It's fine, I'll handle everything." Yu Yin shook her head. Mei Mao looked at her with a sly glint in her eyes. Yin Nuashing's hair stood on end when she saw that strange glint. She folded her red clothes with both hands and laughed dryly. She asked weakly, "What do you mean?" Yu Yin grinned. Her 10 fingers moved, and a light flashed from her ring. A bunch of strange boxes suddenly flew out, and 2 brushes appeared in her hands. She held them in her hands and waved them at Yin Nuashing. She smiled evilly and said, "Little Xing, give me your beautiful face." "No." Deep in the night, a shrill scream sounded. Her skin is like congealed fat, sparkling and translucent. Her limpid eyes are divine, and her bones are jade-like. She is devastatingly beautiful and peerless in her generation. What an outstanding beauty. She can captivate the birds and beasts. She can outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. Yin Nuashing opened her eyes and was stunned when she heard this description. The divine mirror of light appeared in her hand, and she looked into it in fear. Her long and narrow eyelashes trembled slightly, and her long and slender eyebrows curved into a beautiful arc. Her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Her eyes were a little blurred, and her ink-black hair was casually tied up by a fiery red long belt. Her every movement exuded a seductive aura. She was a girl who could bring disaster to a country. No, this isn't me. It's not me. Yin Nuoxing was so frightened by this perfect face that her face turned pale. She looked up at the sky and screamed in horror. Ah! Ewing rolled on the bed and laughed. Her jade-like hands kept hammering the mattress. That little star, you can stay like this from now on. Ewing laughed, and her eyes were like water. She smiled and said, I think this haha is pretty good. Why don't you stay as a girl, aha, and live on? No, 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 this isn't real. Tell me that this is a dream. Yin Nuoxing screamed shrilly and almost dropped the mirror. Chapter 34. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing, who had gradually calmed down, sighed and looked at himself in the mirror on the dressing table. Then, he looked at Yu-Yin, who was standing behind him and gently combing his hair, and said, We're going to the auction, but we don't have that much money. Although he had once looted Mu Yingzi's palace, there wasn't much money left behind among the things left. Most of them were strange things, and there were only about 200 million gold coins left. For an ordinary family, it wasn't a problem to support hundreds of generations of people for hundreds of lifetimes, and it was even a huge sum of money for some ordinary cultivators. However, if they wanted to participate in an auction, the luxurious bidding was still not enough. Money isn't a problem. Yu-Yin waved her hand and picked up a jade hairpin to measure it on his head. You have a way? Yin Nuoxing was puzzled. Hee. Yu-Yin smiled mysteriously and put down the jade hairpin. Then, she took out a dark green leaf from her ring, and a rich vitality suddenly filled the entire room. This! Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened. He recognized that this was the leaf of the glories will tree. That majestic vitality couldn't be wrong. He looked at the leaf and then looked at the crafty Yu-Yin. He suddenly had a headache and guessed some clues. Really, do we have to do this? Yin Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. This was the leaf of the glories will tree. Although he had hundreds of them on him, to the outside world, it was an unattainable divine object. Anyway, you have a lot of them, so don't make a fuss. Yu-Yin pursed her lips disapprovingly. She pressed his head, picked up a jade hairpin, and ran it through his hair a few times, making a noble phoenix hairpin. Then, she patted his head in satisfaction. That thing, once it is born, there will be a bloodbath. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. Those big forces were like wolves and tigers. A few months ago, they had obtained nothing in the Ghost Chief Forest. Now, if they saw this palm-sized leaf, their eyes would probably turn green and they would fight for it crazily. In a battle between several tigers, there would definitely be casualties. Who cares? Let the outside world fight until the sky turns dark and the earth turns dark. Let's see if the world collapses. We just need to take the things and leave. Ewing stuck out her tongue and smiled cutely. Also, from tomorrow onwards, you're not allowed to slap people anymore. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. You can't even roll your eyes. Ewing pinched his face and continued. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head. Tilting your head is fine, but widen your eyes. If it's too big, it's too small. It's better to be natural. Spare me. Why do you have to do this? Yin Nuoxing wailed. Being treated like this by a girl made him want to die. The Constellation Pavilion was an extremely famous big force in the entire Taiyuan region. In the realm of the gods, it was known as the 12 Constellation Palaces along with the other star forces. Constellation City was a city controlled by the Constellation Pavilion. Although their headquarters were in the Divine Prefecture, their strength in the Taiyuan region branch was not something that other ordinary forces could compare to. Therefore, when the Constellation Pavilion announced that they were going to hold an auction, many big and small forces came to show their support. However, this was a large-scale auction that was held once in 100 years. Most people hoped to buy something they liked, needed, or saw something that was rarely seen in the outside world. The night quietly passed as the first rays of the morning sun appeared on the horizon. Star City, which had slept for an entire night, instantly erupted with shocking vitality. The desolate streets were swiftly filled with human figures that surged out from various places. The destination of these human figures was the same. That was the auction square in the middle of the city. Today was the grandest large-scale auction in Constellation City in 100 years. The number of experts who came for it also surpassed that of any previous auction. Its influence even spread throughout the entire western region of the Taiyuan region. A ray of morning sun spread through the window and climbed into the room, shining on the red-clothed girl who was kneeling on the bed. Under the rays of the sun, the red-clothed girl's tightly shut Maimao trembled slightly and struggled to open her eyes. Her pitch-black eyes flickered with a faint golden radiance. Yin Nuoxing suddenly spread her 6 pitch-black wings, and violent wind elements filled every corner of the room. After a while, it calmed down, and the 6 wings also slowly retracted. As the violent wind calmed down, her fluttering dress also quietly fell down and stuck to her skin. Touching her well-decorated face, Yun Nuoxing sighed and jumped off the bed. She woke up Yuan, who was lying on the other bed behind her, and tidied herself up in front of the mirror. Yuan woke up in a daze. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, washed up a little, and smiled. "Good morning, great beauty, Yun." Then, she was dragged out of the hotel by Yun Nuoxing with a dark face. The location of the auction held by the Constellation Pavilion was an unusually spacious palace located at the center of Constellation City. Although the spatial array had filled the entire place with people, there was still an endless stream of people flowing in. When Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 arrived at the auction palace, they looked at the seemingly endless stream of people and immediately felt a headache coming on. These crazy people. However, when Yun Nuoxing activated the plane barrier of the Nethervoid Sword, the surrounding figures were instantly swept away. Although the Constellation Pavilion had special passageways for powerful experts and major factions, the 2 of them were not among them. However, it was no big deal to use a plane barrier to pass through. After all, no one would know. The 2 of them first came to the auction appraisal room. In front of the dozens of pairs of shining eyes in the appraisal room, they calmly took out a jade box, revealing the heavenly spirit tree leaf inside. Then, they gently retreated from the pile of jaws that fell to the ground. When they left, they were also given a palm-sized silver VIP jade talisman that flickered with starlight. When they returned to the passageway outside, they inadvertently saw a large group of people coming in through the special passageway. "The people from the 9-element shrine are all here," Yin Nuoxing whispered. There were a few people who looked quite young, but their eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. They were dressed according to the colors of each shrine. The only difference was that the man in white clothes seemed to be the only one from the light shrine. "Who is it?" The leader of the silver-blue strong figure suddenly raised his head, and a tiny bolt of lightning shot out from his silver eyes. It instantly passed through the place where Yun Nuoxing and the others were. Just as it was about to hit the wall, he frowned and dissipated the bolt of lightning. "Brother Lei, what's wrong?" The group of people looked at him in confusion, then looked at the empty area and asked in confusion. The strong man frowned and said uncertainly, "I clearly felt that someone was spying on us just now. Could it be that I sensed wrongly?" After saying that, he shook his head and complained that he was getting old. Everyone looked at each other and felt a little puzzled, but they didn't pay too much attention to it and walked straight into the passageway. If you can break the enchantment set up by the Netherworld Ruin Sword, then you're really heaven-defying. On the other side, Yun Nuoxing, who was slowly walking into the VIP passageway, smiled faintly. Yun Nuoxing and Lei Yuan walked through the soft passageway. After a few minutes, the view in front of them suddenly became spacious, and a huge auction house appeared in front of them. Without leaving a trace, Yun Nuoxing dispersed the barrier and looked at the auction venue that was densely packed with countless seats. He could not help but stick out his tongue. This was the first time in his life that he had seen so many people gathered together. The noise was enough to shatter his eardrums. At this time, the huge auction house was already filled with many people. There were also dozens of transparent platforms floating in the air, and all of them were filled with people. All kinds of voices were intertwined, and it sounded very noisy. Looking at the ceiling that was only supported by 4 pitch-black pillars, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but exclaim, "Instead of saying that this is a palace, it's better to say that this is a square." The entire palace was about 3,000 feet tall, and even the 4 pillars were a few hundred feet wide, exuding a faint coldness. From the outside, the palace didn't look so huge. According to Yun Nuoxing's guess, there was probably some kind of space-expanding array that was activated here. As soon as the two of them walked out of the passageway, a pretty, dignified maid in a cheongsam quickly greeted them and said respectfully, "Sirs, do you have a VIP jade talisman?" Yun Nuoxing took out the jade talisman that a group of appraisers had just stuffed into his hand from his pocket and handed it over. After receiving the jade talisman, the respectful expression on the maid's face became even more obvious. She respectfully bowed to the two of them and said, "Sirs, please follow me." After saying that, she directly rose into the air and slowly flew towards the sky. Behind her, Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing looked at each other and followed her. The two of them followed the maid and passed through 2 layers of transparent platforms in the sky. A minute later, they stopped in front of a floating platform that was closest to the front row of the auction house, after which they bowed and retreated. This floating platform was like a small, luxurious room. It was exquisitely designed and appeared exceptionally luxurious. When they walked in, the various noises below were immediately isolated. When they looked down, the view was excellent, and they could see every inch of the auction house. They were only about 10 meters above the ground. The two of them sat in the VIP seats. Yun Nuoxing lazily shrank into the soft chair and looked at the other 9 VIP seats. At this moment, there were already quite a number of people seated or standing in the VIP seats. The appearance of the Yun Nuoxing duo also attracted quite a number of gazes, especially the two's stunning faces, which attracted the attention of quite a number of young men. 9 elemental temple, 8 ancient families. Yun Nuoxing silently read the names of the forces in the VIP seats and softly exclaimed, "What's the matter?" Yuen asked. Those 3, in her line of sight, a fiery red figure, a sturdy silver-blue figure, and a purple golden-robed man were standing together. They were laughing and chatting about something. The 3 of them were the 3 people she met in the ancient ruins outside Star Spirit City. They were from the Fire Divine Temple, the Lightning Divine Temple, and the Xian family. At the same time, the 3 people who sensed Yun Nuoxing's gaze also looked over. When they saw Yun Nuoxing, they were stunned. However, they couldn't see anything and lowered their gazes again. Ayaya, little star won't be recognized. Believe in big sister's skills. Yuen waved her hand indifferently after hearing Yun Nuoxing's words. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. They had already been tormented to this extent. What else could she do if she didn't believe in her? Yun Nuoxing closed her eyes and began to rest, waiting for the auction to begin. After Yun Nuoxing closed her eyes, a steady stream of people continued to pour in. Half an hour later, almost all the seats were taken. The 10 VIP seats were also filled with people. I'm very curious. What exactly is attracting these experts? His soul power quietly withdrew from the void. Other than the 9 divine temples and the 8 ancient families, he didn't know anything else. Among them, he heard the most about the news that the goddess of Taiyuan would come to this auction. He didn't know who the so-called heaven-defying senior of the Divine Mystery Pavilion was. To be able to calculate his journey and the Netherworld Ruin Sword could shield him from the Divine Mystery Pavilion. This person was also incredible. He could even break the protection of the Divine Sword records, number 1 Divine Sword. While Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes, a clear chime of a bell suddenly rang out from the center of the auction hall. It swayed and reverberated in the palace, suppressing the clamor. The bell slowly stopped ringing. In the palace, 4 huge pillars shot out 3 rays of light, connecting each pillar and forming an energy barrier. It was like a 4-sided world that sealed the auction stage. This was a protective measure. Although it was impossible for the people who came to this auction to behave atrociously, it was just a precaution. It was to prevent people who didn't have eyes from rushing up to snatch the auction items. Looking at the energy barrier that descended from the sky, Yin Nuashing slowly opened her eyes and exhaled. The show had begun. Chapter 35. As the energy barrier extended to the sky, the ground of the auction stage slowly cracked open, and a floating platform slowly rose from the ground, appearing in front of countless people's eyes. A man wearing a black robe embellished with faint silver light walked out with a warm smile on his face. As soon as this person appeared, a majestic aura slowly swept out from his body, causing the entire area to quiet down. The Pavilion Master of the Constellation Pavilion. Yin Nuashing asked in a low voice as she narrowed her eyes and looked at the man wearing a starry robe. Although the man looked quite young, the vicissitudes of life in his eyes and the aura of age that permeated his body showed that this person was not as young as he looked. Perhaps he was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Of course not. Yuan shook her head. Although this man was very strong, it did not mean that he was the Pavilion Master of the Constellation Pavilion. The headquarters of the Constellation Pavilion was in the Divine Prefecture, and it was only a branch in the Source Peak region. It was impossible for the Pavilion Master to make a special trip to this place for a small auction. If there was some shocking divine object to be auctioned, it should be hosted in the Divine Prefecture. That place was the center of the Divine Realm, and it was far more popular than the Source Peak region. It could attract countless people. Perhaps he is only the Pavilion Master of the Source Peak region branch? Yuan said. If the Pavilion Master of the Constellation Pavilion personally came to host the auction, the people who came would not just be some representatives, but the true master of the force. The Constellation Pavilion was a first-rate force in the Divine Realm, and many people would give them some face when hosting an auction. Haha, this old man is the Pavilion Master of the Constellation Pavilion Source Peak region branch, Xingju. I believe that many people know me. Today, my Constellation Pavilion branch is hosting an auction, and this old man would like to thank everyone for coming. The gaze of the man who showed up paused at a certain spot, and his faint laughter echoed in the ears of everyone present. However, it was somewhat strange for a young man to refer to himself as an old man. It seemed that this young man should be an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, and his lifespan had reached a certain extent. Xingju's words caused some forces in the VIP seats to laugh. The Constellation Pavilion could be considered as a first-rate force in the divine world. They had a wide range of connections and had stood tall for many years. The Pavilion Master of the Constellation Pavilion was a prominent figure in the world of cultivation. He had roamed the continent for many years and had made many friends. Many of the people present had some kind of friendship with him, especially the 9 great elemental temples and the 8 great ancient families. Even if they didn't come to participate in the auction, they would still come to support. Haha, I can't be bothered to say any more nonsense. Next, please enjoy the visual feast that my Constellation Pavilion has brought. Xingju greeted some people before cupping his hands together in all directions and speaking with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the floor of the auction stage split open again, and a few small floating platforms appeared. Xingju also slowly disappeared from where he was standing. A white-haired old man appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Behind him, a group of beautiful maids and servants were shuttling back and forth on the stage, respectfully placing the golden plates in their hands on the auction stage. Yin Nuashing looked down from above and could see that each of the golden plates contained some objects that were flickering with resplendent light. It was impossible to see what was inside. Next up is the appetizer of our auction, a defensive formation scroll. The white-haired old man smiled and pointed at a golden plate in front of him. A brown scroll was floating on top of the golden plate. It's an earth-based defensive formation. It's at the immortal grade. Defensive formations have always been rare, especially those at the immortal grade. Although it requires elements, it can provide a strong defense in battle. It can also be used to break formations. I'm sure everyone knows how difficult it is to deal with a killing formation cast by a formation master. The white-haired old man said with a smile as he picked up the scroll and weighed it in his hand. As it's the first item, this scroll, which is originally worth 1 million, will be auctioned at 300,000 gold coins. The maximum bid will be 2 million. The first person to bid this price will have it. Everyone, you can't miss such an opportunity. The white-haired old man rubbed the scroll, and a bright light flashed across his old eyes. This was just a small trick, but the atmosphere in the auction hall was instantly heated up. 300,000 gold coins was not a sky-high price for most of the people present. Furthermore, formations were rare to begin with. Only a formation master could cast a formation as he wished. Especially a defensive formation, the price would definitely be much higher than 300,000 gold coins. Therefore, when they heard the old man's words, the price rose and fell, and it instantly exploded in the huge palace. Hearing the surrounding bids, Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. It was too early for them to participate in an auction of this level with their level of cultivation. Speaking of formations, Yun Nuoxing rubbed the pendant and the ring on his left hand. He remembered that there were countless scrolls in the pile of things that Mu Yingzi gave him, right? There did not seem to be any divine-level formations among them. If the outside world knew about the things collected here, they would definitely go crazy. Yin Nuoxing shuddered. He suddenly felt that the ring on his hand was very hot. It seems like it's time to learn these things. The world is so big. It's not good if I don't have a few life-saving methods. He sighed and slowly cast his gaze back to the auction hall. However, he was thinking about how to deal with those things in his heart. Yin Nuoxing's body lazily leaned against the soft chair. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not the climax yet. The real show was yet to come. These things were not very attractive to Yin Nuoxing and the people in the VIP seats. After all, no one in the VIP seats had made a bid yet. On the other hand, Yu Yin's eyes were twinkling like stars. She looked like she was in a daze. Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and gently tugged at the corner of her clothes. He transmitted his voice to her, "Be more reserved." Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him. She imitated him and lay back on the chair. She knew that this fellow had many treasures on him. After all, he had once entered the ruins of a god. It was normal that these things were not attractive to him. The bidding continued for about 10 minutes while the two of them watched as if they were watching a show. At that moment, the price of 300,000 had been capped at 2 million. The white-haired old man smiled as he watched the auction hall gradually settle down. 2 million had already exceeded the value of this formation. Under the temptation of a low price, he had reaped a small harvest. The golden hammer in his hand slammed lightly on the stage. Then, the formation scroll was successfully auctioned off. With this good start, the atmosphere in the auction hall was gradually pushed to the climax. Taking advantage of this enthusiasm, the white-haired old man continued to bring out other auction items. With the high quality of the auction items and the old man's provocative flattery, they all sold for a good price. It seemed that the Constellation Pavilion would make a lot of money this time. However, it had to be said that it was not a coincidence that the auction held by the Constellation Pavilion this time attracted so many people. It could be seen from the quality of the auction items that were rarely seen in the outside world. If Yin Nuoxing had not moved all of Mu Yingzi's belongings and was used to seeing shocking items, his performance would probably not be much calmer than Yu Yin's. Of course, apart from these reasons, this kind of rare item was the most precious he had ever seen. However, these were all seen from the eyes of the public. The items that were worthy of the attention of the people in the VIP seats had yet to appear. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction gradually rose. 2 hours had passed, and the quality of the items being auctioned became higher and higher. The atmosphere also became more and more lively. When the time reached 3 hours, some of the items that had appeared could already make the experts in the VIP seats bid for them. Yin Nuoxing was a little tempted when he saw some of them. However, after considering for a while, he gave up and did not bid. Those items were not to the point where he had to buy them. A water, elemental, immortal grade celestial artifact. The starting price is 3 million. Everyone knows that the condensation and tempering of a celestial artifact is much harder than the forging of a weapon. Moreover, a celestial artifact is much more powerful than a weapon of the same level. This is the natal celestial artifact of an expert whose cultivation has reached the peak of the immortal grade. It has a strange effect on restraining the fire element. The old man lightly knocked on the golden plate. On the long golden plate, there was a blue magic staff that was 5 feet long. Rich water elements lingered around the golden plate, and there was even a layer of water on the golden plate. The blue pearl at the top of the staff seemed to have water flowing around it. For a million, almost as soon as the old man's voice fell, someone rushed to bid. This caused everyone present to be stunned for a moment. Then, they instantly reacted and revealed an ominous glint in their eyes. 4,500,000, 6 million. The sudden increase of 1,500,000 caused the expressions of everyone present to change. From the looks of it, it was obvious that this person was determined to win. Moreover, it came from the VIP seats. This situation was a little difficult to predict. 10 million. However, this price was quickly pushed down by someone who also came from the VIP seats. Moreover, this person increased the price by 4 million in one go. This boldness caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. With these heavyweights in the VIP seats interfering, the atmosphere in the auction room reached a new level of excitement. The forces participating in this auction came from all over the world. Among them, there were some forces that didn't see eye to eye with each other. If they fought, they would certainly go all out, wishing they could go bankrupt to crush the other party. That ferocious aura made everyone inwardly speechless. They were worthy of being the famous major forces of the Sourcepeak region. They were so rich and overbearing, and they treated money like dirt. They were far from being comparable to ordinary people. And seeing those red-eyed people fighting over the item, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but be startled. Did they come here to quarrel or to buy something? She smiled and shook her head. Her body lazily leaned against the back of the chair, and the teacup in her hand gently swayed, causing ripples to appear in the tea. Just as Yin Nuashing was about to fall asleep, the white-haired old man on the auction stage auctioned off a weapon that was infinitely close to the divine rank. Then, he took the golden plate from the hands of a maid beside him. With a wave of his hand, the golden radiance dissipated, and a fiery red box was taken out. The blazing temperature caused the air to become a little drier. Haha, everyone, the next item to be auctioned is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient, because it grows in an extremely harsh environment, in the depths of magma. However, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. This medicinal ingredient has also undergone some strange mutations. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Yin Nuashing and Yuyin, who were lazily lying on their chairs, became spirited. Their gazes were filled with interest as they looked towards the auction stage for the first time. Chapter 36. The old man gently opened the box, revealing the flowing magma inside. Above the magma, there was a bewitching flower that was half fiery red and half ice blue. Everyone, this flower is a variant of the flame flower, the ice spirit flame flower. It combines the purest fire and water elements. If it is refined by someone who possesses the fire or water elements, the elements in their body will mutate. Perhaps they will be able to step into the realm of possessing both the fire and water elements. Yin Nuashing immediately perked up when he heard the old man's first sentence. Wasn't he waiting for the flame flower to appear after waiting for so long? However, when he finished listening to the entire story, the excitement that had just surged up in his heart instantly turned into a daze. Mutated? Half fire and half ice? Yin Nuashing stared blankly at the bewitching flower and was instantly stunned. After waiting for so long, he finally got what he wanted, but it was a mutated one? How could he accept this? I'm not sure about this either. The information that was sent out back then did mention the flame flower, but I didn't expect it to be a mutated one. Yuyin couldn't help but mutter when she saw Yin Nuashing looking at her in shock. She didn't expect this outcome either. It's okay. It doesn't mean that it can't be used even if it's mutated. Perhaps the effect will be even better. Yuyin patted his hand and comforted him. No, but this, Yin Yin Nuashing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't squeeze out a few words after a long time. His inexplicable emotions finally turned into a helpless sigh. Yin Nuashing looked helplessly at the VIP area. Those people were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It wasn't that the ice spirit flame flower itself was very attractive to them. What really attracted them was the ability to mutate the elements and create two elements. Generally speaking, an ordinary person could only have one element in their body. After all, there was some repulsion between the various elements. For example, metal restrained wood, wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, and fire restrained metal. It was very difficult for an individual to achieve a complete fusion of all the elements. Moreover, people with multiple elements in their bodies were much stronger than people with only one element in terms of strength and cultivation speed. It was actually very simple to incorporate new elements into one's body. The difficult part was to combine the two elements and refine them to repel each other. However, the inner body was the weakest part of the human body. If an explosion occurred in such a weak place, one would be refined into ashes if one was not careful. Although it was difficult, there were still some people who succeeded in fusing one element and stepped into the realm of dual elements. Those who had such strength had all become giants in the world of cultivation. However, the simplest and most crude method was too dangerous. Not everyone was willing to risk their lives for it. Of course, other than this dangerous method, there was another way. For example, using natural oddities. Needless to say, using this ice spirit flame flower to create a second element in one's body was much safer than directly storing it in one's body. Although it was only limited to water and fire elements, the success rate was not 100%. It was said that the success rate of this method was less than 5%. In other words, even if one refined this ice spirit flame flower, there is only a 5% chance of creating two elements in one's body. The starting price of this ice spirit flame flower is set at 30 million. Each time it increases, the white-haired elder heard the whispers around him and saw the heated gazes. He could not help but laugh. However, before the elder could finish speaking, the people from the fire god temple slammed the table and shouted, "The fire god temple bids 35 million. The chief family bids 40 million. In the VIP seats, a black-clothed man from the 8 great ancient families also stood up. He looked at the fire god temple's side and said fiercely. When the people in the auction house heard the two of them raise the price by 10 million each, they were dumbfounded. Then, they were secretly speechless. As expected of a major force, their boldness was unparalleled. The Star Palace bids 43 million. On the other side of the VIP seats, the leading lady in a black robe also gently opened her red lips and slowly spoke. While the major forces were bidding, Yu'in tugged at the corner of Yin Nuashing's clothes and asked softly, "Little star, how much money do you have on you?" "Only 200 million. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. She did not expect them to be so crazy as to raise the price by millions without even blinking. However, this kind of heavenly treasure that could increase a new element in one's body was a priceless treasure to the major forces. Money was nothing to them. They could just earn more if they lost it. 60 million. The middle-aged man in the ice-blue robe from the water god temple slowly stood up. His blue eyebrows twitched as his calm voice reverberated in the area like thunder. After being fiercely suppressed, the black-clothed man from the Chi family staggered. He narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, 64 million. 75 million. The sudden shout drowned out the voice of the Chi family. Hearing this voice that was like the sound of nature, everyone curiously turned their gazes to the VIP seats. There, Yin Nuashing gently stood up. "It's her." The white-clothed man from the light god temple suddenly stopped smiling and muttered softly, "Yaohua, do you know her?" Almost instantly, the people from the light god temple turned their heads to him and asked hurriedly, "I don't know her, but I recognized her." Yaohua shook his head and told them what happened in the restaurant yesterday. "Don't provoke her in the future." The middle-aged man from the water god temple frowned and said in a heavy voice, Big brother, she seems to have a problem with you. Lei Ming shrunk his neck and looked at Yun Nuoxing before looking at Yao Hua. Everyone was surprised and looked over. As expected, they saw Yun Nuoxing frowning and Mei Mao glaring at Yao Hua. She looked as if she wanted to skin him alive. Did I do something wrong? Yao Hua smiled embarrassedly and looked away unnaturally. Hearing this, the young heroes of the Nine God Temple rolled their eyes at him. This woman should have something on her that can block detection. I haven't been able to see through it. The beautiful woman from the Wood God Temple looked away and shook her head. However, this child should have the wood element in her body. I can sense traces of rich vitality fluctuations. Phew! Hearing that it was the wood element, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only the wood element, it would be better. She had a magic tool that could block the detection of the Light God Temple elders. The wood element's initial attack power was very low and couldn't play much of a role. It was only useful in healing, but its defensive power was very strong. What's with your expressions? The beautiful woman saw them all breathe a sigh of relief and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seeing that Yao Hua looked away, Yun Nuoxing snorted and closed Mei Mao's eyes to wait for the next round of bidding. He knew that they wouldn't give up so quickly. Sure enough, not long after he thought about it, the middle-aged man from the Water God Temple stood up and said in a deep voice, 80 million, 90 million. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, seeing that she was determined to win. This time, it was the people from the 9 God Temples' turn to be surprised. Since she was the wood element, this ice spirit flame flower shouldn't have any effect on her, right? Child, this ice spirit flame flower has no effect on wood element cultivators. Why don't you give it up? You will be satisfied with the reward. The beautiful woman from the Wood God Temple thought for a moment and secretly transmitted her voice to Yun Nuoxing. Her voice was gentle and didn't have a trace of tyranny. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. He didn't expect the beautiful woman to be able to sense the wood element on his body. He turned his eyes and transmitted his voice with some anticipation. Then, do you have a high-level disguise technique? In any case, he was aiming for the disguise technique. No matter how he obtained it, there wouldn't be a problem. If they had it, it would be for the best. It would save him the effort of refining it. The beautiful woman was stunned and quickly told the others. Everyone thought for a moment, but all of them shook their heads. Then, I'm sorry. I also need this ice spirit flame flower. Seeing that they all shook their heads, Yun Nuoxing knew that it was hopeless. He transmitted his voice with a trace of apology. The beautiful woman sighed and shook her head helplessly. The people from the Qi family gritted their teeth and looked back at the 7 families who shook their heads. They sat down angrily. They were aiming for that thing. There was only to stake everything on one throw and go bankrupt. Although the ice spirit flame flower was rare, it wasn't a must. If they couldn't control the dual elements well, it would affect their previous cultivation. In fact, it was just a gamble. The gains didn't make up for the losses. However, the price of this flower wasn't too expensive for them. It was just a matter of whether it was worth it or not. The red-haired young man from the Fire God Temple also looked at the other 8 people. They also shook their heads vigorously, indicating that it wasn't necessary. The red-haired young man nodded. He also knew that now wasn't the time to go all out. He looked deeply at Yun Nuoxing and slowly sat down. Everyone was a little sluggish. What kind of monster was this young and beautiful girl who suddenly appeared? Even the 9 great elemental temples and the 8 ancient families gave up competing with her? 91 million. Just when everyone thought that the bidding was about to end, a voice slowly came from the VIP seats that had been silent. The old man didn't seem to want to give up so easily. Yun Nuoxing frowned. He was determined to get the ice spirit flame flower. It was fine if he didn't have money. Being able to live freely was his nature. Now, because of a missing person notice, he couldn't eat or sleep in peace and felt uncomfortable all over. It made him feel like he had aged a few decades in an instant. 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing's calm voice slowly spread throughout the whole place. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't help but shut their mouths. 100 million wasn't a lot, but he didn't even blink his eyes. Wasn't this 2F** king extravagant? It wasn't worth it at all. Yin Nuashing knew that it was meaningless to delay the bidding bit by bit. If she wanted to bid a price that others wouldn't dare to follow, she would use her momentum to suppress others. The old man frowned. Seeing her desperately increasing the price as usual, he wanted to follow her fiercely, but he was pulled back by the people behind him. It wasn't worth it to compete with an unknown person. Moreover, this wasn't their goal. The old man also came to his senses. He glanced at Yin Nuashing with a sinister gaze. In the end, he swung his sleeves angrily and sat down. Hee, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? The white-haired old man smiled as he looked at the whole place. 100 million. The ice spirit flame flower's value wasn't worth this price. It could be said that he was going to make a huge profit this time. Asking this question was just a routine. The white-haired old man's words echoed in the auction. After a while, no one said anything. From the few times that Yin Nuashing increased the price, he was determined to win. Moreover, even the big forces in the VIP seats had given up on bidding. Naturally, they wouldn't offend an unknown person. The quiet atmosphere in the auction house lasted for half a minute. The white-haired old man shook his head helplessly and gently slammed the golden hammer in his hand. This price was already considered not bad. Speaking of which, he was a little greedy. As the hammer slammed down, Yin Nuashing heaved a huge sigh of relief. He had obtained the second material, but, damn it, I used up half of my fortune in one go. Seeing the old man slam the hammer down, Yin Nuashing immediately cursed in his heart. Although he had all of Mu Yingzi's fortune on him, and any item he took out was more valuable than this ice spirit flame flower, he didn't plan to take it out yet. Chapter 37. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction house became increasingly heated. The items that appeared from time to time could already be considered to be of high quality, and any one of them could cause a sensation in the outside world. In the face of such a sky-high price bidding, ordinary people would just sit back and watch a good show. If they could see the major forces in the VIP seats fighting over an item, they would not have come in vain. Ever since Yin Nuashing bought the Ice Spirit Flame Flower, he had basically quieted down. During this period, although he saw many rare medicinal herbs, elixirs, and various array diagrams, he also had a lot of them in his inventory. Therefore, he was only moved for a while and did not stand up to bid. As wave after wave of dazzling auction items were placed on display, even Yin Nuashing could not help but be surprised by the abundance of the Constellation Pavilion's inventory. During this auction, even he was a little moved by some of the auction items. However, after thinking for a while, he still did not stand up to bid. His biggest wish was to be able to buy a piece of facial skin or a high-level disguise technique at the auction. This would save him the effort of running around to find the snow crystal. As the number of times he appeared increased, he would be recognized sooner or later. Since he had already agreed with Yin that he would not be an ascetic monk, there was no reason for him to live in the mountains and forests all day long. Since that was the case, he had to find a way to change his appearance. After all, he could not always appear as a girl named Yu Exine. After all, he was still a man. Yin Nuashing had a good idea, but unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. There seemed to be very few disguise techniques. They had searched through several cities, but did not find anything. It seemed that there was nothing here either. Moreover, he had waited for so long and did not see the snow crystal appear. This made his plan to gather all the materials in one go to waste. However, it was understandable after thinking about it. The rarity of the snow crystal was not much lower than the ice spirit flame flower. It was also the crystallization of a mixture of elements. It was the dual elements of water and earth. Such a divine item naturally would not be piled up together like cabbages for him to choose from. Therefore, when the auction was nearing its end, Yin Nuashing still did not get what he wanted. He sighed softly. Don't worry. There are 3 herbs and 1 snow crystal stone. You will find it sooner or later. Maybe before you find the snow crystal stone, an appearance-changing technique will come to you. Yin rubbed his head and heard his soft sigh. She knew what he was thinking and softly consoled him. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. She dispersed the anticipation in her heart and looked at the auction stage in boredom. At this moment, the auction was nearing its end, so the auction items that appeared at this time were all important items. For example, the item being auctioned now was a divine rank magic tool, but it could barely enter the mid-divine rank. Generally speaking, the value of a magic tool was slightly higher than a profound art secret manual. For example, this flag had already been flipped to a price of 1 billion by several large forces, and there was no sign of it stopping. However, once a divine rank magic tool was taken out for auction, it meant that the spirit contained within the magic tool had been removed or sealed. If this was not done, a divine rank magic tool with its own consciousness would not easily change owners. However, this would severely damage the magic tool's power, and even its spirituality would decrease. Therefore, this mid-divine rank magic tool could at most be considered to have the strength of a beginner divine rank magic tool. Although it could be repaired, it would definitely not return to its peak. After all, spirituality was the root. If the root was destroyed, how could it grow? Yin Nuashing had no interest in this mid-divine rank magic tool. He had 3 undamaged high divine rank magic tools. If he included the damaged Netherworld Ruin Sword, he had 4. Any one of them could cause the realm of the gods to collapse. Moreover, he had a lot of them in his pendant. However, the Netherworld Ruin Sword's spirit root is completely broken, and its consciousness has been destroyed. The spirit inside is probably no longer around. Although Senior Mu Ingzi repaired it and reconnected most of the broken spirit root, the actual repair is less than 1/10,000th. Yin Nuashing rubbed the pattern on the Netherworld Ruin Sword on his right forearm and couldn't help but sigh. It was already a miracle that it still had its own consciousness. Looks like besides finding out my origins, I have to find a way to repair the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Yin Nuashing remembered that day when a Netherworld Ruin Sword swept across dozens of mountain ranges and flipped them over. This was only the incomplete power. He didn't know how terrifying it would be when it was restored to its peak. Perhaps it could even slice the world apart with a single slash? Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing thought of the strange jade fragment that had fused with the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Since then, there had been no movement. It seemed that the two had merged into one. Moreover, the Netherworld Ruin Sword spirituality seemed to have increased significantly. Netherworld Ruin, what do those white jade fragments have to do with you? Yin Nuashing asked as he summoned the Netherworld Ruin Sword and gently rubbed it with his fingers. Buzz! The Netherworld Ruin Sword trembled, indicating that it did, but it wasn't very clear. Yin Nuashing sighed and nodded, putting the Netherworld Ruin Sword away. Looks like I have to go somewhere else. Yin Nuashing sighed softly in his heart and clenched his fists. Even if it was for the sake of his origins, he couldn't stay in the Taiyuan region forever. However, before he left the stage of the Taiyuan region, he had to take a good look around first. After making some plans in his heart, Yin Nuashing licked his lips. He hadn't expected that he would have to venture into the realm of the gods as soon as he stepped foot into the world of cultivation. 2 billion. A loud shout came from the VIP seats, pulling Yin Nuashing back from his surging emotions. He raised his head and saw that the banner had been successfully purchased by someone for the astronomical price of 2 billion. Yin Nuashing's heart flashed with surprise at this huge sum. To be able to fork out such a huge sum of money, this person must be no ordinary person. He just didn't know which great force he belonged to. With that in mind, Yin Nuashing turned his gaze to the place where the bid had been made. A gray-haired young man was slowly sitting down. He was in the area where the 8 great ancient families were seated. I wonder which family you belong to. The gray-haired man seemed to have sensed something and turned his head abruptly. When he realized that the gaze was directed at Yin Nuashing, he put on a genial smile and nodded at the two of them before turning back. What sharp senses! Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue. He hadn't expected that his probing would be detected by someone else. Little star, why don't you think the celestial spirit tree leaf is up for auction? Could it be that it was too rushed and they didn't have time to prepare it, so they changed it to the next auction? Or is it because it's too precious and they intend to keep it for themselves? Yueen played with her fine black hair in boredom. Her lively eyes kept darting around the auction hall, and she yawned loudly from time to time. It seemed like she was about to fall asleep. I don't think they're going to keep it for themselves. They don't know our identities and usually won't act rashly. Yun Nuashing shook her head and pointed at the two remaining golden plates on the auction stage. Maybe it's there. Aren't there two more that haven't been auctioned? Yuan stuck out her tongue and smiled slyly. How much do you think those people will fight over it? Yun Nuashing shook her head. After a while, she said, it shouldn't be much worse than the ice spirit flame flower. Although it's only a leaf, it's already many times better than many other spiritual herbs in the world. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the 9 VIP seats. She wondered what they thought. The next item to be auctioned was added at the last minute on someone's request. Because it's a little precious, it was put at the end. On the auction stage, the white-haired old man wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a few deep breaths. Then he bowed to the crowd. The floor of the auction stage suddenly cracked open. The floating platform carrying the old man slowly descended until it disappeared. Then another platform slowly rose up. Xingju appeared in front of the crowd with a warm face. It's finally starting. Seeing this, Yuan seemed to have understood something. She immediately jumped up from her chair. Mei Mao stared at the auction stage below without blinking. As for the crowd, they looked at Xingju strangely. They didn't understand why he was doing this. Xingju bowed to the crowd. Then, he took out a pair of black gloves that shone with starlight. He put them on gently and waved his hand. As he waved his hand, a golden plate that shone with golden light flew in front of him. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a dark golden box that was slightly bigger than a palm. Perhaps all of you already know what the main item of the auction held by my Constellation Pavilion is. I also know that many of you are here for this item. However, before that, let us first see another rare treasure. Xingju twisted his wrist and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Then, he nervously lifted the lid of the box. A bright green light instantly lit up the entire palace. Endless life, energy soared into the sky like hundreds of wild dragons dancing in the sky. The rich life, energy even formed a thin layer of fog. Many strange phenomena appeared in the surroundings. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world, illuminating the world with light. Ordinary people didn't think much of it. They stared at the auction item that was emitting boundless life energy. They wanted to see what it was. Of course, even if ordinary people didn't recognize it, it didn't mean that the people in the VIP seats didn't react. The moment the lid was lifted and the green light soared into the sky, everyone in the VIP seats, except for Yun Nuashing, stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the green light. Their mouths were wide open, and they didn't say anything for a long time. I believe everyone knows about the ghost chi forest that caused a great uproar a while ago. I believe everyone knows what appeared in it. Standing in that ball of green light, Xingju glanced at it with a shocked look, then said with a calm voice. Everyone was stunned. Ghost chi forest? Wasn't there a soul-devouring tree? However, it had already been destroyed by the glorious tree. Thinking of this, many people reacted. Then, almost everyone stood up with a bang, staring with their dead fish eyes. They all felt their mouths go dry. Could it be? The energy barrier in the auction house had unknowingly become much thicker. Runes flowed on the surface, and it looked indestructible. The Constellation Pavilion has strengthened its defenses. Seeing that the barrier was gradually solidifying, and the auras of many experts had secretly appeared, even the power of the stars in the starry sky became restless. It seemed like it wanted to get rid of the people with evil intentions in an instant. Yui nodded and said softly, "There's no other way. After all, the auction item is too precious. If the item is stolen in public, losing face is a small matter. However, they don't have a good reason to explain it to the person who entrusted the item to them. Everyone is right. This is the second last auction item in the Constellation Pavilion. It's one of the highlights of the auction, and it's also the reason why many people came to the Sourcepeak region. Xingju looked at the green light in the golden box. A hint of desire flashed in the depths of his eyes. He raised his head slightly and said word by word, "The leaf of the glories will tree." Chapter 38. Boom! Xing Ju's low and deep words were just like a 5,000-kilogram bomb that directly stirred a great commotion within the auction ground. Countless exclamations sounded, after which many heated eyes that contained a greedy glow shot over. However, this did not include those large factions in the VIP seats who possessed quite a great amount of strength. Of course, this did not mean that they were not interested in this heavenly spirit leaf. However, when such a huge event suddenly spread to their ears, their first reaction was not only excitement, but also, of course, shock. The people in the 9 VIP seats were extremely astonished. They did not know what to do as they looked at the palm-sized leaf that contained endless vitality. For a moment, they were all stunned. They looked at each other for who knows how many times, shaking their heads like a rattle drum and nodding like chickens pecking at rice. They had indeed brought many things, but they were all used to bid for the final item in the auction. However, this heavenly spirit leaf that had suddenly appeared was like a heavy hammer that violently knocked them out. Even those shrewd, old fellows were stunned. They were hesitant and did not know what to do. Why did they suddenly do such a thing? The heavenly spirit tree was in the top 3 of the heavenly treasure ranking. This name was enough to prove its strength. There was no need for any reason. Every strand, every inch, every piece of it was truly a priceless treasure. If it was casually thrown into the outside world, it would be enough to cause a bloody battle. If it was not for the powerful deterrence of the Constellation Pavilion, it was likely that this palace would have been flooded with blood. There was no other reason other than this small leaf was too tempting. Damn it, who exactly is it? Why would they do such a thing at such an important time? I'm really a dog. Why are they doing such a thing in an auction for no reason? It's me, the one selling the leaf. Come out. I know you're in this auction house. If you crawl over, I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Mother asterisk cur, you bastard. Do you still want to let me live? I didn't bring so many things. I can only look but not buy. Can't the auction be properly conducted? TSK, how dare you bark when you don't have the strength? You should leave as soon as possible. Damn it, what did I do to provoke you? Damn it, you dare to say that you brought enough things to bid? Damn it, so what if I brought enough? 2 billion. F asterisk CK. What are you looking at? 3 billion. What's wrong with looking at you? 3.5 billion. Damn it, you want to fight with me? For billion. I'm rich and don't care about money at all. If you have the ability, send over your coffin capital. I'll take them all. 5 billion. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll dig up your ancestral grave. 5 billion. I'm just afraid that you'll be killed by the trap. 6 billion. F asterisk CK. So what if you have money? 1 million kilograms of superior grade Xian crystals. Bitch, don't think you're the only one with Xian crystals. 2,300,000 gene. 150 kilograms of fine grade glazed crystals. What the F asterisk CKU bitch? 1,200,000 caddies of fine Xian crystals. I sue you. 1 million kilograms of top-grade Xian crystals. You rotten old man. 200,000 caddies of immortal-grade Xian crystals. You old bastard. 25,000 caddies of celestial-grade Xian crystals. Bastard. Xian crystals were no big deal. 550,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. F asterisk CK. You're so pretentious. Everyone calm down. Please calm down and listen to me. If you can fight, try not to quarrel. The auction site quieted down instantly. Everyone looked at each other for a while. A moment later, damn it, those who want to fight, come out and fight one-on-one. 550,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. I'm not afraid of you. Brothers, kill him. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Damn it, you think you're the only one who has people. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Beat him to death. 200,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. F asterisk CK off. 250,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Little bastard, stop. Yes, it was you who beat me last time. Give me your life. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Boundless deity, that ball guy, come here. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Amitba, almsgiver, calm down. I'll offer 360,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Are these people crazy? Yin Nuashing and her companion retreated to the side with the entire floating platform. Looking at the chaotic scene, they couldn't help but twitch their faces. Like wolves and tigers couldn't describe their fierceness. Fierce tigers coming down the mountain couldn't describe their bravery. Everyone at the scene had evolved into a group of lunatics, like a group of demons dancing wildly in the reappearance of the god of death. The people from the Constellation Pavilion, who were responsible for maintaining order, were rushed to the side by the crazy people. The huge palace suddenly became a martial arts arena for revenge and redress of grievances. All kinds of energy fluctuations broke through the sky, and colorful balls of light flew in all directions. The temperature of the auction house was sometimes cold and sometimes hot, and the fierce wind blew everyone around. However, when these people were fighting crazily, they did not forget to bid with all their might. The momentum was definitely not much weaker than the fighting scene at the auction house. The people from the Constellation Pavilion had already retreated to the energy barrier. The ordinary people had also retreated to the side. They were dumbfounded as they watched the auction turn into a martial arts competition. Xingju was also a little dumbfounded. Many people at the scene were not weaker than him. Some were even stronger than him. If he rashly went up to stop them, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how he died. At that moment, he and a group of elders stared at each other. No one knew what to do. The people from the 9 great temples and the 8 great ancient families also retreated to the side like Yin Nuashing and her companion. They looked at the chaotic scene below with pale faces. In a place where tens of thousands of people gathered, the most powerful people were usually not some first-rate forces, but some individual cultivators. They could even do it without any worries or scruples. After taking the items, they could escape into the depths of the mountains and forests. Who could do anything about it? However, although it was a big mess, no one rushed to the energy barrier. After all, if they snatched the items in public, they would be hunted down by the entire Constellation Pavilion. Of course, at this critical moment, they were still bidding for revenge. They were fighting and shouting prices. Hearing this, those who were not involved in the battle were speechless. Why were they still bidding when they were fighting? The huge palace was not damaged in the slightest under such an impact. It was a little unbelievable. A high-grade fire element divine artifact. Boom. A god-level array scroll. Bang. A god-level talisman scroll. Clang. A god-level mystic art scroll. Roar. A god-level secret art scroll. The fighting and bidding continued. The preciousness of the items being shouted out made the people who heard it feel inconceivable. They didn't expect that other than the colossi and the VIP seats, there were so many people with rich collections. It seemed that many people had brought out their true treasures for this once-in-a-century auction. That's enough. This was the voice of the people at the VIP seats. Couldn't they just bid properly? It's far more intense than I imagined. I didn't expect that a piece of leaf could overturn auction. Yin Nuashing was speechless. She smiled and shook her head. I wonder if selling a tree branch would overturn an entire city. Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. At most, it would overturn the sky. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. However, she really didn't expect that there would be such an outcome. Fortunately, she didn't choose to sell the half-meter tree branch. Otherwise, this place would have been overturned, little girl. Just as Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing were watching the show, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side, causing her to be stunned. Yin Nuashing turned her head. The floating platform of the 9 great sacred halls had appeared in front of them at some point in time. The 17 people were staring at the two of them without blinking. The person who spoke was still the beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Palace. Yin Nuashing stood up gently. Her pitch-black eyes with a hint of golden light looked at the beautiful woman. After a moment, she opened her red lips and said in a calm voice, "What's the matter?" As she spoke, Yin Nuoxing's gaze swept across the 9 great sacred halls elites behind her. In the end, she fixed her gaze on the white-clothed man. Her eyes immediately narrowed, and a faint killing intent condensed in them. Seeing her hostile look, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Could it be that she really did something wrong? The beautiful woman's goal was still that ice spirit flame flower. Yin Nuoxing also expressed that he only needed something that could be used to disguise himself. He wasn't interested in anything else, because he had many good things on him. There was no need for him to sacrifice himself for others. In the end, under the strange gazes of the 17 people, Yin Nuoxing and Yin Nuoxing retreated to the side on the floating platform. Their indifferent look made them feel helpless. Wherever the people from the Temple of Elements went, they were respected as superior existences. When had they ever been looked down upon by someone like this? Let's go. This girl is also a stubborn person. If you want that flower, I'll find it for you in the future. The silver-robed, robust man from the Lightning Divine Hall shrugged and said. The beautiful woman sighed. Her green eyes looked deeply at the 2 people in the distance for a while. Then, she nodded and dispelled the idea of changing places. Hee, big brother, now, can we? Lei Ming licked his lips and asked with a grin. Go to hell, don't talk nonsense. Don't provoke people if you have nothing to do. Without waiting for Yin Nuoxing to reply, the robust man turned around and patted Lei Ming's head, reprimanding him. Lei Ming hugged his head and kept mumbling. Seeing this, the other 6 elders didn't have any temper. It seems that they are still thinking about it. Only when they were far away did Yuan turn her gaze back to Yin Nuoxing and said, It doesn't matter. If they don't cause trouble, we won't bother with them. Yin Nuoxing stretched her waist and sat back on the chair. Then she lazily turned a few times. The chaos in the auction house continued until sunset. Only then did the Constellation Pavilion join forces with the other major powers to suppress the rioting crowd. Then, all of them were kicked out. However, after they were kicked out, the people who still had grievances with each other started to fight again. A monstrous pressure descended on the entire city. Fortunately, it didn't spread to the underground. The people of the Constellation Pavilion also hurriedly rearranged the empty seats in the palace. After nearly an hour, the door was finally opened. The crowd once again surged in. Of course, some people fought their way in and were kicked out in the end. Then, when they came in again, they had already temporarily put everything aside. They fiercely glared at each other and sat down one after another. There was only a small episode in the afternoon. Everyone, please forgive us. Since it's night now, let's continue the auction. Xing Ju smiled as if he was trying to curry favor with them. However, he also knew that the news of the auction house almost being overturned had definitely spread. This would affect the reputation of the Constellation Pavilion. Now, he could only secretly rejoice that the auction item wasn't snatched away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to the seller. Even if he sold himself, he might not be worth this price. Small? Everyone sneered in their hearts. This was the most impressive small episode they had ever seen in their lives. It was so small that it almost overturned the auction house. This was the most impressive auction in history. It could be written in the history books of the auction house. However, even though they thought so in their hearts, they still laughed along on the surface. They had already overturned the auction house. If they dared to do anything else, even the saints would probably explode in anger. If they angered the Constellation Pavilion, then it would be fun. After an entire afternoon of communication, everyone had gotten to the bottom of the matter. No one engaged in a meaningless competition. They just sat at the side and watched the big shots roar. Therefore, the auction of the Celestial Spirit Leaf ended in less than 5 minutes. The final winner, as expected, was the person in the VIP seats. He belonged to the Sacred Weapon Shrine. As for the people of this temple, they had devoted their lives to the research of the strength of weapons. They specialized in collecting those strange weapons and researching and modifying them. Generally speaking, It was actually quite annoying because no matter who it was or what force it was, they would try their best to take away the weapons they had set their eyes on. They had unique methods to deal with weapons, and without a special method, it was basically impossible to resist. After this person announced that the Holy Flame Stone weighed 500 kilograms, the entire crowd fell silent. The Holy Flame Stone, as its name suggested, was of the fire attribute. It was extremely intense. Only in places with strong yang energy could such a stone be born. Although it could be absorbed by people to speed up their cultivation, it wasn't the best use. Its greatest value was to be used for forging. Weapons and armors that had been forged and strengthened by the Holy Flame Stone could be attached with rich fire elements, thus increasing their attack power and defense power. However, the only limitation was that the Holy Flame Stone could only be used to forge or strengthen 8th grade equipment. It couldn't be used for other grades. Seeing the people from the Sacred Weapon Shrine happily winning the auction, a sense of disgust appeared in everyone's hearts. They didn't know what kind of disgusting weapon they were going to fiddle with. I seem to have forgotten to limit it to gold coins. Hearing the final bid, Yin Nuashing widened his eyes in shock. Then he laughed bitterly. After all this time, he had brought back a 500-kilogram stone. He had forgotten that most people like to barter.